special area of China's pilot-free trade zone in Shanghai. The ice cube covers an area of more than 4,000 square meters with a peaceful white exterior wall and translucent blue glass, which makes it elegant and luxurious. It's located next to Shanghai Haichong Ocean Park and only a 10-minute drive from Dishui Lake, the largest artificial lake in Shanghai. There's also Shanghai Pudong International Airport and to the north, the famous Shanghai Disney Resort. Everyone entering the ice cube must have a PCR test and their body temperature checked to ensure that all players are safe for the games. After entering the venue, players proceed to their locker rooms. There are 16 bright and comfortable individual rooms on site, which provide the players a space to relax while ensuring the privacy to discuss tactics. After being all rested up, the players then proceed to the stage. The stage competition area is divided into 3 levels from low to high, while the center of the stage is divided into left and right sides with one group on the same side. There's space for a total of 48 players from 16 different teams that can participate in the competition here at the same time. Well, all the Nbpl players have their fists bumping and are ready for some intense games. And although we're not with them, we can also cheer them on at home through the internet. The second season of the 2022 Nbpl is guaranteed to be exciting.
勇往直前不一定能拿下周冠，但周冠战队一定都能做到勇往直前。所以这次我们不想再顾虑太多，只想一路向前，在赛场上尽情做自己。大家都准备好迎接风暴吧。
好，现在的话，菜米这边也要被封倒了，1打3的仇，今天东青9个卡机爆了。不是没有霓虹叶的，再看看机来了，这个本命有长剑吧？4连飞花直接斩，而且队友这边有个旋风斩，这一波基地算是个盆满钵满。
武林至尊，宝刀屠龙，周冠军我们势在必得。
从来没有一个周冠是爆冷的，我们一刻都没停止过对胜利的渴望和追逐。当团队都凝聚在一起，上下一心，也是我们最锐不可挡的时期。剑指巅峰，无畏向前。
控制，但是这一丝血，对方自己队友这帮直接盖了个分身牢笼，但自己还是倒了呀。是的，但是刁这边是续了个旋风斩过来给压力，浩天这边是反正给 BBR 3连也是直接出，刁这边是跳起来给个风之精灵，但是浩天是躲了一段，后这边这个风之精灵好像是一个瞄准风，不过是没有吃到这个控制的，反正再出一个盘石反击，是把浩天给带走了。
这次的周决，我们就是为了登顶而来。
走到这里并不容易，但我们相信经历过低谷才能攀登上巅峰。现在我们只希望在赛场上拿出真本事，面对所有质疑。
兄弟来打一波，但是这个线阵推出之后，安莱自己这边只剩下半血了。
好的，这边的话陈奕迅也是复活，场上的话安莱先行倒地，这波架不要打输了就能给免，刚才的话也是自己造成了一个脱决，要少2打题，蓝 T 也倒了，只剩下藤井树，感觉又是不敌对方2人 ，OC 这波2打4。
破晓而生，大胆目标，这一次我们当仁不让。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 Biweekly Finals. I do believe it is our third Biweekly Finals. And speaking of it being our third Biweekly Finals, we're jumping into trios today. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my right-hand lady, God Moxie. Moxie, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, Rune. I got to see the teams on trios on day 3 this week, and my goodness, we're having a little bit of a meta shift. We're heading over to Holoroth as well on 2nd and 5th game of the day, so it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not we see that same aggressive pacing having an impact on the first game of the Morris Isle. But we have a little bit of egg on our faces, because when Holoroth first came through, we were like, oh, there's no way we're going to see the Transformer compositions carry on to this map. There's so much verticality, there's so many areas where you can get punished for that final circle, but no, we're seeing full 15 lobby monk compositions coming through from some of those teams, and it is actually having a massive impact on the comps that we see outside of Holoroth, because as we always talk about, right, these teams have a select amount of times that they can run those specific heroes before they run out of them, and it means that when you head over to Morris Isle, we're seeing a lot more Yodo, a lot more Viper and the Wuchang coming through, and even in some instances a little bit of Justina and Takeda.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. I mean, you weren't here yesterday for solos, but there's been a weird trend developing here in the Nbpl of literally lobbies full of the same hero. We had 15 Justinas in our first lobby, followed by 16 Z-Pings, 16 Yodohimes, 16 Yodohimes, then another 14 Z-Ping lobby. I do believe there were 2 Takedas, and then followed that up with another 15 Justina lobby to round out the day, which is something we've never seen in Nbpl before. We've almost always consistently seen, even in solos and trios, teams picking different comps to counteract one on each other, and now everybody almost on some sort of agreement where they've decided, hey, we're just going to play the exact same thing and may the better team win, which is very, very interesting to say the least. It's not something I ever expected to see here in the Pro League between these players, especially off the back of J-Team's performance in World Cup, where them playing an off-meta comp actually won them the World Championship. They dominated so heavily with that particular Viper comp that we still see to this day, that they were able to counteract all of these monk comps. And now here we are, teams running the exact same comps into one another and the exact same hero selects into solos. It's going to be interesting to see how this develops, and if some of these patches maybe change that up here in the near future.
Yeah, some of these teams are trying to pioneer their own sort of pocket metas coming on through. J-Team actually is one of those teams when we head to Morris Isle, because a lot of the time everyone saves their monks for Holoroth, so why would you run something that doesn't counter the monk composition on anywhere else? So J-Team and a couple of these other teams are trying to experiment with some Takeda that we've seen coming through from them. I was actually a big fan of it. They were able to win an entire lobby 2 days ago by running ZK on that Takeda, because they went to Morris Isle and it being night, the Fireflies were around. So they were able to actually immediately get that rage charged up and build up the ultimates as quickly as they possibly could. And it meant that they were always coming into those fights with that Takeda ultimate and stunning up so many of those players and really probably synergizing off of it too, because they also run the Temi, and I'm a big fan of this. But you use that Temi, and as those teams try to escape the Temi ultimate, the Takeda comes through and you don't have any energy if you get hit by that Zephyr to be able to actually try to tap dodge away from the Takeda slashes, and so it does the full damage that it should, as opposed to just being very quickly sidestepped.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're going to see, hopefully, some more of that tonight, because I do know yesterday there was some lament in chat when you're running into a 16 Justina lobby or a 16 Z-Ping lobby. Things kind of slow down pretty drastically. Hopefully, we are heading into trios, which is known for its chaos. We're going to see some hero selects that are a little bit different at the very least, and hopefully we keep the action rolling into the chaos and these teams don't slow down like we saw yesterday. And yesterday, that slowing down hurt some of our bigger players, to be honest. We had GBL Zen, our defending world champion for solos, come in. He was first ranked coming into the day with a 10.4 point advantage he brought over from the Biweekly, and ended his day in 11th place. Just could not make any noise at all throughout the day. And you're talking about a player who's typically very, very consistent. As we take a look here at the point system here, you guys are pretty familiar with this at this point. 1.6 multipliers for first and second place. First place, however, getting that 5 ranking point advantage, which is 2 points over second and third place. So quite a drastic difference between solos there. And then a lot of money on the line, because this is a bi-weekly final. 412 RMB on the line, 30,000 for first place. And don't forget, there's also a couple of extra bonuses in there for different positions, as well as doing most damage, most kills on a team, etc. Taking a look at all of our teams that are qualified as well. We've got GD, Alliance, J-Team, OC, YZG, GG, Ventus, 17JL, and most of our usual contenders here. A couple of people that I'm sure you would like to see here that aren't here though, Moxie.
Yeah, most interestingly enough, XCG, our previous bi-weekly final winners, not actually making it into the top 16 this week. OUG, on the other hand, are going to be in position, coming in at that 9th spot. So they were the winner of the bi-weekly finals on the first week. They could potentially be the only trio today that are able to make it away with 2 wins on the bi-weekly finals and trying to add to that tally of scores to put themselves into a position to be able to qualify into Worlds. Everybody else, though, KZ, I'm really happy to see. And PG as well. This is a team that really has stepped up this week, especially if they're able to make it into final circle. It feels like Jen, one of their star players, has a very good read of those final zones, being able to control it, and especially if they have things like the dual blades, they become absolutely unstoppable. But 17JL, Ventus, GG, YZG, OC, J-Team, Alliance, and GD all going to be making it into the top part of the leaderboard. And I've got my eyes on some of these teams, and the most specific one has got to be GD, right? They're coming into that #1 spot. They're always consistently sitting around that top 5, even if they lose some of these players, which can actually immediately result in a lot of these teams just losing any sort of position and power into that final zone and just playing for survivability. GD, even with players down, can still actually pull off clutches and come out on top of those lobbies, as we can have a look at the average damage done by some of these teams, as well as the average ranking points that they're able to find. So obviously, if you do a lot of damage, but your average ranking points are pretty low, that means that you have a lot of burnout into the mid and final zone. You very rarely make it through, as opposed to having a very aggressive start in that finals, in that first circle, and then having to be able to carry it through into the mid and the final. Something that I think some of these teams do struggle with, right? J-Team, Wolves, both of these teams are very, very strong when they're having a good day, but they can very quickly slide down. Wolves less inconsistently this season than they were in season 1. They've been able to find a really good balance between aggression a lot of the time. J-Team still sort of have to try and find that balance properly. We are seeing them in some of these games being able to come in and post absolutely massive amounts of points coming on through, because they have full control from first circle to mid circle to the final zone as well. And other times they go out as one of the first or second teams in the entire lobby, and you sort of look at the leaderboard and you go, oh, it's one of those games today.
Look, you know, J Team, for all of their coin flippiness and inconsistency that they might have this season, are a much better team this season compared to season 1. Season 1 coming in, the defending world champions, everybody expected absolutely everything out of these guys, and then all of a sudden they just were not able to perform whatsoever there into our first season. You know, they came in almost every single time we looked at J Team post their literal first day. Their first day, they came in, put a ton of points on the board, and then after that, they sputtered out into oblivion. So as inconsistent as they might be this season, at least this season, they've come in, they've patched some of those holes up. You know, they've gone through a massive roster change, but they have learned how to come in and at least consistently put something up on the board, and that's way better than they were doing last season. You know, they've built that comp around Eagle now, and I very much remember you telling me, you know, I missed a lot of the trios this week, but apparently they've been doing very well with Eagle as their centerpiece.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this, right? They'll have Eagle in as that centerpiece for them when we head over to Holoroth, and then other times they sort of rely on ZK coming on through on that Takeda, which can be really strong. Alliance as well is another team that has actually really impressed me. I remember Alliance back in season 1, towards the tail end of the season, they were trying to engineer the Matari into those compositions and weren't having a lot of luck with it because it tended to be that the Matari was actually the one that would survive last, and then alone just wouldn't do enough damage to be able to translate into those kills. But Alliance and some of these other teams are now using that Matari, have gotten a really good grasp of how they want to cycle their ultimates in and use the Matari ultimate not as a disengagement tool, because you're never going to be able to beat a Wu Chen TP as a disengagement tool, right? But actually using it to invade into these fights and look for the third party without very little punishment coming on through. You use that stealth, you use the invisibility that it provides your entire squad, you get yourself into a position to come in with either 1 or 2 quick kills, and then you just disengage out. And it's really strong for some of these teams because you get that kill, you get that point tallied up onto your half, and then there is no punishment. You don't lose members, you're not out of position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they've become such a stronger team into the season, just like you said, and with their changing of style, as it were, with how they address coming in, and they've always kind of been on that third-party play style, but they've found a way to effectively manage it better by using the Matari. Of course, the Matari changes for trios also help very significantly. The fact that she can stealth her entire team now, the fact that she can bring in and add the extra damage, or even add the ability for you to regen some of your health, depending on which version of the ultimate you're running, has made it so that they can effectively take those third parties, like you said, for very little risk, where they come in and they're burning 1 ultimate to go in on the engage. They still have 2 ultimates on the back burner, and it's very hard to just kind of pinpoint down what's happening amidst the chaos of trios when an entire invisible team comes in and just puts the pedal to the metal. But we're getting ready to go ahead and jump into game 1 here and take a look at some of the hero picks coming through. Q9 with a Tianhai Justina to Mulk. I can't imagine that is going to stick, but if it does, it's going to be very interesting to see here.
This is actually something that some of these teams are trying to do. They're using that Justina and Temi very much in the same vein as when you use a Temi for a Monk, right? You drop the Temi ultimate, you trap them in. I call it the snow globe. You trap them in, and the Justina ults everybody in the area. J Team as well going to be actually coming through. It is environment night, so those Fireflies are going to be about. This is when they do like to run that Takeda. They actually talked about it in the interview 2 days ago. If Fireflies are around, they like to run that Takeda. They know that the Rage is going to constantly be there, so that they can run that Takeda without having to worry about not having running into those trios without an ultimate to be able to burst damage through those health bars, as we're going to be starting off our first game of the day on tomorrow's Isle, following along with GD. who have locked in that Matari, Justina, and Tammy, but they're not the ones immediately into a fight. It's J Team at the moment going up against KZ, but KZ with a Viper ultimate going to get so much damage. There's the Takeda ultimate coming on through, bursting through all of the health bars of all of those members, clumped up, punishing the fact that KZ were relying on the Viper ultimate and using it to target focus on one of the members from J Team. All of them are clumped around one member, and so ZK comes in with an absolute massive Takeda ultimate to be able to peel and get those knockdowns.
Yeah, J Team coming in very strong here, utilizing that Takeda to their absolute advantage here, picking up all 3 eliminations as well off the rip here. We're going to see Q9 also with 3 eliminations immediately under their belt here. Team GG coming in, but they're going to stay up top here. I'm not quite sure where the 3rd member for Team GG is, but they're not even nearby on the map. So these 2 players playing it very carefully, trying to just come in and pick up some scraps here before they continue the hunt. Turning now our attention to NPG, who's looking to go in here onto Team Ventus as Ventus tries to catch Jen from NPG out by themselves, but it looks like Waiting is actually the one who's going to get caught down here. He's going to use those dual blades to actually do quite a bit of damage to Ventus as they come in, locking down both of those members. The Monk going to go for the ultimate here very soon. It looks like maybe not. Maybe he doesn't have the ultimate. Looked like he was going to do the transformation, but it goes away. Pixel very, very low. 1 HP is all he needs. There we go. He's going to go down. Sorrow now caught up in Ventus U's ult though, and W98 coming in. Sorrow going to come in and tried to go for a greatsword onto this play, but Ventus's U still ulted is going to do a lot of damage out of this. Finally, de-ults in the face of everybody. W98 comes in, drops the ultimate a little too late for his team, as he's now the last remaining member, and we're seeing work be put in by Sorrow here with the greatsword and those dual blades, but it is a 1v1 situation on top of a Karumi ultimate. Sorrow really needs to make something happen here. We're gonna see the Yoda ult come back off of cooldown, but now W98 just gonna swap to the ranged weapon and clean up this fight for their team.
The tap dodge through the Yoda ultimate is absolutely insane, and WX98 will be able to survive the 1 versus 1 and get their resurrections both onto 2 of their teammates, and so Ventus are going to be very happy with that one. No resurrections going to be burned, as Wolves 14 now trying to find a little bit of damage done onto the members of OC, who are under so much fire. Greatsword comes on through, long wind up, a massive chunk of damage when it connects. As 14 does not have that Viper ultimate, they have to be so careful that they do not get grabbed out by that Monk. OC trying to find those punches. It is their Bane's Breath too, so Wolves can't even go for the full disengagement. They can't try and grapple away or even contest this Monk. It is just going to be trying to hide out of line of sight for as long as possible, as O1 might have been able to buy themselves the space to be able to go for that resurrection, but Wolves are actually camping it, making sure that OC are not going to be able to get it for free. So instead it's going to be a little bit of irritation coming on through. It's just the Monk left as well, which is the real difficulty for this team. They can't even try to use one of those players and form up on the distraction that the Monk provides to be able to get that resurrection, as O1 under so much fire is about to get stun locked. Tap dodges back into the Bane's Breath to be able to avoid the full stun combo coming on through, but Bane's Breath runs out and O1 is going to immediately be annihilated as soon as it runs its course. Wolves gonna be able to pick up the full 3 kills from the side of that one and keep themselves in a very nice position, because they're still going to have the Viper ultimate too. If anyone tries to come through thinking that they're going to be burned out of those resources having taken on a Monk composition, they're going to be dead wrong, and they could very quickly end up dead for their results as well. As we move over to see J Team trying to push onto the members of KZ, who are caught out and silenced. LXX not going to be able to use that Yoda ultimate anytime soon. The Viper F2 is absolutely annihilating the members of KZ, but the silence is going to run through, and now we're going to see that Yoda ultimate coming on out. LXX will be able to pick out Lee, tries now to find the last couple of slashes to connect, gets caught out by the Temi ultimate as they come out of the Yoda ultimate, bounced up into the air, but Lee still not going to be able to get rescued by the team, as we see now KZ translating into that Viper ultimate to set LXX up to try to hunt onto those members of J Team, making sure that they don't get the opportunity to go for that rescue, and that they don't as well get the time to be able to go for the full reset, as they try and bounce into the lower part of Sunwing Trust. Immediately going to be taking a lot of poison splash damage coming on through, as KZ swaps to the bows to be able to snipe out the mushrooms and land the poison splash damage onto the members before they come in, close up the distance, and finish them off with the katana.
Yeah, KZ coming in, getting a little bit of a revenge there onto J Team after an early mistake, as we turn our attention now to Fun plus Phoenix going head-to-head here with AOW. They're going to pick up the elimination onto Ping Tao, but it's going to cost them Leo, and VVV goes very, very low. TXJ over here trying to deal with Mikasa, but is going to get picked up, and they need to be very careful about how they play this out. Cuckoo just going to take shots there with the bow, trying to get TXJ as low as humanly possible. VVV now coming in onto Mikasa, but it's not going to be enough, as they are going to get grabbed up. The slam going to be more than enough to finish the elimination. TXJ just comes back in and runs his face down onto the Monk, and AOW is going to pick up 3 eliminations easily off the back of Fun plus Phoenix. I have no idea what they were thinking with that engagement. Now turning our attention over to OUG, going head-to-head with Team Ventus here. We're going to see a huge charge left click come out of SS onto Ventus's 98, but it's not going to be enough as he goes extremely low. The Viper trying to find the opportunity to pop the ultimate, but it doesn't look like they're going to be given one whatsoever, and SS immediately going to go down. The Wu Chen ult comes out. Great communication coming out from their team, though. The Wu Chen telling him, hey, look, don't burn that Viper ultimate. I'm just going to ult us out and resurrect you anyway. Save it so that if they push back onto us, we've got something left in the tank, and that's exactly what happened as NPG comes in and cleans up Zhu from Ventus with the third party as well. Very, very well played by the likes of Team OUG. Great communication coming out from the team there. Turning our attention now to Team Wolves going head-to-head with AOW. And this time it's Wolves who have the Bane's Breath, and they're going to clean up the elimination very quickly on to Cuckoo, leaving AOW down to 2 remaining members. Mikasa nowhere near their ultimate after that last engagement we just saw is also going to be eliminated. Wolves needs to be very careful here, as a ton of teams coming in as we just fight in the circle with the Bane's Breath down. See YZG gonna lose one of their members to a very recently resurrected J Team, but J Team needs to find their way back into this zone, because they are taking a lot of damage out here and they do not have a lot of resources as they just respawned.
Yeah, this is as well the danger of that Bane's Breath coming on through from Wolves. It polices and funnels how these teams can actually escape from that zone, because it's slap bang in the middle of the exit of it. And so it is just sending everyone, funneling them right into Wolves' clutches. As you can see, this team just waiting in the wings, tracking down all of the players that are around, going to be able to come in with a massive Viper ultimate if they choose to actually go for this engagement. And they're definitely thinking about potentially opting into it, as it is now going to be a little bit of a lull for some of the teams, not really wanting to go for the full commitment after having just come out of that zone, wanting to wait and find the resources so that they have all of the reheals to go for the resets if need be. As we are going to follow along with GG. Still a decent loadout for them. 2 blue armors, 1 purple. Not the greatest, but also not the absolute worst at this point in the fight. As it's going to be a transformation coming on through for the side of Q9, looking to try to land those grabs onto some of those players. And instantly you can just hear an absolute deluge of repeating crossbow coming on out. The Wu Chen Soul Blade blocks to make sure that the Monk grabs are not going to be able to be found for it. It blocks the projectiles, but it doesn't block them for the Monk crucially, and they are actually going to have to try to move away the semi-ultimate to try to cover that escape as EWG try to find an intrusion with the Viper ultimate. Everyone's scrapping for that Morris Blessing, but they've burned the Viper ultimate, and now that the Morris Blessing is starting to open up, it is going to be EWG coming in and immediately popping that Draco Storm. Q9 not going to have an easy disengagement tool, but EWG actually deciding they see their Wu Chen going pretty low, not wanting to waste their resources. They're going to look for a little bit of a reset, knowing that with the Draco Storm, Q9 are going to be forced to pull back, and they're going to be able to keep all 3 of their members alive, while also getting a lot of zoning potential and even catching out some of the escaping members of Q9 if they're lucky. As on the other side, Alliance get to pick up a Morris Blessing for absolute free.
Yeah, Alliance over here, this is going to be huge for them, especially his legendary spear coming through here for Lucky. One of the favored weapons by Alliance is Lucky. They love to use the spear, so coming through with the legendary one's going to be absolutely huge for them here. And they're just going to camp this box. They're waiting until that timer ticks down to like 1 second so they can pick up the Vermilion Bird's Might and hold on to it for as long as humanly possible before they start to hunt down some of these engagements. AOW now finding J Team out, looking for an opportunity to push into this. We're going to see Mikasa here utilize that cannon to pump out a little bit of damage, but J Team just trying to break line of sight and create some distance almost immediately. says they want no part of this league, getting a little distant from the rest of J team here, though, as they wait for that potential engagement to take place, but it doesn't look like they're going to push for it. As we turn our attention over to NPG, if you take a look, we see a ton of teams tied for first with 4 eliminations each. Nobody with 2 full squad wipes yet, as we are 48 members of this lobby still alive. Not a single player completely eliminated from the lobby yet, but there are no more resurrections, so that's going to change very quickly as Zone 3 gets ready to be collapsed on in the next 35 seconds. We're going to see that second set of Moore's Blessings come up, and we're going to see YZG up here putting in absolute work with the Ballista and going to pick up the elimination onto Wolves One Fang, even though the Wu Chen ult takes them out. Unfortunately, the flame damage just too much for the player 14 there from, sorry, not 14, One Fang from Wolves to survive. 14 at the moment, however, being absolutely dogged down by the remaining members of YZG, and Wolves, unfortunately, going to go to 1 remaining player off the back of what seemed like an inconsequential Ballista play.
You might have cast a curse saying that no one had been double limbed, as One Fang's rescue time is about to run out. 14 getting absolutely grouped on. Not going to be able to find any sort of value. And that was the thing, right? Even though they were able to witch and TP out, the fire tick damage coming through from the Ballista and the immediate follow-up damage of everyone in the area sensing that they could find a kill means that 14 doesn't get the opportunity to go for that rescue. And so now Wolves are just going to have to play for those rebirth charms, as it is going to be a Wu Chen TP. YZG now wanting to move forward. Ballista's still going to be a little bit of a danger that these players have to watch out for. And CXE closes up the distance, uses that Viper, has been able to isolate out one of the members from 17JL, and immediately the dual blades coming through with all of the follow-up damage necessary, absolutely mincing the trio. 17JL going to be losing all of their players in under 10 seconds flat. FPX now trying to push on to one of the members from Wolves. Now does go down, knocking Wolves out. They were able to find them just sitting along the edges of that zone, trying to play as passively as possible, but they're going to be sniffed out, and Wolves go down, making it 2 full trios going to be eliminated. We're still sitting at 38 players in this lobby, though, and I think a massive part of that can be attested to the fact that there are so many Wu Chens in this lobby. And that Wu Chen ultimate is absolutely massive in terms of survivability that it offers for those trios. As YZG do get a little bit of information, they definitely saw GG off in the distance, but they decide that they do not want to go for the full engagement, not yet, which is a pretty smart decision. GG moving very closely together, going to have that Viper ultimate to be able to rely on the engagement, rocking purple armor and purple weapons apiece. J team sitting up on first place at the moment, only 1 kill, so it's still very catch-upable for the likes of AOW, Ventus, and YZG, who are all tied up on 5, as we see AOW actually getting caught out a little bit left field of that zone. I think they actually had to try and book it to a rift dealer to get a resurrection onto one of their members, and that's gonna cost them because it means that they're out of position, and immediately everyone is gonna smell blood in the water. J-Team once again capitalized on those players trying to hug along the edges of that zone. This is something that this team has become so strong at, being able to find those teams that are weak, the little bit of those players who aren't ready for the engagement, and absolutely punishing, and they do it so quickly too that no one is able to find the third-party snipe. The only problem is that it does put J-Team a lot of the time outside of that zone, and so if other trios around them spot out that those members are going down low, they do see an opportunity to be able to contest in. The difference is that J-Team are able to win those fights without investing ultimate. So if they do get contested as they try and escape the zone, they will be able to fall back onto those. As we see 2 Morris Blessings coming online. OC's 01 immediately going to monk on up, trying to find those grabs, but also just zoning everybody out. It's a very early monk though, so when the Bane's Breath comes through, they might actually be forced away. As we can see, Q9 still really wanting to contest, but not going for the full engagement. A couple of pot shots coming through from the repeating crossbow, but nowhere near enough to actually stop OC from being able to open up that box, as YZG's Yodo ultimate will be able to catch and immediately decimate MPG's waiting health bar. MPG are able to get the Witch and TP, so should be able to get the rescue from that warped out Ken. Unfortunately though, you sacrifice the contest of the Morris Blessing. YZG are going to be able to pick that that one up. Don't know if they were able to find debuffers. They are not going to pop it immediately if they did. MPG now thinking about maybe going for a little bit of a rotation, not wanting to entangle themselves or put themselves in a position close to that Morris Blessing, since they did lose the contest and they know if there is a buff there, immediately your goal becomes getting as far away from it as possible, just in the chances there is something like a Draco Storm and you need to kite for 2 minutes for that Draco Storm to wear out. As Alliance set up pretty nicely in terms of the loot of weapons, not so much armor. They've spotted FPX. At the moment, they are just sharing shipwreck at the moment. FPX, I'm not sure if they know that Alliance are above them. And the thing is, the Viper is always going to be a little bit stronger when she has the high ground, right? Because you can fall down as that ultimate charges up. So there's less amount of time that you're in that vulnerable position where everyone can attack you before the ultimate ticks on through. As we can see the results of those Morris Blessings, YZG and OC both actually getting their hands on Draco Storms and going to be popping them, making it a little bit harder for some of these teams to move around. As we can see, everyone just wanting to play slow, wanting to play quiet, cozying up in all of these corners, not wanting to put themselves into a position for the Draco Storms to be found out. As it seems like there's a little bit of a truce going on at the moment. GD, GG, and J-Team all actually coming to some form of agreement. No one wanting to make a first move. No one wanting to contest. GD know that they're there. By the way, with that hand coming on through, they know that they're going to be there with the third-person view. But no one wants to make a move, because when you make a move, when you start a fight, the noise is immediately going to catch YZG's attention. And YZG are just looking for one of those teams to reveal themselves so they can come in with that Draco Storm. Ventus have caught their attention. YZG are hunting, but Ventus are a little bit ahead of them at the moment, so should be able to kite out for a couple of more moments.
Yeah, turning our attention now to OC. Going head-to-head here with the likes of Q9, going to be forced to pop that Monk ult, and that Monk in a very, very bad situation, considering OC has that Draco Storm, and they're forced into the zone. OC handling this very well, just looking to clean up some easy eliminations here. We're going to see the Justina ult come out, but nothing is going to slow these guys down as they slide in to pick up 2 eliminations off of Q9. Q9 going to be completely eliminated from this lobby, as that was their last 2 remaining members. And now YZG catching up to Ventus has picked Pixel out of the group. WX98 trying to hold on with the ultimate, with the tether, trying to get that resurrection to come through, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to, as now the Draco Storm going to cut them off from the tether, as well as cut them off from the rest of their team. EWG wants to come in and play now, though, catches a huge parry onto QGG, but immediately cancels out of the animation, doesn't want to follow it up because they know they have that Draco Storm, and they do not want to deal with that, so they immediately go for the Viper ult, but unfortunately are not able to find anyone they're looking for. Team OC being forced out of this again as YZG continues to pressure onto this fight. Both of them now, I do believe those Draco Storms are running out at the exact same time. OC wanting to pressure onto this now, throwing shots downrange with the cannon, looking for an opportunity to press onto YZG, but YZG gonna back out and find the high ground as OC is forced to cancel off of this engagement and look for a more favorable opportunity here. Turning your attention over to KZ, sitting here near the Morris Blessing, waiting it out. Looks like they were able to get that gold armor here for their Viper, the engage for their team. A huge pickup for them. We're not going to see any more of those buffs coming through as we are into Zone 4 now. We're going to start seeing those gold sets of armor and weapon showing up in those boxes for the teams that are able to pick them. And for those Transformers comps, there's going to be extremely coveted. So any team that's not running Transformer being able to pick up that gold armor and keep it away from those Transformer comps is going to do them twofold, as well as giving them an advantage in terms of gear. It's going to keep those teams from having the advantage with their ultimates. Alliance just sitting up here top here, taking range shots down. I'm not quite sure which team they're engaging with there. We didn't get to see a tag, but Alliance, oh, it's going to be NPG, who now evict them from the high ground, looking to take an opportunity just to get some repairs here. If we take a look at the top of the order, J-Team still with 8 eliminations, tying it up with YZG in first place. That Draco Storm coming in huge for YZG, allowing them to pick up multiple eliminations and tie it up with a J-Team is huge for the likes of them. OC only with 4 eliminations, but they did pick 3 of those eliminations up off the back of that Draco Storm, so putting in work with it as well. They still have a little bit of catching up to do here with some of these other teams. Fun plus Phoenix holding on to 2 eliminations, but they do have that gold armor onto VVV, and VVV is one of those players that knows how to clutch up a final circle with Viper, especially when you have TXJ playing on to the Yoda Hime, who can maximize the amount of damage you can pump out from those stuns very quickly in the final circle. So we're going to see what they're going to do with that coming in to the late game here. We are zone 4 closing on to zone 5 with only 33 players left remaining, and many of these players trying to play pseudo passively. You know, we enter that kind of stage in the game here where these trios really just want to poke each other with range till they find a really good opportunity to punch in on an engagement. Taking a look at J Team here, they're doing very well in terms of eliminations right now, but their gear a little in the back foot, as most of them still rocking those blue armors. Thankfully not playing a Transformers comp, so they're not so gear reliant here. But they definitely need to look for an upgrade before they head into that final circle.
Yeah, OC are actually the only Monk comp left alive in the lobby at the moment. And so it is going to be really important for them to find that gear as they're not running that Karumi. It is going to be the Tammy slotted into that position, so your Monk is going to be very vulnerable when you do go for that transformation, considering the fact that every single comp in this lobby is going to run a Yodo at the moment, other than GD, who are going to be trying to contest you. As it is now going to be out of the lull phase into the Buccaneer phase, as Jake likes to dub it. FPX trying to take control of this high ground and make sure that no one is able to get their mitts onto the Morris Blessing on the low ground to find a little bit of a cheeky reset or an upgrade, swapping into the cannon. Still not the greatest loadout as well. I think that's a great cannon that VVV is going to be running in with, but the splash damage is still doing enough to be able to deter the Wu-Chen Soul Blade block, making sure that they don't find that attention returned on that unfavor. As GD with a purple cannon going to actually have to go for that repair. Remember, when ranged weapons need repairs, you can't actually fire them. Unlike melee weapons, they are entirely unusable until you invest one of those weapon packs, and taking advantage of a little bit of a lull to be able to once again return to that barrage phase. J-Team potentially also going to be caught on the outskirts of the zone too. They have to be very, very wary. They don't really have the armor to be able to survive one of those really tough rotations moving away from the zone, especially given the fact that they don't have that Wu Chen. So it's going to be relying on that Temi ultimate, but once you drop the Temi ultimate, it's static. It doesn't move. And unfortunately, it also doesn't teleport your team immediately away from 6 other trios, immediately seeing one of your members out of position and trying to pounce in on it, as it is going to be a Temi ultimate invested for the sides of, I believe it's KZ. There's GD now coming in with that one. Kakaishi gonna be able to sit right in the middle of it. MPG's waiting, deciding to make their move. Viper ultimate will be able to stun out KZ's Rain, the Yodo F ability to make sure that no one on the side of KZ can peel them away, and it's going to be MPG picking that one up. As KZ now have to invest that Yodo ultimate just to create a little bit of space. LXX going aerial to be able to set themselves up on that high ground and look for a reshield after becoming vulnerable after that first initial slash. OUG now opening things up with 5S dropping a Viper ultimate before swapping to the bow and capitalizing off of the stun. But it's Wiser Jizao who is actually going to be able to find the pick onto J-Team, who were caught out of position. Should be able to get the rescue through the Temi ultimate onto the side of Lee, but again, just not having that Wu-Chen TP, they are going to be so vulnerable if a team decides to try to push in on them. Thankfully, no one's really actually looking towards them to get a punishment until now. Lee does go down once again. EWG closing up that distance. FPX's VVV gonna be dropping a Viper ultimate off their own. Stuns out Lucky before swapping to the cannon, looking for the dagger uppercut dash to be able to find the damage following through to find that kill. They're still chasing Lucky, but in the meantime, OC's 0-1 takes advantage of all of the Vipers actually using their ultimates a lot earlier, is able to find a snipe grab onto Lee, gets the slam down immediately. As 0-1 without that Karumi is still somehow able to keep themselves alive, has to abandon their position so that they can escape that Yodo F ability and get the re-heal coming on through for them. But they were able to find slams, they were able to find kills, and more importantly, they were able to keep themselves alive. As this zone is starting to close on through. 19 players left in the lobby. The Monk composition still going to be 3 players strong. As EWG to the Louis going to be opening up with a Viper ultimate, tries to find the stun, but the Witch and TP manages to negate a lot of its effects as YZG's QGG sticking in with that Yoda ultimate, going to be able to find one. OUG sniping it out with the musket kill onto Sanzi. A pistol shot actually going to be taking down Alliance's Lucky as well. Which and TP invested, but Alliance are actually able to snipe out where it lands. The Yodo F ability making sure it does not buy the safety that this team were looking for, and they're going to be chased onto the back foot. YZG with the legendary Soul Jade for the dual blades, turning that charged up left click into the ranged attack, going to be able to buy themselves a little bit of space so that they can nip over to one of those cans and get a replenish on their stocks. There's 13 players left, all of these players dropping so quickly like absolute flies. OC in prime position at the moment, with two of their members having so much open ground to be able to try and land those projectiles. But they unfortunately, because they don't have cover to hide behind, are taking a lot of return fire in the meantime. YZG's OQGG now going to be trying to come in with the Crescent Slam on that spin. Not going to be able to find the opening as it is going to be into a Viper ultimate coming on through. Seeing that the Viper ultimate has gone out, we're now going to see a return Yoto ult come out from YZG as Mabai comes out for Alliance with a similar Yoto ability, but gets grabbed out by 0-1 after becoming vulnerable. The slam comes down. The kill is there. OC going to absolutely clean house at the moment as all of these players have absolutely nowhere to be able to hide from the Monk as that zone just pushes them closer and closer. Wuchen TP for XCG just to give them a second of iframes to be able to dodge out of the grabs as O1 has found another slam, another finish through coming out from Leng Jing with the Crescent Slam overhead. YZG now making a move, trying to use those nunchucks. CXC is the only player left alive for this trio though, and unfortunately for them it means that even with that Viper ultimate, they're just not going to be able to have the damage to be able to follow it into kills. As FPX also reduced to one member, TXJ with that longsword. Tap dodges out of the zone to get a reshield, but that just sets them up to be caught out by OC's Leng Jing, as it is going to be OC still with the Monk composition, just having to clean up a couple of these remaining players. YZG CXC will be able to find the Viper ultimate, but there's only the Viper left for the trio, and even though the stun hits, no follow-through damage will come through. OUG's Way just dropping that Wuchen TP to try and get out of the zone, deciding to go down by their own hand rather than go down to the likes of OC, who will walk away both with the final trio standing and also for sure with the amount of kills that they had, the MVP.
Yeah, OC coming in absolute clutch there, playing it out really well. This was a phenomenal circle for OC in the end here, being the only transformation comp that was here. They just needed to stay alive. They had that particular incident as Zone 5 started to collapse onto Zone 6, where J-Team tried to push on them. Him being able to monk up, make those picks onto J-Team, and keep themselves alive, making the option to de-monk from the Yodo F3, take the heal back off and take the reset, pays off in spades for Team OC here as they're able to get that Monk ult back up very quickly with those range shots down range and immediately utilize that damage to Monk up in the final circle here. And it does not land any double grabs, but consistently does enough damage for his team to follow up on, that they're able to pack away elimination after elimination, as well as keep themselves completely alive in this final circle to be able to clean up not only the most amount of kills for game number 1, but that coveted first place. So they're going to be picking up those 5 ranking points, as well as that 1.6 times multiplier. This is a huge game coming out from Team OC for their first showing of the day, and they, you know, taking a little risk here. You know, we were talking earlier about how we had to kind of eat a little bit of our own words, talking in regards to Holoroth about the particular Monk comp, because last week you said you saw a ton of Monk comps going through the Holoroth. This was one of the very few Monk comps that we actually saw here on Demoris, and not only did they play it well, but it ends up with a little bit of RNG, ending almost in the perfect ending circle for a Monk comp, where it's just completely open space. There's no place for these players to hide. Like you say, we saw a defensive Wuchen ult came out that was strictly nothing more than trying to buy iframes to get away from the Monk grabs. I don't think I've ever seen a team use a Wuchen ult in that way, but when you're in a situation where OC just has so much dominance over that circle, you do what you've got to do. Unfortunately, doesn't buy them enough time to see them survive there, as OC just continues to dominate dominate that space and walk away our MVPs for game number 1.
I mean, I have to say, I can't wait to see the stats because I'm assuming 01 is going to take that MVP, but I want to know how many assists he had because the target focus coming out from that team, you pointed out, he didn't get the double grabs, but what they actually did was they would grab a player, they would slam them down, and then Lengjing would come in with the charged right click on the sphere, which has the longest wind up. It's so easy to counter, but if they're knocked down on the ground, they can't hit the counter, and they would just get wonk, concussed, straight into the ground and straight to the underworld. As I think I saw 3 players in one transformation go down in that sequence of events as over and over again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And honestly, like OC, not only did that final zone play out perfectly for them, they played that final zone in terms of pacing pitch perfectly because they waited for every single Viper ultimate to come through before monking up, knowing that if a single Viper ult came out, that monk would get stunned up and everyone would swap to their ranged weapons and absolutely ballroom blitz that monk down before he's able to walk away with the amount of kills that OC are able to bag in that final zone as they come in with 16 kills, taking it to a game score of 30.6, an absolutely blistering start for this team.
Yeah, absolutely huge for them. I mean, almost a 10-point lead over second place and a 20-point lead over third place, and everything 5th and below, not even coming in to the double digits here. OC just dominating their first game of the day. If they can keep a similar pace going today at all and just put points on the board after this, they have set themselves up for one hack of a day. YZG also coming out strong here with 12 eliminations, taking second place for a 21-point game. Unfortunately, J Team, who had set themselves up for success, quite honestly, like you said, using that strategy where they're hunting on the edge of the circle, being able to pick up 8 eliminations very early. The problem being is they came into this final circle with no gear whatsoever. They had 1 set of purple armor and everything else was blue. They had blue weapons, blue armor, and they unfortunately wasted so many resources on that zone 5 into zone 6 push because the piece of space they were able to take for themselves was at the very edge of the fat side of the circle collapsing. So they needed to be able to push into the middle of the zone to not be caught out there. And unfortunately, they bursted everything they had getting into the zone, and they put themselves smack dab into the middle of the zone, made themselves a target for OC, who utilized that to their advantage to pick up some eliminations, and then followed through into what we saw happen where they just dominated that final zone. We're going to take a look at our MVP here. It's going to be Lengjing with 9 kills and 3 assists. I'd be willing to bet most of those kills off the back of 01 picking up grabs into slams where they came overhead with the spear here and were able to finish them off for a ton of damage, doing 11,000 damage to pick up 9 eliminations. You can bet your sweet arse that OC 01 had a whole lot to do with those 9 eliminations, but Lengjing putting in work here as well, being able to follow up on those grabs and make it happen for Team OC in game 1.
Yeah, his first MVP as well, so very well earned for this team. And hopefully this is something that we see OC use to continue that momentum moving forward. Because one thing that has been consistent in every single bi-weekly that we've seen so far, Rune, is that the team who takes that first place in that first match burn out. We've never really seen a team have such a good start and be able to carry it on through, right? You think about last week, we had YZG coming in, set an absolutely blistering pace, and by the end of the day, they'd slipped from second place down to 4th. So hopefully OC are going to be able to break the chain of tradition and keep that momentum, keep that confidence moving forward, because if they play like they did in that previous match, they're walking away with a first place position for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the big thing to keep in mind here is that nobody gets to rest on their laurels just yet, because we are swapping from Morris to Hollowroth. You and me are going to have to get in a boat, paddle on over to Hollowroth to set up for the match there. And what works here in Morris doesn't necessarily work in Hollowroth. Hollowroth, a much, much different beast. We saw the likes of it yesterday where multiple players were being baited over to traps and then knocked into traps on repeat on Hollowroth. And you know what? what? You can F2 Z-ping all you want, but when you get thrown into a trap, it's not doing anything for you as it sends you flying and does a ton of damage to you. So these teams are going to have to think very long and hard about the positioning that they take. But as we get ready to hit the boat and head on over to Holoroth, we're going to throw things over to Leah for an interview before we come back for game number 2.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview, and this is Jaeger, and today is our Biweekly final of the Trios game, and now I'm standing here with our player Lin and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 林，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OC 战队的林。
好的，再次欢迎你来到我们的采访间 ，and congratulations that you guys get the higher score in the game 1 in the Trios game. And today, you guys have really excellent performance, like in the middle time and also in the end of the game. But like at the beginning, we saw that you fighting with another team Wolves and then fought. And so I would like to know, after you back to the Soul Adder, so how you can operate again and get really high killing score at that time at the middle of the game. 那首先要再次恭喜你们，在今天啊是一个3排的周决当中，而且第一局就拿下了开门红，表现的真的非常的精彩。但今天我们也看到，其实在开局的时候 ，OC 其实今天可能有一些小失误啊，开局的时候没有打好，然后那一波返魂之后呢，我看到你们的运营又特别的好，并且是在中期拿到了很多的击败积分，特别想问一下中期是怎么运营的？
我们落地架失误了之后，我们就一直规避到第一个青龙结束，然后到第二个青龙，然后我们把第二个青龙拿到之后，就去找我们来路那些人打。然后收了好多头。
啊，好的。So actually, after we failed in the fighting at the beginning of the game, so we avoid fighting with other teams at the first Mars Blessing time because they have the Draco Storm. And at the second Mars Blessing, we just choose to get the Draco Storm, and then we focus on these teams who are like just nearby us, and also we watch their way and their position before we get the Draco Storm. That's why we have very high killing score after we get it and get the buff, and we have a lot of killing score at the middle time of the game. Okay, so also because today I saw your hero combo, you use the change double transformer, and because we have a lot of like Yoto and Viper and Uchen today, so it's really hard for you guys to survive. So I would like to know how you survive to the end. 那今天我们也看到，其实今天你们拿出的是一个变种的双变阵容嘛，这一把其实我们的妖红尘阵容其实特别多，对吧？那其实对你们来说，生存就变得尤为困难。那你们怎么生存下来呢？
我们前期就是决赛圈之前就是一直隐身规避，然后到决赛圈之后就是站到一个大平原，然后利用我们有天海的优势，就是如果有人上来，我们就直接金刚附魔。然后所以基本上不会有队伍直接过来跟我们打，然后我们就原地拿远程火力压制别人就可以了。
啊，非常聪明的一个战略啊 ，very smart because they use the like middle time of the game and after their Draco Storm because their hero combo they have the monk, so at the before the end of the game, so they avoid fighting with their opponent because they have really high killing score at that time, and also we guys choose to like avoid the fighting with other opponent, and we choose a good position in the end of the game, and we use Monk's ultimate to get a good position, so that's why we can have very high killing score, and also we have very good equipment, so we use the ranged weapon to do the damage. OK， 好，谢谢林接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们，希望接下来继续保持状态，好吗？
好的，谢谢。
好的，谢谢。Thank you for Lins for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
无尘破甲，我来了，他交踢了吗？
交踢了，交了，看我，
帮他留。 后卫那个把我顶下，把我顶下那个。我没顶。真了，真2把。OK。炸死。OK。来高蒂姆，是刚反了，是。我看能不能留那个，把指甲。死完。咱得离着远点了。拿指甲。尝试一下能不能先我，不能你自己搞吧。OK。他们再抓一个独狼了。OK。就2个了那。不用拉我，那个真起了。我起了，我把那风蓝投 K 了，好战。要到那个。我被踢了，劈死了。帮的。吃花奈何你吃花。你开水阵。我有血阵。哦，好。奈何你。奈何。是啊，兄弟。奈何。最后一队被我们打的是谁？我想知道。我太坐牢了，兄弟们。没事，南哥。我太坐牢了。兄弟们手感爆炸。我太坐牢了，奈何。奈何这波跳阵跟谁学的？木压了。好P，只能说好P。妈双变，16个头吃鸡，做梦都想不到。我这把只能说没辜负你的，给我拉起来，最后那一批P到了。对，好P呢，还有几把？还有2把。还有2把。我以为还有一把妖红尘加1把风男，随便干，怎么输？这么猛奈何？无敌！原来我的大才是自爆，你才是进攻啊！
Hello everybody and welcome back to the third bi-weekly finals for the Nbpl. And Rune gets paddling. We're headed over the pond. We're going over to Holoroth, so I'm going to wrap up a little bit warmer. We're going to land the boat a little bit closer, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what exactly are the compositions that are coming on through, whether or not we are going to see that heavy locked in monk lobby coming through, because oh boy, 2 days ago it was like 15 monks final zone and something like 9 monks left alive, and everybody was just fighting for a position to put that monk onto the high ground, and it was an absolute bloodbath when those monk ulted up.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what's going on. You know, Holoroth has been a very interesting map for us in general. A lot of little micro metas developing around the map in general, as well as between the players as they go head to head, and we see them, you know, the different groups going head to head, I feel like have different strategies coming together. We got to see a little bit of that Takeda coming out from J Team in the last game. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more now that we've jumped across the pond here to Holoroth. But I'm going to be interested to see what some of these other comps are coming through. You know, Viper in particular feels like a strong pick onto Holoroth. There are definitely situations like Plumed Castle where she's not going to be as strong in those situations where she will, you know, out in some of the more tighter areas like I can't think of the name of the area that's got the really big tent in the middle that has the multiple levels on it but is open all
Imperial
the way through
Village.
the middle. Thank you, Imperial Village. Yes, that's a great spot for a Viper because it's open all the way through the middle. So if she's kind of in the mid tier and is able to ult, she can catch out just about anybody who's moving around in that general area.
Yeah, you can climb up it too. Like, and that's the thing. No one ever realizes this in my lobby, so I'm risking giving away all of my good loot rotation zones. But that 2-story yurt in the middle of Imperial Village, you can scale up it, and a lot of the time it actually has a legendary trove. So whenever I drop Imperial, I immediately rotate around Totem, Beast Pits, and then scarper up that yurt, book it up to the top, pick up something, and I normally walk away with either legendary armor or a legendary repeating crossbow, and it does me pretty decently into the mid-circle. But obviously for those Vipers, what they're wanting is that verticality so that they can drop down with the ultimate primed and ready. I'm not sure if we're going to actually see teams wanting to risk the Viper though, because here's the thing, right? Viper is strong against one monk because you have an ult that that can immediately stun him out. But if you're in a lobby swamped with monks, you only have one ultimate, and that's a lot of monks that are going to be looking to grab you once they see that ultimate burned. So these teams, I don't think they're going to commit to that Viper, knowing that it's going to be a little bit better off on Morris Isle, where you run into still some monks, but definitely not the absolute domination of TN lobbies that we've been seeing in Holoroth so far.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I want to really get into those hero selects as soon as possible to see what's going on. Because, you know, in the first week that we started running Holoroth, nobody wanted to run Monk. We saw a single Monk lobby where it actually ended up working out in the favor of the team that ran Monk, because we had one of those rare final circles in Holoroth that actually benefited that particular Monk comp, and they were running the late game version of, they were running the Kurumi over the Tumult. So the only opportunity they really have to pick up kills and pop off is that final circle, and they make it happen. But with a lot of these teams moving towards that Monk comp where they drop the Kurumi and bring the Temi in, that particular comp does well in the early game, especially well in the mid game, and can still do well in the end game circle as well if the circle favors it. And at that particular comp, very popular because it's capable of doing well in all three stages of the game. But before we get ready to jump into our second game and take a look at those hero picks, we've got a quick video for you guys, and then we'll be right back.
对，我会比较享受现在这个氛围和配合吧，但是也不是说我们就没有什么要加强的，我们要加强的其实还是比较多的，因为我们打到现在决赛圈的经验还是比较少的，就有进步，但是还是比较少，就这些吧。我们正常沟通，真的正常沟通，就是很正常的沟通，我觉得没有。我也不知道为什么他们都说我们那么吵，我感觉应该没有那么吵，真没那么吵，我感觉，可能冷静讲话都比我响，可能我讲话没那么响，我反正是这么觉得的。
28H here talking a little bit about his teammate there, Ling Zheng, who just picked up his first MVP, talking about how he's just a little bit louder than 28H is, and how he's been calling some of the shots for the team there. Very interesting insight into Team OC. You know, it's really nice to see some of these teams really coming alive here in Season 2. You know, OC was a team we almost didn't talk about at all during Season 1, and here in Season 2, they have been fairly consistent across the board. And it's really nice because Zhang Yu from Team OC in terms of solos was one of those players we had our eyes very heavily on in Season 1. We still have our eyes on very heavily here in Season 2. So seeing the rest of their team get ready to come through and have that sort of recognition and having patched up those sort of weaknesses that they had from Season 1 is so nice. We love to see the growth from all of the different teams here. And even the teams that have changed rosters have grown extremely well for the most part here in Season 2, Moxie.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams, like obviously we had that roster mania. We talked about it in week 1, where there were just so many problems that were extremely prevalent, and you could tell like it was teething issues, there was communication issues, there was coordination issues. But now it feels like a lot of these teams have settled into the players that they're running, and more importantly, synergy has been built. So these players are more comfortable with each other, they're joking around with each other, they're not as stressed as well to perform, which I think is another thing that was actually something that some of these teams suffered with, right? You look at some of those really big name teams coming out from Season 1 into Season 2, teams like Baodan, teams like J-Team, FPX, like these were teams that we expected, WBG as well, we expected to see coming up in the top 5 more often than not. And it took them a little bit of time to really find their footing and feel comfortable. As we can move on and have a little bit of a look at EWG. EWG, I feel like, are always just a little bit unlucky in how they're able to position into these fights, because a lot of the time it feels like Yuran is the last one remaining alive. Sanzi tends to get locked down into outnumbered fights a lot of the time. And when you are out of position for even 5 seconds and you're in an outnumbered fight, those 5 seconds are more than enough time for you to get stagger locked and just absolutely decimated, as we've seen so many of these teams do, just using something like the Spear or the Greatsword to get that knockdown, and then as those players get back up, you come in for something a little bit faster like the dagger, the nunchucks, or the dual blades, and absolutely use the charged attack to meter and mince through the health bar, not allowing any recovery time.
You know, so I have a theory on EWG, right? So Yiran is one of those players right now that's participating in both solos and trios for their team, very similar to Dongqing from Team GD. But Yiran is very much that solo player's mentality, and I don't think they have him shot calling for the team right now. So he's out there making moves, and typically when we see EWG appear on our kill feed, it's Yiran who's the one picking up those kills and making things happen. But he often gets separated from his team, and then one of those team members gets picked off, because I think there might be a breakdown in communication there, because Yiran is continuing to run with that solos mentality, and he's capable of putting kills on the board, but because he's separated from his team then struggles. And like you said, Sanzi, one of those players who's consistently caught out and away from his team and very quickly eliminated, and then it leaves them on the back foot as they are down a player.
Yeah, and it isn't even really Sanzi's fault, right? Because until we see Z-Ping pop up in trades, you don't really have any way of breaking that interrupt unless you're a TN with the bell. So if Sanzi does get knocked and locked down outside of position, and no one in the team is in an area of formation to be able to save them and provide themselves a little bit of respite to maybe try and find a little bit of a reset, they're not actually going to be able to escape. NPD are actually another team that really have impressed. When they pop off, they pop off. They have done extremely well this week. We're really yet to see them consistently do well back to back, week over week. However, moving off of a lot of momentum that they were bringing in from 2 days ago, I have high expectations for this team coming into today. The problem for them is that it really does circle and narrow down to whether or not they're in that final zone and whether or not they have control of it. And this was actually something that we were talking about in between the break when we were talking about J-Team, and what we were fans of in terms of how this team plays. They do find those stragglers. They make sure that they don't burn out of their resources as fast as possible when it comes to those actual abilities that those heroes come in with. But where it falls a little bit apart is where, you know, you're picking up stragglers, so they're not going to have great loot, and you're sharing one person's loot between 3 people. You don't need to have a maths degree to know that that's not really going to divide out cleanly. And also when it comes to control of final zone, because they like to play towards punishing those players who are caught out trying to rotate from the zone in towards safety, they find themselves actually being out of position because of it. And I feel like if they want to continue to run that playstyle, they need to have a Wu Chen. And looking back at the amount of times we've seen J-Team play, I know I can't really remember this team running that Wu Chen. So I would much rather they sort of adapt around that playstyle and go for the straggling picks and towards the mid game, but then immediately pull away from that mentality when we hit final zone, because that's when teams like Alliance and Ventus were able to get on top of them and just entirely annihilate them because they had no escape strategy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They also need to work about how they're picking on the zone, because one of the things they're doing is they're sitting on that wide side of the zone, so they have the maximum amount of time to pick up those stragglers as they're being forced in by the zone, right? Because the wider side of the circle, teams tend to stick out on that side a lot more because they know they have more time outside of the main zone. And if you're a straggler, you want to have that extra time, and it's a good strategy if you're looking to pick up stragglers. But as soon as you start getting to that zone 4 range, you really need to shift from that strategy if you're J-Team, especially if you're low on loot, you're not getting the loot that you wanted like they did in game 1, because it forces you into a situation like they ended up here in game 1, where they're on the fat side of that circle and they were forced to burn all of their resources to get into the middle of the next zone. And once they were in the middle of that next zone, they were easy pickings for everybody else because they had burnt those resources, and they put themselves smack dab in the middle because it was the only way they could get there, whereas every other team that was already there had established themselves on the short side of the zone, so they didn't have much of a push to just take a little bit of space for themselves, whereas J-Team had to fight for every single inch that they wanted, and it ended up burning them out in the end.
Yeah, and OC was the opposite, right? OC was coming in on that eastern side of the circle, and they were the only ones really there. So they had all of the space, all of the positioning, all of the freedom of movement for that monk to not have to worry about being contested or having to actually burn the ultimate up early to be able to save themselves or their health bar. early, and that really allowed them to be able to play around and make sure that even if they got hit by things like that Viper Sun, they were so far removed from the action, no one was actually able to close up the distance and punish them. So OC came in with all 3 of their players alive. Wolves are actually a team that I feel like they do their strongest games on Holoroth. Every single time I've seen Wolves play on Holoroth, either it's when they've been able to get on top of those Morris Blessings and pick up things like the Flamers and then sit back. What they do is they go for the Morris Blessings early on in those first zones when it comes through, so you can have an epic Flamer instead of a legendary, but they then use that epic Flamer to later on in the game when those legendary Morris Blessings start to come through. They actually gatekeep it. So many times I've seen Wolves just sitting not on a Morris Blessing, but close to a Morris Blessing with a Flamer or with a transformation, making sure that no one is actually able to get on top of that chest and open it freely. Like, Wolves are probably the best team when it comes to placing the approaches of those Morris Blessings on Holoroth, as well as on certain points, the best team when it comes to placing that final zone, because Wolves had an absolute amazing game on Holoroth where they were able to walk away with an MVP with a transformation composition that didn't have a Karumi. Even in the final zone, it had the Temi, but they were able to position themselves really nicely, that they were able to come in with all of the space created for their Monk and find those grabs. And even then, it wasn't off of the slams that the kills came through, it was just holding them up so that the Flamer could barbecue the health bar.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a really, really good strategy, and I don't think we can undersell how important this shift has been for the transformation comp as well. You know, we used to look at the transformation comp strictly as a late game composition, right? You're looking to make it to end game so you can pop off in the final circle. The problem is when that was the particular meta that we saw here, it was best Monk wins, right? And into a lobby of the best competitors in the world in terms of Naraka Blade Point here, that's a tall order. You know, when you've got the likes of Eagles, you've got the, you know, the likes of GG's 330, it's very hard to be the best Monk player coming into that final zone. Dropping Karumi and bringing Tumulk into this particular comp has really opened up the viability of this particular competitive comp in general, because now into the early game, you have a pretty decent answer for your team in terms of locking players down and being able to pick off stragglers so that you can make the early game work well for you. And into the mid game, once we start seeing those Morris Blessings come out, which are so important for those Transformer comps to pick up, Tumulk makes it so easy for your team to spend one ultimate and basically guarantee locking down that Morris Blessing for the most part. And then you're getting the armor that you need and the weapons that you need for your Transformers in the comp to be able to play aggressively through the mid game as well as those buffs. So it allows that comp to excel in the mid game as well. And then into the late game, you still have the double transformation to buy time to get the transformation back up for your Monk, as well as the wind wall to kind of shape up the issues that Monk has with those ranged weapons, and to buy yourself some space even longer for your Monk to get that transformation back up. And no surprises here, based on what you said. We're going to see a lot of Transformer comps coming out here. We're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of these Transformer comps come out. But we're going to see a couple of the Viper Yoda Hime comps coming through as well.
Yeah, so again, like having that composition that directly counters the Monk. Obviously you have that Viper Sun, but also the Yodo has a really good counter to the Monk because you can just teleport on top of his forehead. And I mean, he can grab from afar, but apparently he can't actually stretch to the top of his head. Because if you sit on his forehead as a Yodo, he can't actually grab you. He can't pluck you from your ultimate and burn you out early, even after that first slash comes out and you do become vulnerable. For GG and OUG though, running that Karumi, it does now become trying to survive this early part of the game, because having that Temi means that those fights are a freebie free. If you have a Karumi and that Teva comes through to try and heal out one of your players, you do give up not just your ability to disengage, because obviously grapple cancels it out early too, you, but also attacking cancels it. So it becomes a 2 versus 3, and you're relying on those other 2 players to be able to actually output enough damage to cover the Karuma's absence. As we can see, AOW immediately getting into a big old spat with Q9 pinged out with those nunchucks. Going to be trying to find themselves a little bit of an opening. A juggle comes through. Alex White gets caught by the Temi F, put straight up into the air, and pinged out, immediately able to capitalize on that one, but gets countered out, loses the nunchucks, only has the bow, might actually be slammed back into the Thorny Roller. Has to be very careful as they get slammed back. And it's not going to be the Thorny Roller that takes them out on rotation. It is going to be Q9's LWH. The 17JL ZU actually going to be knocked down as well. Has to go for that Temi F ability to make sure that the projectiles aren't going to be able to finish them off as they get slammed into the ground. Q9 going for a little bit of aerial superiority, coming out with that Yodo ability, will be able to snipe out the receding back of AS, who uses the Bellclang to be able to keep themselves alive. Tries to knock LWH into the back of the Thorny Roller. Shield will be broken onto the Yodo, but does have that F ability to be able to charge up the Greatsword on the charged up left click. Now trying to just zone out some of the members. However, it is just one member of Q9 currently being pinballed between every single member of 17JL. LWH has to actually roll out and away from the Thorny Roller, and so does not have enough stamina to be able to dodge away from 17JL's hits, and will eventually go down to 17JL, who still aren't really able to find the best loot from it, but have been able to find the kills, as FPX going to be fighting up towards Matab, trying to find some of those players on the lower part of the ground. Grey Pistol, Blue Katana coming out from VVV. If anyone tries to grab one for you, should be able to get one of those charge clicks to be able to connect onto those players trying to scale up, but they're not actually taking that engagement. GD going to be able to keep themselves safe. They've been able to find far better loot. Purple armor going to be coming out from the Yui, not from Kakaishi, interestingly enough. So they're going to be trying to start out that transformation with the Terracotta Warrior first instead of the Monk, as Wolves already going to be down 2 of their players. One Feng sitting in the middle of a Bane's Breath at the moment, just trying to keep themselves safe. But even with them throwing in that Bane's Breath, they do not have the downtime to be able to get the resurrections onto their 2 members, as he's trying to find any respite that he can. Spear comes on through. Dual Blade's immediately going to be missing him against the wall of that cliff, though. Lee trying to come in with that follow-through damage. One Thing tap dodging away, tries to charge up the right click on the Spear, won't be able to find the downtime for it, and does go down.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate for the likes of Wolves there, as we turn back to the Thorny Roller here. 17JL still here, but now finding themselves engaged head-on-head with Fun plus Phoenix, trying to use that Yoda ult to counter out the Monk a little bit there, but the Monk going to be tap dodging away to create a little bit of space. The stun almost comes through, but the Monk actually utilizes the de-transform to create enough iframes to avoid the stun, but then it goes down anyway as Fun plus Phoenix continues the assault. Benchu and ZU still just trying to defend the body of the Monk here, not allow the players from Fun plus Phoenix to go in onto it, but it looks like TXJ is going to be caught out as one of the members from Fun plus Phoenix runs away, leaving them, but the Wu Chen ult does come through. It looks like they're going to be able to get the resurrection here, but they need to be careful as Benchu with the ult still following it up. The Monk AS able to be resurrected as well by 17J, and it looks like both of these teams going to get the full reset here after investing quite a bit of resources. I think 17JL thinks better of this, is going to back out, as well as Fun plus Phoenix after initiating all 3 of their ultimates just to get out of that fight. YZG chasing down the last remaining member of NPG here. He does have a resurrection available to himself, but he does not want to go down here, and he unfortunately is going to fall to a bow shot from Zhao Toto. But it looks like the third party coming in from a YZG on to Ventus. Ventus trying to escape the grabs here, but we're going to see WX98 get picked up by Zhao Toto. WX98 goes very, very low. The grabs coming through, is able to get the re-grab off the back of that CXZ, using that ultimate to buy a little bit of space there. And Ventus and Pixel very, very low now, but it is a 2v1 situation. Zhao Toto really no place to go, is able to pick them up, gets the grab, goes for the slam into Pixel. Unfortunately, Pixel backs away, so he's not able to get the extra damage off onto the Monk. Zhao Toto trying to lock down the likes of Zhu here with those dual blades, not going to be able to, as we see YZG come back trying to run this back. Ventus able to hold on though, as they do have Pixel and Zhu up, as we see YZG risking it all with a little bit of a salty run back here, especially knowing that Ventus can do the same off the back of this. It's going to be a 3v2, 3v3 now, but CXZ caught completely out, is immediately blitzed down by the likes of Team Ventus. Ventus on the move, as YZG only has one remaining member off the back of the salty run back, and no resurrections to their name. QGG needs to find a way to get those players back into the game. We turn to Team OC, who's picking up an elimination off of Kedzay's Arraign. OC with 5 eliminations under their belt right now. YZG with a total of 7, but unfortunately down to 1 remaining player and no resurrections as we get ready to collapse down onto Zone 2.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of YZG going for that active engagement against the Justina too. Like, she has the self-sustain with the AF ability to be able to keep herself safe and wait for the reinforcements to come through, so you know you're always going to be outnumbered. And now you're going to have to play a little bit more passively, wait to try and get your hands on some of those rebirths. KZ trying to get a rescue onto LXX. Actually sees one of those trios starting to move on through. OC have spotted out the movement and actually has to now go for the overhead hang. OC have spotted them. Scale Rush will be able to connect onto 01, but at the moment you're just trying to play for survivability. There's no way you're going to be able to get those rescues. Now the 01 have been able to move into that position. It's going to be once again the spear that does a little bit of damage, but it's actually going to be the longsword that's able to find the kill. Gambe goes down. And both Q9 and KZ have actually been knocked out of the lobby entirely, Rune. So double eliminations for both of those squads coming on through. GG taking a visit to one of the Rift Healers, maybe trying to pick up one of those Bane's Breath charms, because it can do a lot of good for some of these teams. AOW's Kuku going to be able to find themselves 1 rebirth charm and use it to get one of their members back online. YZG going to have to look for one of those themselves, as EWG still 3 players strong now, hunting to try and find some of those engagements. Has somehow already been able to find a legendary spear for Yuan, so that monk transformation is going to be absolutely terrifying and turn Naraka into a horror game for all of these teams to try to run away from, as they've spotted OC. OC do have purple armor across the field, but legendary spear into purple weapons does tend to come out on top, as they are going to be giving up that high ground, not going for the full committal onto this team. But so too are EWG not actually going to go for the full committal. Anti-ult area going to be popped, making it a little bit harder for those monks to be able to properly engage in, not having that monk form to be able to rely on. So EWG going to be backing off and waiting for that one to run out before trying to catch on to those members, as Amora's Blessing is going to be coming on through, making it a little bit harder for some of those trios to be able to scrap on over for 17JL, moving towards Plumed Castle. Doesn't look like anyone's actually been around here to loot that area too, so should be able to get their hands on some really nice pieces of equipment. As EWG still not being contested at the moment. Morris Blessing will spawn. Temi Ultimate actually going to be able to drop over the Morris Blessing, not actually being affected by that anti-ult area. Will be able to let themselves get that Morris Blessing opened, as J-Team has also been able to find it. Unfortunately for them, they actually invested not a Temi Ultimate, but a full transformation, even though they're not being contested. So that's going to be a little bit of potential burnout for this team, especially if GD have been able to spot that the transformation has been effectively wasted on the side of J-Team and decide to make a move off the back of it. As it is going to be GD picking up Mystic Might, so going to be able to get a little bit more information about those players around them. Popping it immediately, as we tend to see teams with the Mystic Might do. You do get a little bit of recovery of your health, armor, and rage, but the once in a while getting to see enemies around you is definitely not worth holding on to. Wait until you have the most amount of teams to be able to engage in on with, as opposed to something like, you know, the Draco Storm or that Vermilion Bird's Might, which does mean that you get that lightning splash damage, or in the case of the Vermilion, you get a full resurrection with all of your gear intact, which can be absolutely crucial for some of these teams that do have those monk comps. And if you do go down and you lose that gear, that monk becomes oh so vulnerable when you decide to ult up.
Yeah, absolutely. These buffs really determine the speed and pacing of these mid games entirely for most of these teams. We see Wolves here off the back of an early elimination trying to play a much more passive game. They do have that monk comp, so maybe kind of betting on the late game here, but they are running the Temi, which means they should be looking to secure some of these Morris Blessings into the mid game, which is a style you said that they've kind of been known for here on Holoroth. But unfortunately, off the back of that early elimination, they seem a little afraid to push into those Morris Blessings and take those engagements. Taking a look here at NPG, we're going to see Sorrow still rocking the white dagger. Not the best of loot for these boys. They were eliminated pretty early on, forced to use those resurrections, head back to the Soul Altar, and it looks like all they've been able to find have been scraps. Zhao Toto here in an even worse situation. 7 eliminations sitting at the top of the lobby here for their team, but no members of their team left alive. It looks like they were able to get a rebirth charm off screen here, and they're going to be able to bring QGG back, leaving them effectively down only 1 member. So hopefully they're going to be able to slide in and find one of these rebirth charms on one of these Morris Blessings that these teams have picked already. As we turn our attention immediately to J-Team, who's going head-to-head here with Ventus. Ventus' Pixel going to monk up, and we'll see immediately Eagle follow suit and go ahead and monk up here. WX98 trying to come in and make something happen here with the plays. He's not going to be able to get the slam, as he's going to be continually pushed back here. Luckily for the likes of J-Team, they do have that Vermilion Bird's Might here, so losing this particular engagement isn't going to set them back too far, but it is going to give Ventus some much-needed eliminations under their belt, so that they can continue to climb here in the game as they move to 7 eliminations to tie for first place with the likes of YZG. A single remaining member here for J-Team, Lee, needs to be very careful about how much information he gives to that team, though, because once his team resurrects, they don't have that free resurrection anymore, and he does not want to give that team information on where they are resurrecting at. We're going to turn to NBG Sorrow, who actually goes into one of the lovely treasuries and is able to find a legendary set of dual blades for the monk, as well as a legendary katana for his own transformation. NPG might be lacking in armor right now, but is certainly not lacking in weapons.
Yeah, they also don't pray to the statue either, so no one's gonna get a nice deal on the Rift Dealer either. As it is a little bit of misconduct, but hey, the stash giveth, and if you don't have advantage of the stash, it taketh away your health bar a lot of the time if you're running into legendary katanas and dual blades. As OC, off of the back of a really good game into day 1, not really finding a lot of kills at the moment. They are sitting on 6 at the moment. Purple armor coming through from them, but they don't really want to engage as 17JL looking to try and find those stragglers in a very J-Team-like strategy. FPX trying to hold themselves and look as less of a target as possible. He's actually going to be picked up again by MPG. They open up another stash as FPX trying to move in from the Viper ultimate. Not going to be able to use it to cancel out the monk. NPG's Gen and going to be able to come through and find that grab onto VVV, so that MPG can now just gatekeep the entrance to that stash. FPX still wanting to challenge through. They don't have the loot. That's why they're trying to open that stash themselves. As Gen does lose that monk form, does still have the bell clang. FPX will be able to pick up some of the scraps left behind, but it is probably just going to be Darktide coins, as still not really getting an upgrade on the weapons, and now they're at risk of being caught out by the zone as they have to be chasing after Gen. They've been able to lock down one of these players. They want the legendary weapons. They're committing so hard on to Gen to be able to guarantee that they're able to pick up not just that kill, but get the upgrade onto their loot as well. And he does go down under just the sheer numbers that are up against him. NPG sacrificing one of their members so it doesn't become a full squad wipe. A little bit out of coordination, it feels like. One of them really wanting to play into that fight in the side of Gen. Everybody else just wanting to try and position away from that zone, as GG have been able to solve the puzzle. If you don't know, friendly PSA, there is a little cavern underneath Salvation Podium. You can enter it either on the east side or the west side. If you run along the walls, you'll be able to find the glyphs that show you where exactly you need to position those statues to be able to open up that chest. There's a couple of other chests going to be opening up into the environment as well. Mystic might immediately pop for EWG. Draco Storms and Vermilion's going to be held on a little bit more precious than the previous buff. As EWG is still going to be able to find some legendary loot for that monk comp, as NPG's waiting, trying to outrun that zone has been found by OUG and OC. OUG going to be able to find that pick, but OC decided they want to take on OUG as a result. Not going to go for the full engagement, but just going to try and gatekeep around the edges of that high ground. As OUG with that transformation going to be taking a lot of tail end damage coming through from the Yoda ultimate, using that space to try and slam onto the members, but the Kurumi ultimate is keeping up a fair number of OUG. Viper ultimate going to actually be forcing them to try to go for a reposition, but now that it's come out, out comes the transformation from Wade to punish that Viper. Not going to have that stun, so it is just going to be Ling Jing double scale rushing up to be able to break line of sight, leaving behind OC's 28HH on the Yodo, so that the F ability can come through and allow that Yodo a little bit of reset. Just Nats at the foot of this transformation at the moment. Wade not finding that damage, only has a blue weapon, so even when the slam comes through, it isn't a kill guaranteed until now. Double slam comes out, Wade's able to find two, doesn't go down to the zone either, will be able to get that full reset, but FPX now going to be hunting out those members, forcing OUG further outside of the zone, and when they do eventually show their face, FPX going to be waiting on that high ground with the bows to be able to snipe them down, knowing that OUG have wasted all of their resources, all of their ultimates, to be able to survive the fight that they just previously took.
Yeah, OC played this really well. They were able to go ahead and pop that Wu Chen ult out, knowing that Fun Plus Phoenix was waiting in the wings, using that opportunity to go ahead and get the all the resurrections back onto their team as well. They need to get out of dodge now, but thankfully they were able to break that line of sight. Fun Plus Phoenix comes in and cleans up most of the members of OUG. OUG down to a single member now, and only those 3 eliminations to their name. OC just looking to back off now, get a decent reset and find a position coming in here to zone 4. We are going to see that as soon as those Morris Blessing buffs go away here, 110 seconds left on that last Mystic Might, that there's going to be no more buffs available as we are going into zone 4, which means we're going to start seeing that gold armor come out for some of these teams. NBG Sorrow actually going to find a kill onto Jinyu here, going to do a little bit of shopping off the back of that, is going to be able to buy not 1 but 2 rebirth charms. Look at how much money he has. He needs to be really careful here. Hopefully he went ahead and bought 1, can get his other teammate back into the game, and then go buy another one very quickly, because he does have that legendary katana here and could potentially put in some big work here for NPG. He just needs to find an altar to bring one of his players back.
No, he goes for the ballista!
All of a sudden the ballista comes out of nowhere. So gonna be forced to ult up in the face of the ballista as Team GG gives chase. They know he's a solo player right now, and he is hurt. That ballista continues to pummel Sorrow. Sorrow, no place to go, no ground to go to, as OC shows up as if to say, not in our house, and they pick up the elimination onto NPG. No, it was all going right for NPG. They had the money, they had the rebirth charms, but they just couldn't find their way back into the zone.
Stealth check, nat 1, critical failure. So many ballista barrages put onto that Yuei-Shan. And Sorrow goes down, removing all of the squad's hopes of being able to make a comeback, as EWG coming in. Legendary armor for Yuran, legendary spear still alive for this team. Flamebringer as well to be able to control their position on that high ground too. Tammy ultimate going to be forced on the other side so that the cannon splash damage doesn't manage to find a pick. And EWG, happy that they've been able to burn out that ultimate, just going to be pulling back and waiting for their moment to be able to strike into the backs of AOW. Everyone has to be careful. We're entering that poke phase, but the cacti are around here, and if you get too close to the cacti when you hit one of those, it's a massive amount of damage as well as a serious knockback coming on through. So those cannons could be absolutely critical. Another reason that EWG don't really want to move from the position that they have at the moment, as Bane's Breath is out on the board as well, allowing this team to just sit back and settle on all of the resources that they have, playing for that final zone so that the Monk can put themselves in with the kills. Urana is actually going to take some of the bow fire coming on through, but there is just no follow-up damage. As J-Team and Wolves going toe-to-toe over this Morris Blessing. J-Team dropping that Temi ultimate to be able to take control of it. Will be able to open up that chest. Eagle just playing on the outskirts, making sure that no one tries to move through that whirlwind. Waiting in the wings with the transformation. repeating crossbow comes through from Wolves, but it is unfortunately just going to be trying to pick up the scraps from that Morris Blessing. J team were able to bag it, grab it, and run for it. As now we see Wolves still trying to intrude in. It seems like they're taking a lot of fire from a lot of squads in the area as J-Team come in with the bow snipes coming on through. FPX sitting up on that high ground with the Wu Chen Soul Blades, making sure that they're able to negate a lot of that poke phase coming out. But the second that the Wu Chen Blades are gone, they're taking so much poke, they actually have to now hide all three of them behind that Yodo F ability to be able to block out the projectiles. And unfortunately not able to settle up on that high ground for long, just have to try and settle around the areas of these rocks to be able to climb up and keep themselves as mobile as possible so they don't take too much poke. Alliance starting to make that move. FPX dropping down another Soul Blade block to make sure that they're able to get that reposition. EWG still waiting with that transformation. Alliance moving forward, just using that cannon to pressure up onto the high ground, making sure that no one is able to settle on through so that a monk can't just sit on high. Massive snipe! Pommel's mentality out of the zone, only just going to be able to survive with a sliver of health, but not given any time to be able to go for the reset. Has to pop the ultimate to be able to keep themselves safe, and now goes hunting onto the members of FPX, who thought that they were going to be able to find a kill, but the second that transformation drops, he is going to be out and vulnerable. Thankfully, it has bought them the time for Alliance to be able to reposition into an area to be able to peel for their Yuation, as we have AOW's Mikasa actually going for a transformation of their own, trying to find the grabs. Will be able to get a grab onto YZG's QGG, just holds them up so the repeating crossbow can absolutely splint that health bar before dropping the ultimate, because they fall so low without the Karumi to heal them and the Temi ultimate to block the repeating crossbow poke. They will lose their life. As we're out of the poke phase, all of these players now wanting to find the kills with as little work as possible so that they can put themselves into a position where they're not out in the open, where they're not one of those vulnerable ones burning through those resources. And immediately everyone in the area is spotting that they're going to be burning themselves out of their pocket and thinking that they can move on through. Leng Jing with that cannon and the longsword, just trying to keep everyone at arm's length for that fire tick to be able to fade. Now it looks like they've got the Phoenix Blast as well, making sure that all of those horizontal and charged up vertical clicks are going to be multiplied by 2 as GG's 330 sitting on top of their fallen comrades, not going to be able to get a resurrection online, just trying to use this to buy themselves a little bit of time, maybe look for one of those kills. Goes out into the open, has the bell climb, will be able to knock everybody back, but not able to find the escape that they're looking for, as 17JL cut off the path and are able to find the pick onto the monk.
You know, something very interesting to note here is that as we've seen these comps start to move towards the Tumult over the Karumi pick here, there's a weapon that started to come back into the meta that we almost was non-existent in season 1, which is the repeating crossbow, because now if that Temi ult is not online to protect the monk, that repeating crossbow is able to put in so much work so fast on the monk. Those headshots doing so much damage for anybody with the repeating crossbow. It just seems like we watch these monks come up, and if they don't have the Temi ult, they melt to those repeating crossbows, and as a result, we've seen more and more teams carrying those repeating crossbows and picking up eliminations with them, whereas before it almost was exclusively cannons, bows, and muskets. So it's been an interesting change to see. VVV coming in, trying to lock down the entirety of the lobby, is going to be able to find AOW's Cuckoo, lock them down in place for Fun Plus Phoenix, but OC waiting in the wings immediately comes through. They're going to be forced to pop the Wu Chen ult to get VVV out to safety here. VVV very, very low as OC holding that high ground, using those Wu Chen and Temi ults to just buy themselves space. EW Euron here gonna pick up Ventus WX98 and just immediately slam them for a ton of damage. That legendary spear putting in work for Yiron right now. Not able quite to find the grabs through all these Wu Chens and Temi ults, however, is gonna pick up TXJ and another Fun Plus Phoenix Leo waiting for a little bit of damage to come out, gets the slam to come through, and they're gonna pick up double eliminations off the back of that legendary spear for EWG. Pixel trying to pick up J-Team's Eagle, but unfortunately doesn't have time to get the slam as the D-transformation comes through. Pixel holding on for dear life here. OC picking up a couple couple of eliminations onto Team GD as well. Wolves forced to go ahead and use that Temi ult to buy themselves just a little bit of space, but not enough space, as we see Alliance's mentality come through and start to pummel them, and Wolves forced to split out of the ultimate. Ventus holding on for dear life as they've been able to get one of their members back up here. Alliance's Lucky forced away. Mentality not able to jump onto those members on the edge of the zone because that no ult zone actually stopping them. EWG actually using that no ult zone to deny all of Alliance while they wait for an opportune moment for their ults to come back up so they can use that legendary loot that they've been able to put together for Yiran so they can start to decimate this final zone. J-Team caught out in the middle for a second lobby in a row. We're going to see ZK go down. Eagle comes up, but there's no place for him to go here. Repeating crossbows and cannons come in left, right, and center. They're going to pick up an elimination on the 17 JLJS, but Eagle has no place to go, has nobody to cover him. He's just getting pummeled on repeat here as we see cannon. There's the repeating crossbow coming out from Wolves, and it's going to be actually Funkless Phoenix's BVV who picks it up with the musket shot. Wolves 14 trying to defend this space here. ZU unhappy with the results of that as they were hoping to pick up an extra elimination to pad their scoreline here. Down to 2 members. EWG Iran going to ult up now, sitting topside. We're going to see multiple monks come out, but EWG still looking to dominate this final zone, is able to find one grab. No, sorry, no, he does find a grab onto Alliance's Lucky. Finds another grab onto Alliance's Mentality. Gonna be for the double slam, and immediately gonna see them eliminated. Wolves 14 picks up ZU, and that's it for 17 JL. OC's 28H coming in here on the Yodo, putting in work, finds an elimination as well. We're gonna see the Wu Chen ult come out, trying to escape Funkless Phoenix's VVV, and this massive Viper ult that's gonna pick up Leng Jing. Multiple members going very low. Ventus loses Ziyu and is gonna be eliminated. 4 teams left remaining. EWG with only 2 members left alive, but that Monk still holding on, waiting for the transformation to come back up here. Shiyu so low for Team Wolves, just trying to hold it out, but 28HH catches him out of the air and picks up another elimination. There's going to be 12 eliminations for Team OC. The Poison Splash doing a ton of damage to 28HH. Now OC, 2 remaining members versus the 2 remaining members of EWG. EWG just looking to buy time for Yiran to get that Monk transformation up. The bell comes out. He doesn't have the time to make it happen. OC picks up that 13th elimination, and now it's just Funkless Phoenix's BVV. They're the last remaining member, and OC clutches it out for a back-to-back MVP.
Oh, OC, the target focus coming out from this team is perfect. The second they see that Monk, they know he needs to go, and he needs to go now. You don't have the Yodo ultimate burnt up as well. It's an absolute race against time. Who's going to be able to hit it first? Is it going to be the Monk? Is it going to be the Yodo? It's not the Monk. It's not the Yodo. But crucially, the Monk goes down and the Yodo stays alive. And it is going to be OC with that target focus, going to be able to remove the wing condition and immediately set themselves up to come in back to back. We said at the start of the day, we haven't really seen a team be able to consistently carry the momentum that they're able to pick up on that first game in these bi-weekly finals all the way through to the rest of the day. But OC are definitely setting themselves up to be a contender to break that chain of play, because my goodness, once again, absolute blistering place put down by these teams. Despite being down 1 member, they cover for themselves so perfectly. The Greatsword and that Katana playing off of the stagger locks that the Greatsword has when that slam comes down, setting the Katana up to be able to go for the charge clicks without having to worry about being counted, so that you can then immediately go in from Blink Strike to Thunder Strike and get the full combo, the full damage that we very rarely actually get to see those teams invested in, which then cycles back to set the Greatsword up to come in with the full wombo combo with the charged right click, and it just bounces from one player to another, mashing through the entirety of their health bars and making sure that because the stagger frames are so massive in that windup, you have no time to recover. You get pushed outside of the zone, you're taking corruption tick damage, you're getting bullied by a Greatsword and a Katana. There's absolutely nothing you can do.
Yeah, no, I mean, they played this so well into the final circle. The ability to stack those two particular weapons as well, just an astronomical amount of damage. EWG's Yiran are really trying to hold things together here. They had the setup for the Monk final circle. It was a fairly decent circle for Monks as well, but they just weren't able to edge out all of the other competition. Too many Monks coming up, kind of vying for those grabs, reducing the number of targets that EWG's Yiran is able to get a hold of. Yiran still able to pick up some targets, pick up some of those double elims, but not able to get the ultimate back up fast enough as he's the last remaining member. And like you said, OC prioritizing the proper targets, right? They said the heck with VVV, the heck with the Viper, the Monk needs to go. If Yiran's able to Monk back up into this final circle, there's absolutely nothing we can do. We can get maybe the first Yodohime ultimate off, but then Yodohime is very vulnerable to being grabbed out by the Monk, and we are not going to be able to do anything about that. If VVV stuns us, they might be able to pick off one of us, but there's two of us, and we can win the 1v1. We've got the skills. We're not worried about that. We can clutch that up. They pick off Yiran VVV. They turn their attention immediately to VVV. There's nothing VVV can really do in the face of that katana and greatsword combination that we saw coming out, and they just immediately disappear from the face of the planet. And OC able to clutch it up with the back-to-back dub here today, and OC already with an almost 10-point lead after the first game in first place is going to clutch it out here with a 29 game score, 15 eliminations coming through. 24 kill points and 5 ranking points is going to put them very close to a 30 game score that they got in game number 1. EWG holding on to second place again though, but still almost 15 points separate first and second place for the second game in a row. Fun plus Phoenix also going to be taking out in third place with a 14.2, and there is a 15-point difference between first and third, and very few teams breaking the double-digit scoreline here in our second game. OC, if they continue on this breakneck pace, there is no way any team is going to be able to outscale them. If they have a third back-to-back win like this, OC has almost guaranteed a top 3 finish for today in our bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, and there's like a big reason as well for this the disparity of those points, and it's because all of those other teams were really trying to run that Monk composition. And one thing that you said, like the amount of Monks that were there in the lobby does actually burn into the amount of players that you're able to grab. What also burns into the players that you're able to grab is the fact that it wasn't really getting kills. Even if the grabs were coming in through, they were just trying to hold them up for the rest of their teammates, which allows third-party options to come through with things like the muskets and the repeating crossbows, which is something that all of those other squads were trying to take advantage of. As we can see, it is going to be 28HH walking away with his 4th MVP coming out for OC. The Yodohime doing some serious work, as they were one of those players that were running that repeating crossbow, as you can see from the solid data of the curative bolt, but they were also running that katana in tandem with their teammates' greatsword, and that was what really tipped that final zone over the edge. Being able to wind up into those heavy hitting attacks without having to worry about muscle memory canceling out or trying to jump or any of the likes of that. You have all of the time, all of the setup that Katana can just absolutely shred everything in front of you without any concern about a Monk grabbing you out of that sky is absolutely massive for this team.
Yeah, I mean, OC once again coming in and picking not only the proper comp, but being able to take it to the end game and to make it happen in the final circle, having the wherewithal to pick down the targets that needed to be eliminated there in the final circle. It's like every time we turned to OC, they were always on target, not only for the right target, but they were on target for the right spacing so that they can constantly had the high ground, but they weren't making the same mistake a lot of these teams were making towards that zone 4 and 5, where we saw a lot of these teams trying to hold the high ground, and they were forced to burn out their abilities on repeat because yes, you have the high ground, but you have absolutely no cover whatsoever. And because of that, you are a sitting duck in the middle of the map, and everybody is just going to take turns pinging damage off of you and forcing those abilities out. And time again, we saw teams attempt to take that high ground, get caught out, and forced to burn something so that they could just stay alive. And eventually you run out of gas. But you know who's not out of gas? Jaeger's not out of gas, as we get ready to throw to an interview before me and Moxie hop back on our boat and paddle our way back over to Morris Isle for game number 3.
Hey everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome back. This is the post-game interview and let's congratulations again to the Team OC. And now we invite 冷静 to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 欢迎冷静，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OC 战队的冷静。
好的，再次欢迎你，也再次恭喜你们战队第2把又赢下了最高分。So first, we have to congratulations because today they got the highest score again and it's only game 2. It's really awesome today and I saw you guys have really good equipment. So tell me why. 那首先要说的是你们是第2次。今天啊，才打到第2把，再次拿下最高分。这把装备这么好，怎么拿到的？
就落地，然后打赢了嘛，然后抓返魂队，然后所以就装备很好。
啊，原来是这样。So actually, we win the fight at the beginning of the game, and also we just go to the Saw Adder, and we just find these teams stage who are just reverse. That's why we have very high killing score, and also we get very good equipment this game. Okay, so you told me you won the fight at the beginning, and also I saw you parried your opponent. Tell us how you did it, and what's the skill you can share with us? 那今天你刚才说到这一波的落地架，我看到你那一波震到特别的精彩，那波怎么震到的？有没有技巧？
就 B 机的时候，一般都会乱站的时候放1.0，然后就直接震就好。
就对面放了一个 B 机，
对
，B 机的蓄力。Okay, so actually my opponent he used the scare rush at that time. So my skill is when you see the charge of the scare rush, just for after 1 second, you just parry the weapon and then you can get the win. Okay, so also in the final circle, I see a little bit pity for you, 冷静, is that there's really a lot of monk at the final circle. And you guys, you are using the hero combo, which is the Yodo and Viper and Wu Chen. And I saw you are grabbed by another monk. And it seems like he didn't do too much damage on you. So I would like to know what happened at the time and how you guys avoid the damage from the grab. 那这一波就是今天整把打下来都非常的精彩啊，但是决赛的时候，决赛圈的时候啊，可能有一点点小失误，就是有点小可惜的地方，就是那波你被抓了，但是非常精彩的地方是你虽然被抓了，但是他没有给你造成太多的伤害，而且你们队友马上就过来激活了。那一波你们是怎么操作的呢？
就大声点喊队友过来就 OK 了。啊，
大声喊。那当时就是队友用了哪些技能去帮助你呢？
用了无尘的大招嘛，然后把我传走了。
好的。So actually at that time we just shout loud in the team and who is the loudest one and we listen to our teammate. And at that time because I'm grabbed by a monk and I just shout out and our Wu Chen uses his ultimate to transfer. So we avoid the damage from the monk's grab. That's why we can win the fight in the final circle. Okay, so today we only have 2 games right now, and you guys keep really good status. Tell me your ambition today. 那今天我们也看到，打到现在就2把，已经有这么好的一个状态了。来讲讲冷静，今天队伍之前有商量过今天想拿的一个目标吗？包括此时此刻，你现在觉得你们团队能拿到的目标是怎么样的？
睡醒感觉是能拿周冠的，但是没打之前都不知道，然后就是想拿周冠。
好的。So actually, before the race, we don't know actually, and we wish we can. And now I think we won the champion of the Biweekly final, and I think we can do it. OK， 谢谢。好的，感谢冷静接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们，继续保持状态，加油！期待你们接下来表现。好的，稍等一下啊。Thank you, 冷静 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
将至。
I had to get out of my chair. I couldn't, that's a pop-off game if I've seen one before. That is one of the clearest pop-off games from what I've ever seen before, okay? And I have seen some clutches, but good boy, I need more popcorn. I need water. I'm sweating, and it's not because I'm sweating, it's water, because I needed to cool down. LWH, give that man the MVP right now. LWH deserves the MVP, I don't care who's talking. Later. That was absolutely not even, what did I say? Give this man the MVP, quit playing with me.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're entering our third bi-weekly final. I should say entering, but OC has punched through the walls. The proverbial Kool-Aid man. You know, OC, one of those teams that usually comes in and plays consistently, but today has apparently said, no, we're going to make our mark. We want our bi-weekly championship, and we are going to take it with two back-to-back, almost 30-point games, 60 points on the board off the rip for the like of Team OC, and OC was able to take first place off the back of game number 1. So game 2 only widens the divide between them and every other team in the league. The question is, can they be stopped as we get ready to head into game number 3? I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me is my right-hand lady, got Moxie, and Moxie, wow! What a first 2 games to start the day off on.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, OC are playing the usual identity. They are playing consistently. It's just that they're playing consistently in first place because they are absolutely popping off today. They are having a whale of a time. They are looking extremely confident. We heard in the interview as well, like, that comm structure is just whoever shouts the loudest, which I absolutely love, because it means that, like, if someone's panicking, you know that you have to actually turn to help them, because they're obviously going to be the loudest in your composition. They're the most urgent. They're going to be the one that needs that help the quickest. So it is extremely effective for finding that peel, and that peel is exactly what they've had, right? A lot of the times when we talk about these teams, there is a star player that the other two sort of have to take a little bit of a back seat in the positions and like where they show up in the spotlight. Not like they're worse, not like they're better, but they're just unseen because they're there just silently setting up that one clutch player. With OC today, every single one of those teammates have been covering for each other. Every single part of that spotlight is shared between these players.
Yeah, no, OC really knows how to get in there and just play edge guard almost. Every single time we see somebody in trouble, like you said, the rest of OC is immediately there on the double. Like you said, the comm structure being the loudest person who yells seems to be very much working for the likes of them. We saw earlier as well, 28H was talking about Ling Jing tends to be the loudest of their group and clearly making some good call outs. That or the player who's consistently in the most need of help. But either way, OC able to shore up their defenses and make it happen time and time again. We saw it in that final circle, right? OC down to 2 members and still able to come out on top, the dominant force just by covering for each other. You called it the utilization of the katana and the greatsword to lock their opponents down for one another and then follow through on just the maximum amount of damage. Man, OC is in absolute rare form today, and they are monsters. The problem is, I think, a little bit, is they might have just painted a huge target on their back off the back of these 2 games. Because, you know, game 1, OC is one of those teams that will come in and them picking up an MVP is not surprising for the day, right? We almost kind of always expect them to at least have one pop-off game. So I think a lot of these players going into game 2 expected them not to do quite as much because that's kind of been OC's mentality. They'll get their one pop-off game and then they'll just kind of play through consistently and put points on the board. Whereas today, apparently, that is not the strategy for OC. OC's strategy is come in and dominate every single game. And now a lot of these other teams having to turn their attention to OC and realize it is not a regular day. We are here playing in a bi-weekly final. There's a lot of money on the line and there is a lot of points to be secured towards going towards that World Cup. And OC does not want to be left behind.
Yeah, and I think as well, the most surprising thing is that it's not like a back-to-back in games 3 and 4, which is what we tend to see from some of these teams, because obviously that's where you go back-to-back to Morris Isle. It's games 1 and 2, so both Morris Isle and Holoroth, which is very uncommon to see teams as comfortable on Holoroth as they are on Morris Isle. But hopefully we'll get to see just why they're so confident, because we do have a VOT that we're going to be rolling in a matter of moments to have a little bit more light on the situation.
就自从卡卡西来了嘛，然后和长夜他们2个肯定是配合很久了。问题就是我去就融入进去，就打法上面适配一点。就之前可能我们基地的打法就没有脑子，然后自从卡卡西来了以后，就带点脑子吧，就玩运营，就不像以前那么要么就有分，要么就直接0分。然后现在至少每把都有1点分，然后可能就得分比较稳定，然后偶尔2-3把运气好拿2把大分局，就这样就够了。想法肯定是想拿1次周冠了，毕竟可能他们就卡卡西和长安夜拿过，但是我还没拿过，而且基地也还没拿过。就我们基地可能需要一个周冠来稳定自己的信心吧。
Dongjin, one of those players that I constantly have my eye on, being the only player from Season 1 who played every single solos game as well as every single trios game for his team, once again doing the same thing this season, giving us just a smidge of an insight on how it was adjusting to the new members coming to the team and how badly he wants to be able to pick up a bi-weekly championship for Team GD, as his team's not been able to pick one up yet, but his 2 new members were able to pick one up last season. He wants to lock one down for them again this season. You know, very, very interesting player, Dongjin. You know, a lot of changes for him this season between new teammates, between him also now becoming the shot caller for Team GD. He's had to make a lot of adjustments in his play style, and it's shown as GD's been able to remain much more consistent and able to put points up on the board almost every single game. instead of having a lot of those games where they kind of walk away with little to no points, it has definitely served Team GD well this particular season. Unfortunately for this bi-weekly final, the only thing being served well is the likes of Team OC, because their communication is just on another level today. And as we get ready to head back towards Morris Isle here for game number 3, I think that communication is going to maintain the same. Taking a look, of course I've got to take a look at Team OC, and right off the bat we see that they are going to be bringing back the Viper Yodohime comp, not opting for the Monk comp here for their second game of Morris Isle. A little bit of note here, Team NPG Sorrow going to be running Takeda here with Dubai on Matari and Jen on that Tumulk. A very interesting comp coming out from Team NPG. And at Q9, once again, going to be running that Justina into the transformation comp over the likes of the Uashan. So going to be interesting to see if that works out for them here in game number 3, because it certainly did not in game number 1.
Yeah, J-Team actually going to be staying away from that Cicada, which is one of the compositions that we've seen them run in Morris Isle before, but it might be to do with the fact that it is going to be Dawn. So less Fireflies around that might actually come to bite MPG a little bit in the behind when it comes to trying to build that rage as quickly as possible. You might be forced to drop someone like Secret Tunnel just to guarantee that you're going to be able to get that Takeda ultimate online as quickly as you can. As OC are definitely wanting to try and cement themselves into being, I think, the first trio that we would ever see walk away with 3 back-to-back MVPs, not just in terms of regular weeks as well, but in the bi-weekly finals themselves, running, as you said, that very much Yodo, Wuchan, and Viper composition. So a lot of really good consistency here, a lot of really good aggression in terms of all stages of the game, early with the Yodo, mid with that Wuchan for the TP, and also ability to be able to block out the poke phase coming through from those range projectiles with the F ability, and then heading into final circle, obviously you've got your Viper, who the more players you can stun up, the more players you're going to be able to lead into with that Yodo ultimate to be able to finish them off with. As GG and 17G are going to be looking to finish off some of these players. JT going to be buying one of those Moonbeam charms, but not embroiled in this fight at the moment. So 17GL trying to find those picks, haven't been able to isolate out one of those players on the side of GG. GG being a little bit cleaner in terms of being able to rotate. MPG actually off the back of that going to be able to find Mubai off screen. As GG's LXM in a little bit of trouble. Has to actually pull 3-3-0 out of position to try to cover through them. Mitsuki now going to be coming under fire as everyone on the side of GG just trading their health bars to be able to cover for their teammates. As LXM tries to charge up that greatsword with the right click, won't be able to find the full connection onto it. 3-3-0 does actually go down, and now LXM, the only player around for the team, doesn't have the 2 players around them to be able to buy themselves the space to use the greatsword for any of its attacks. And it will go down. 17GL going to be able to isolate out those players into the 3 versus 1s and very quickly stormroll over.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for them as well, because they were stone formed into that corner, and you saw them actually tap dodge backwards to cancel the stone form coming out from the greatsword there. But in that particular situation, you almost might as well just let it rip, because if they parry it, you're gonna die anyway. If you tap dodge out, you're gonna die anyway. So you just let that rip in that particular situation in hopes that they don't parry it out, and maybe you make something happen there. Unfortunately, that's not what they did, and we didn't get to see that play out, and they are going to be eliminated early off the back of this. I know there's a lot of action going on the screen right now, but something that absolutely stunned me that I wanted to make note of here, I want you to take a look at the overall standings right now. OC with over a 30-point lead between first and second place right now. 97 points on the board. 98 points. They just picked up a 3rd elimination as well. This team really in just absolute rare form. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. Turning now to 17JL, trading shots with the likes of EWG. EWG with the Bane's Breath to cover them. We do see the tether coming out from Yiran trying to get some heals here onto Zhao Liu. Zhao Liu trying to push onto OC, or not OC, but onto 17JL, but OC coming around with the flank, looking to pick up the third party here on EWG. Catches Sanzi out again. This is something we talked about earlier with EWG. Sanzi consistently the player who's getting caught out by these other teams, and it looks like Sanzi going to be immediately eliminated. Zhao Yu trying to come in and keep that elimination from happening. Yiran also coming through with the Monk transformation. We're going to see the Wu Chen Fs come in to block that as 17JL pins EWG between OC. AOW coming in as well. We're going to see Zhao Yu go down. Yiran, the last remaining member of EWG, just trying to hold on to any sort of space, is going to be forced to use the bell here off the back of a mistimed parry, and is not going to be able to make anything happen as AS slides in and picks up that elimination. OC, though, wants a piece of this action as they still have their ultimates. They haven't really spent anything except the Viper ultimate and come in trying to pick up the elimination, but aren't able to find that extra elim. So they're going to back off as they do not want to push into AOW, who still likely has all of their ultimates available. AOW, however, has different plans as they're the ones who push into OC. 28HH actually going to cancel that ultimate up quite a bit early here and come in and let out the meter dump, but the Wu Chen ult coming through so they can pick up the resurrection here. We're going to see the Wu Chen F also try to buy them a little bit of shield as AOW continues to try to pressure this. Ping Tao coming through with the ultimate. OC 28HH with the ult back up once again, actually going to force the ult out of Ping Tao here as they try to lock this down. OC loses Lang Jing once again, and 17JL now coming back in for a third party of their own. We're going to see the Wu Chen ult come out from AOW as OC is left stuck between both of these teams, and we're going to see 28HH eliminated as well. OC down to a single member, playing coy, waiting to see if they can potentially pick up one of these resurrections.
OC have already, on the other hand, got 6 kills. They may only be down to 1 player, but they've got 6 kills already. That's absolutely insane. As we're going to be seeing Monk versus Monk. It is going to be KZ versus YZG. Flower goes extremely low, does not have that Karumi to be able to heal. Did manage to find the grab, but unfortunately wasn't able to find the kill off of the back of it. And unfortunately as well, does go down just with no support from their teammates around them, as it is now going to be J-Team moving towards GD. They do have a Bane's Breath currently in play, but they're taking a lot of poke plays coming on through from that boat. Early Karumi Tava to set that Monk up to look for a forward position to be close enough to try and find that grabs if they do decide to opt into this fight, as GD just waiting in the wings, not wanting to commit in when the Bane's Breath is still going to be running around. Kakashi making sure that they're going to be in position with that Viper ultimate to try and shut down J-Team's exit when that Bane's Breath does run out. Potentially come down and shut down that Tian ultimate as well. As unfortunately the grapple isn't in time, Kakashi will lose a massive chunk of their shields! Oh no! The grapple combined with the horizontal attack puts them once again into a second chunk of Bane's Breath damage. Doesn't manage to find the pick, but it still stops them from being in a position to actually try to intrude onto J-Team. Dunkwing not going to be able to go for the full engagement that they're looking for. A little bit away from the rest of their teammates. Has to be very thankful that J-Team aren't actually turning around to deal with this Yodo, as they will be able to buy themselves the time to keep J-Team a little bit occupied so that the rest of GD can potentially try to come through and catch up. But J-Team running away have been able to find themselves up on that Ballista Tower. It is going to be ZK on that Karumi who's going to be in charge of it, as GD now going to have to be very careful about how they approach this fight. I've actually given it up entirely, knowing that that control of that Ballista could be absolutely detrimental in their health bars, as OUG trying to just escape that zone and keep themselves a little bit ahead of the tick damage. Trying to find some of those players, maybe look for a couple of stragglers. Big fan as well of seeing J-Team not hugging the edges of that zone. It does feel like they've learned a little bit if they're not running that Wu Chen, being caught out in those rotations, and also just not finding that loot to be able to put onto your Monk is just so hard to be able to find the win condition into the final zone when you move into it. As we can see, OUG immediately moving on to Wolves. Xiao goes down. Spear and Longsword combining up to make absolutely no escape from the Staggers. As it is just going to be Xiao going down. One Thing and 14 will be able to escape. Actually grappled directly over OC, who are hiding in that building. Absolutely unaware of the team that they just passed. As we can see, Morris Blessings coming online. 3 of them going to be coming into play. Wolves One Thing will be able to get a rebuff, so Xiao should be getting res in one of those soul altars pretty quickly, but unfortunately taking the time to do that does mean that you're not contesting one of those Morris Blessings. Pixel going to be dropping from the tree to try to land onto Eagle. Semi-ultimate over the top of the chest. Ventus now trying to pick it up, but Eagle decides to come back in for a slam. Finds the pickup as well onto WX98. And now it is going to be Pixel and Eagle going toe-to-toe. Eagle falling extremely low, sitting in the Karumi heals, will be able to keep themselves intact. And it's Pixel actually who is going to have to drop the ultimate form a little bit early and give J-Team the access for that Morris Blessing. And they immediately pop the Draco Storm. They know that they just used that transformation and they are going to be hunting and punishing the burning of it to try to find that full squad elimination.
Yeah, 100%. You even without them burning the ultimate there, you pick up that Draco Storm, you're just hungry to start picking up eliminations. YZG doing a little bit of looting here before they turn around and utilize that Draco Storm of their own alliance with the Vermilion Birds. My J team on the hunt for the remaining members of Ventus. Pixel, the one being caught out here, though, gonna go down to the double set of dual blades from Eagle and ZK here, now looking the team GG going head-to-head with the members of Alliance here. And Alliance, even with the Vermilion Birds might, unfortunately not quite enough. Mentality, though, able to pick up at least one member here. Now it's a 1v1, I do believe, 330 versus Mentality. Mentality picks up the parry, though, and they're going to immediately be able to turn around and resurrect their teammates, or no, well, I guess their teammates went ahead and used the Vermilion Bird Might and it resurrected themselves, but Mentality was able to clean up the fight. We're going to see the Wu Chen ults come out here so that GD cannot secure the extra elimination, and it looks like they're going to get away with getting the resurrection for their team, as well as GD moves into the vault and picks up a ton of Darktide coins off the back of opening up that vault. AOW over here, the ones who ulted away, able to get the reset, but unable to pick up any eliminations thus far. We are 39 members left alive here, as Zone 2 will collapse onto Zone 3 in the next 40 seconds. We take a look over, and it is at the very top of the order, 17JL, a team that's been relatively quiet with 7 eliminations under their belt, and holding on to second place right now, Alliance and OC with 6 eliminations apiece. OC being forced to slow down off the back of having to resurrect here and not finding any potential loot that they want. ZK gonna upgrade here, picking up a purple set of nunnies to put in their back pocket. Yeah, we all love a little pair of nunchucks to carry around in the back pocket. You never know when you might need that meter dump, especially if you're a Karumi trying to cover for your teammates. Ping Tao caught topside here as GD's Don Quing able to catch the grapple onto him. And now we're going to see Kakaishi coming in with a massive Viper trying to lock down the team. Ping Tao going to be entirely locked down on the back of it. And GD going to pick up most of these eliminations. We're going to see here now as Misaki just trying to hold on for dear life after finishing up that ultimate, but it's not going to be enough as Kakaishi able to secure the elimination off of the back of the pistol, and GD picks up 2 more eliminations here from Team AOW. 17JL actually being caught out by OC. OC coming in with white armor and weapons to clean up the kill leaders. These guys cannot be stopped. They just picked up 1 more. Oh my goodness, Benchu goes super low. Benchu, 1 HP in a dream, goes down to the zone. OC eliminates the kill leaders with all white armor and weapons to take the kill leader position with 9 eliminations.
I mean, yeah, because you know how they do it? It's not the damage, it's the stagger locks. First they move on to 17G, and you see it in the overhead view. AS gets bulldozed into that zone. And 17JL think, okay, well, we can fight in the zone. We've got better weapons. We've got better armor. We're going to be able to finish the fight off fast enough. And it puts them out of position as OC, just with that target focus, move and stagger lock every single player. One to the next before 17JL with 8 kills get knocked out of the lobby. And they may come in with 8 kills, but OC have already been able to overtake them, and OC is still surviving, so that kill multiplier is also going to be able to outpace them, as they now not only are able to put themselves up to the top of the leaderboard, they're also able to loot all of 17JL. So purple armor, purple weapons going to be coming out for them. An absolute brilliant result for this team, as it is going to be Lingjing still trying to find some of those players. They've been able to escape that zone. We can see another 2 Morris blessings starting to come online. KZ immediately going to be gravitating towards 1. GD might try and contest it. Wolves heading as well to try and get into that fray as FPX, YZG, and another team, I believe, Ventus, all going to be vying for control of the southern eastern one. As MPG might also want to try to contest in. The problem is that they're a little bit further away, and if that chest does get opened, the teams that are close enough are going to be the ones that could potentially be punished by things like that Draco Storm, as we saw J-Team with Ventus do earlier. As Alliance start to move on in. Purple armor for the Monk, purple greatsword as well. The Bai does have that transformation primed and ready if they want to invest it. They've been able to spot out KZ. They know that that team is potentially going to be on top of them. Bo's coming out first, trying to hold on to that transformation for as long as possible so they can only use it when that Morris Blessing is about to come online, making sure that they will be able to get that chest opened up. As you can see, GD just waiting in the trees for that third-party potential. Alliance starting to make their move. GD not wanting to contest until just now. Kakaishi with a scale rush from the tree will be able to get a connection onto Lucky. Tap dodges away from the Monk Fist. GD playing with absolute fire at the moment, going to try to keep themselves safe. Temi ultimate now being invested on the side of Alliance as the transformation is about to run through. Kakaishi still wanting to maybe try and contest, but the Flamer has been picked up. And it is Alliance getting a lot of that damage. However, Alliance, having burned through 2 of their ultimates, are pushed away from the chest, and GD are able to pick up the Draco Storm. And now Alliance, with no choice, have to just try and grapple away and defuse that situation as quickly as possible. Because here comes Kakaishi wanting to punish, knowing that they've burned the Temi ultimate, they've burned the Tien ultimate, and they are going to be ripe for the killing.
Yeah. GD here playing this very, very smart here, just burning through those resources, burning through those ultimates till they could bide their time and lock it down the Draco Storm. And of course, off the back of that, there's nothing Alliance can really do in the given situation as GD chases them down with the Draco Storm, and they're going to be forced to lose one of their members just for the sake of staying alive. And of course, Wolves over here able to take Moore's Blessing with no contestment, waiting to take that buff for as long as humanly possible. One Fang just sitting on the chest, looking for that opportune moment while the rest of the team goes out to look for some of these other teams. NPG's Gen waiting nearby as Wolves finally forced to take the Draco Storm is going to head off and start looking for some teams to eliminate here. With 34 players left alive, Zone 3 is going to be collapsing onto Zone 4 in the next 10 seconds. These next set of Moore's Blessings is going to be very, very important for some of these teams, especially the Transformers comps who are looking to pick up that gold armor that they're going to desperately need into the final zone so that they can keep their Monk players alive here. Jen going to come in and just secure a rebirth charm off the back of that box as Wolves moves away. Just a little sneaky stealth coming out from Jen there, playing very, very smart, as the Wolves actually finds J-Team's Eagle out in the edge of the zone, and they're just waiting for J-Team to finally force their way into the zone as Wolves takes the high ground here, looking for an opportunity to pick up those eliminations. But they need to be careful because they are on the wide side of the zone, and it looks like NPG is going to opt to resurrect Sorrow back into the lobby. The question is, will they be able to find the second resurrection charm so they can get the third player back into the game? OC moving here now with the Wu-Chen orb drop down, ready to teleport away from any given situation if they need one. Len Jing and 28HH still holding on to that blue armor, but a set of purple armor secured by 01, the Wu Chen player. They want to make sure that Wu Chen has as much survivability as possible so that he can get them out of sticky situations they might end up running into. GD still on the hunt here, finds AOW's Ping Tao, a straggler from the rest of AOW, and immediately began locking him down. We're going to see multiple grapples come out, arrows coming out, as well as those dual blades. There's no place for Ping Tao to go as GD picks up yet another elimination for a total of 7 eliminations here. And unfortunately, that was the final remaining member of AOW, and they're going to be sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, FPX as well is holed up in a bush at the moment opposite OC. Gonna have all of the information that there is. Morris Blessing comes online. Ventus immediately gonna be investing that Tammy ultimate to be able to secure legendary armor for Pixel. That's terrifying. As all of these teams not going to be contesting. Repeating crossbow does come through, but it is only going to be able to break a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, Eagle as well going to be able to get on top of one of those boxes and pick up a legendary weapon. But again, that repeating crossbow comes on through, and that Kurumi is already gone. Eagle is not going to be able to get the tether or the Kurumi ultimate AoE heal. He is an absolute sitting duck at the moment. Will be able to find 1 kill, but ooh, that's playing with fire. And he is gonna be punished for it. He holds the transformation for a little bit too long, Rune, and he does find a kill, but he goes down in the meantime. As OC move forward, use that Yodo F ability to be able to loop through that Ken. YZG now with the Kurumi Tether will be able to resurrect Zototo. That monk going to be back into play. Bows coming on through from YZG, just trying to deter any follow-up chase that could come on through before they're ready to take that fight. OC have actually been pushed back, not wanting to intrude. They're going to be playing for survivability into that final zone so that they can take those 10 kills and really find that multiplier to put a lot of work in. As Wolves still 3 players alive, do have a transformation of their own. They've spotted out one of those squads out of position. They've seen the Kurumi Tether has come through, so they're going to be able to go into that fight and outnumber them, so that Kurumi is going to be sitting duck. But thankfully the rotation is going to be clean. The Kurumi will be able to keep herself nice and distant, so Wolves not going to be able to punish the lack of ability to fight. As OC now are taking a lot of cannon damage coming on out. Wu Chen not going to be able to keep this team safe at the moment as they try and swap to try and exchange a little bit of blows. Another Morris Blessing starting to be contested. KZ not finding the safety that they're looking for until now to be able to open it on up. They do get caught out by the Zapper Wisps, but they have been able to find the unlock. So it is going to be legendary armor going to be picked up for Flower on that monk, setting up that transformation. Scale rush up the top of the tree, just making sure that no one was able to get on top of that Morris Blessing and look for a couple of those scraps. As FPX just keeping themselves up in the trees. They know that they haven't been able to get on top of those Morris Blessings. They need to keep themselves out of line of fire until they're comfortable taking one of those fights. As they do find themselves up against another monk composition, they are not going to have the same level of sustainability. YZG.
Yeah, YZG over here on the move, staying near the no old zone, potentially trying to buy themselves a little bit of time if somebody pushes in onto them. As we take a look here at the map, many of these players still trying to back away from this engagement on the Morris Blessing. OC being one of those teams trying to move in and see if there's anything left for them to take out of the box. KZ getting absolutely punished by the likes of Team GD, just sitting up above here with the cannons. And man, these guys putting in absolute work. I do believe all 3 of them running cannons as well, and 2 of them with the Meteor Soul Jade. Alex X is going to be the one who gets caught out here. Thankfully, they do have that Frost Core on Justina to buy them just a little bit of time. Rain trying to come in and cover for it, but it's not enough as the cannons continue to rain down from up above. The Flower forced to go ahead and ult up here, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get a pick. Trying to cover here for Rain to get the resurrection, and it looks like they're able to get LXX back in, but they need to be very careful as these teams continue to pummel the rain shots down. Vintage's you coming in as well as Pixel. 17 Flower, no place to go, forced to demonk, pops the bell, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to see Flower eliminated off the back of an engage from Ventus. Ventus losing much of the armor here on Pixel just for coming in on the engage. Frontalist Phoenix's TXJ also caught out, going to be eliminated by Ju. VVV coming through. Pixel forced to go ahead and monk up here, able to pick up LYD inside of their own Temi ult. A ton of damage coming out, but LYD still survives. LYD going to be able to get the UH zone transformation off and force himself out of this fight as we see the Wu Chen ult come out from that team. LYD immediately comes back in, looking to pump some damage out here onto Ventus and Pixel. Pixel forced to demuncle, looking for that reset as EWG comes in and buys them a little bit of space and time here. Yiran able to pick up SS, or no, sorry, YZG actually picks up the kill onto SS. Zhao Toto with a bow from downtown. Ventus's Pixel still just trying to find that reset he's been looking for this entire time as all of these teams force themselves into this space, Moxie.
Yeah, Wolves actually going to be dropping that UH ultimate to be able to cover and see if there's any of those players still out looking for that reset. They've been able to isolate out Ventus, actually, that's they're going to be able to connect onto 2 of those members and immediately knock them away from Ziyu, who was forced to drop that freeze ability, but it's going to take so much cannon splash that they might have to cancel it out early. Zhao now with the Flamebringer, trying to swap over and cancel out any of that Justina's abilities as Pixel does go down. Ventus reduced to 2 of their members, trying to find any of that space for the reset. OC now coming into the fray, coming on out, trying to find that pick. Have to be careful. Mobai was able on the side of Alliance to get that monk up into the transformation, but he's the only player left. And every single second that he's sat up in this form, he's just taking so much damage. He's not actually finding the grabs, he's just trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible. Belkang will come through. He's been able to buy himself a little bit of space to be able to go for that tree and keep himself alive at least for a little bit longer, so that kill multiplier can maybe do a little bit more work for the side of Alliance. But it is OC at the moment who do actually not have that Yoda. The Witch and TP will be able to get the Ken out and away, so they will be able to get that resurrection and rescue online. As YZG, one of our only teams that are still running that monk with the heal still available. Gonna be just holding GD's K, getting that slam, waiting until your damage has been meted through from your other 2 teammates before coming in with the immediate damage necessary to back the kill, taking away the majority of the threat for the third party. Here's GD's Kakaishi now trying to chime in with the dual blades from on high. Going to be able to get a rescue onto their teammates. K's gonna be coming back online with that Wu Chen. Should be able to try to TP everybody away as Wolves are looking to try to intrude onto all of the teams below them. Might be biting off a little bit more than they can chew. One Fang gonna be taking so much damage, but will be able to find a reset before they come back into that fight. YZG actually having to watch out for that flanks. WX9A on the side of Ventus trying to do a little bit of chip damage with that longsword before coming in for the finishing blow, not forcing the transformation out of Zhao Toto, who is taking a lot of pressure from those cannons. Counter comes on out onto WX98, forcing and knocking him back into the Flamebringer coming through from GD's on Queen. Zhao Toto gets knocked off by the uppercut. Has to activate that monk form to be able to save their life. Will be able to get it off in time. And the kill's not going to be able to come through. Wolves 14 now in exchange, going to be looking for a transformation of their own. Both of these monks not actually trying to push onto the others. Everyone just looking for the grabs to try and find those kills and hold on to as much threat as possible. OC's Leng Jing gets grabbed out from the tree into the flamer. The follow-through slam comes on down, and he is going to be removed as it is our Toto now going toe-to-toe with 14, trying to knock him out before the transformation does run through. 14's transformation going to be lasting just a little bit longer. Yuation ultimate going to be coming out from Wolves to be able to cover that exit. As Yiran's transformation now comes under fire. GD on the low ground have been able to isolate out another member of OC, reducing them down to those 1 remaining members. As Wolves Terracotta Warrior, the Uasian, going to be finding so much damage trying to knock those players with the Leaps and Despair out into that zone corruption. As here we see the first beginning of that Viper ultimate coming on through. GD's Kakaishi kicking things off, trying to find those players, knock them away from that zone, but you don't have the follow-through damage at the moment. And Kakaishi actually is the one who's under fire at the moment. Has to use the Wuchen TP to be able to get back to their teammates as Wolves' 14 taking a lot of damage from the Flamer. Goes in with the dagger off of that grapple to try and push those players even further into the corruption, but all of them are just walking at the moment into Wolves. The out Flamebringer pushing all of those players off the low ground into the zone. GD's Kakaishi falling extremely low, trying to find that pick, getting close and personal so that you don't have time to be able to set the Flamer on up as GD's Don Quing with the Yodel ultimate takes out Xiao. Flamebringer threat annulled.
GD here, still looking to lock down the last remaining member of Wolves. Wolves 14 going very low, forced to pop the bell into the Monk transformation as we see coming on from high. Wolves One Fang with the Viper ultimate, trying to lock anybody down, looks to find GD's Kakaishi, but unfortunately, no, it's One Fang who actually gets stunned out here. Wolves 14, One Fang, both of them going down. It's just Team GD coming out on top, but OC's 28 finds Ventus up top. We're gonna see now WX98 goes very low, gets sent flying into the zone, grapples back onto 28HH. 28HH holding on to this Yodohime ultimate for as long as humanly possible here. They're going to be forced to pop this very soon. No, they don't even get to get it off as Kakaichi able to lock down 28HH and pick up the elimination. Funflux Phoenix, one remaining member here, but it's not going to be enough. It all comes up Team GD in the end as they're able to lock down this final space and pick up multiple eliminations. GD is going to be walking away our MVP for game number 3.
There's a moment where when we cut to 28HH, we're like, okay, they have the Yoda ultimate. Maybe they can pull this off. We've seen the clutch plays coming through from this week from the likes of Q9's LWH, but no, they get stagger locked. They're not able to find the breathing rooms to be able to activate either the app for that reset of the reshields or the ultimate itself, and it is GD with so many clean grapple cancels to deny any of the possibility, because that Yoda ultimate is hanging above their heads quite literally and figuratively. If the Yoda ultimate comes through and the blades connects and it actually knocks them out of that zone, very quickly things can fall apart for GD, but with the grapple cancels coming through onto 28HH, not allowing them any of that downtime, they are like we saw in the previous matchups coming on through from OC. They identified the win condition and the biggest threat to their win condition, and they deal with it first. It's not a Monk this time around, it's the Yodo. And then once the Yodo is gone, then they turn their attention to that one remaining member of FPX once again. And it is GD walking away with that target focus, coming out as our MVP for the third game today.
Yeah, and I mean, absolutely, the biggest threat to Team GD here was that huge Yodohime ultimate coming out, and 28HH had set themselves up for success here. If they had been able to hold on and just slide into the zone and pop that Yodohime ultimate, it could have been a very different story for the likes of Team GD. Because of the verticality on the side of that cliff, there's no place for them to go. Either they force themselves out into the zone and take massive zone tick while the Yodohime is able to just freely sit there in the zone and fight that space off, or they're forced to try to tap dodge on the side of that wall, and there's not really the space for them to do that there, and which means they're going to end up eating huge damage from that Yodohime ultimate. But like you said, able to constantly use those grapples into the tap dodge cancel back into grapple to lock 28HH down and keep them from doing anything once they got them towards the edge of that zone. The terrain that 28HH was trying to utilize to their advantage actually coming in and being the detriment, because the verticality keeps them from really getting the tap dodge that they need to get into the zone to buy time to start up that ultimate, and they go down there unfortunately unable to do anything, even have an opportunity to cast the ultimate that they were hoping to make happen there. But you know, for 28HH, it's a valiant effort. You're the last remaining member of your team. You're able to hold on that long, knowing that the zone's going to push to a spot that's going to be almost clutch for your team, right? Guarantees where you can pick up at least a couple more eliminations and keep yourself towards the top of that space. They do go out in third place with 12 eliminations. It's not a bad game, and considering the fact that they came into this game with a 30-point lead over every other team here, they are still sitting very, very pretty off the back of this game and have no worries going into game number 4.
Yeah, OC honestly, like they play it really smart, right? They come into that first zone and they go aggressive. They come with something like 9 kills in the first zone. And so when we hit that mid phase, they don't have to go for the Morris Blessings. They don't have to contest. They're running no monk composition either, so it's not important for them that they go for those Morris Blessings. And literally by just accepting that by not contesting the Morris Blessings, you're not going to have the buffs. They play mid-game perfectly. They hide away from any of those teams that do manage to pick up things like the Draco Storms, and they're able to survive into that final zone. And yeah, they don't come away with first. They don't come away with the amount of kills that GD are able to post coming in with those 18, but they still put themselves into picking up a consistent game score of above 20. So their lead is only going to continue because GD, if you remember, are actually coming into this bi-weekly final as the team in first. They were the team that used to be consistently the team that would post the most amount of points, and OC is 100% coming after that title.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Wolves coming in here in third, not playing poorly as all either with a 14.6 point. YZG still keeping themselves kind of up in that top in those double digits with 14 points as well. EWG, this is their first game where they don't break the double digits, walking in with a 9.4, but still keeping themselves towards the top side of the leaderboard. Alliance not quite having the game that they were hoping to have here. You know, off the rip, they were running pretty strong here and looked to be a really good contender in game 3, but unfortunately just not able to make it to that final circle and make things happen the way that they wanted to. GD really just controlling that space. An 18 kill game for them, absolutely huge. It helps them close the gap a little bit, but really only a little bit, considering that OC had a 30-point lead over every other team and still walks away with a 21-point game. This is just an absolute massive win for OC all the way around, considering 2 of their members were eliminated so early towards the beginning spaces of that final circle. The grab up into the tree to grab hold of one of OC's members there, really just separating them and making it almost impossible for them to come back into the final circle. The fact that they still walk away in 3rd place and pick up 21 points here is huge for them, considering how much of a lead they already have. But it's going to come down to GD's Dongqing, who we actually saw in our VOT before we cut in here today, talking about how bad he wants to pick up a bi-weekly championship for his team, considering he's the only player on the team that hasn't been part of a team winning a bi-weekly championship. Look at this, 20,000 damage coming through on him with the dagger alone. 9 eliminations, 7 assists, and this is going to be his 8th MVP of the season. What a game for Dongqing.
I wonder if that's like MVPs in trios, or if it as well takes into consideration the amount of times he's had MVP in solos, because it might actually be more. This guy walks away with solos MVP a whole heck of a lot of times. But no, GD had a very good game. The problem for them is that OC also, as we pointed out, had a very good game. So for GD to be able to pick up that first bi-weekly win for the likes of Dongqing, they have 2 win conditions, right? They have to place consistently well in all of their remaining matches, but OC has to consistently place badly. And there's really not a big chance of that, because we get to see the nameplates, we get to see the target that OC could potentially have painted on their backs, but because OC aren't playing any of these curveball compositions that are out of the ordinary and you can sort of use to track out, okay, this team has to be these guys. They were running that Takeda 2 games ago. They're the only ones in the lobby running this Takeda now, so we know it's going to be them, which is sort of a trap that J Team has tended to fall into. OC are really hard to identify.
Oh, absolutely. It's hard to pick them out of the lineup, given how many of the teams are running similar comps to them. But we're going to come back to game number 4 and see if they make themselves a target or if they're able to come back for a 3rd MVP. But first, we're going to throw things over to Jaeger for a quick interview.
Hello everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And today we invite Kakashi to interview room and let him say hello to our audience. 来，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 GD 的卡卡西。
好的，再次恭喜你们拿下刚才这把比赛最高分。So first of all, congratulations, you guys get the highest score in the game 3. And you know, OC is also have very high score, but I saw that you have very good performance. And I saw you today, you are using the Viper, right? And you use the F3 Viper. So most of the time we see our player, they are using the F2 Viper. So tell me why, please. 那首先要恭喜你们，而且就是刚才我们也聊到说，一直把 OC 现在很当一个对手，就他们的分数也很高，但是这把你们的表现是更好，而且更高一些。这把我看到你用的是一个 F3 的宁红叶，但大部分时间啊，我们看到大家用的都是 V2 F2， 对不起啊，都是 F2 的宁红叶，为什么呢？
因为 F3 它这个我们去自定义试了一下，它近疗效果非常好，然后它就容易打不上药，然后决赛圈，因为我玩这么久宁红叶下来，我觉得决赛圈 F2 踢到的机会很少，
对的，
然后我觉得 F3 踢到打集火，然后或者就慢慢消耗对面，把对面磨死比较好。
好的。So actually, because we use the F3, so our opponent can't healing themselves. And I think because we are like training a lot in the training room, and we have a try that we think F3 have more benefit, especially in the final circle, because like F2 is a little bit weak in the final circle. It can't knock our opponent. And F3 after the Wuchen's transport and my opponent, they can't healing themselves. So F3 Viper will have more benefits. That's why I get F3 Viper. Okay, so also we saw that you have very high damage by using the ranged weapon cannon. So please, do you have any skill can share? 那我们今天也看到你们战队啊，今天其实拿火炮打出了一个非常高的伤害，对吧？怎么看起来有点不开心呢？应该是一个很开心的事情，对不对？那我相信你们肯定在打这个远程上面很有心得，能不能给我们讲一讲？
就是拿火炮了的话，就对面抢空投或者两队混战的时候，就往他们中间轰，然后别人在逃跑的时候就稍微带一点预判往别人前面轰，就很容易能轰住。
好的。So by using the cannon, I think most of the time when the two teams are fighting together, so we will join and use the ranged weapon to do some damage. And also, if we see our opponent escape, so I would like to use some foresee to foresee their way to escape, and then we will have very high damage by using the cannon. Okay, so also because in the final circle, there's really your team are being a danger. I saw your teammate are grabbed by a monk and also have damage and already done. So at that time, like a lot of teams are focused on you and how you guys just rebirth him. 那其实到了决赛圈的时候，有一个就是我们觉得非常惊心动魄的时刻，就是当我们的一位队友他倒下的时候，其实那个时候场上盯着你们的队伍很多，那一波怎么把他拉起来？
就是他倒下的位置正好有个缝隙，然后我们过去放了个盘子就给他拉起来了。对面视野的话，就是除非他下来打断我们，他在上面是打断不到的。
好的。So actually, there's a good position when our teammates just down, and we find there's a crypt. So we put the Yodo's skill at that place, so other opponent can't damage on us. So we like healing him together. Then he got rebirth. OK， 好的，谢谢卡西接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
打一，2打1，2打1。我，堵满了，快拉！我们扶着出去，我们可以慢慢扶出去的，明白吗？我们扶出去。OK。可这毒可以扶的，来，我们扶出去，慢慢扶。跟着我走。OK。扶出去。但你再打一个，你还能打上吗？三娘？
没了，打不上了。
来，别走，准备摸三娘。
得互摸，
摸出去，把你摸出去。
OK。
来摸我。
怎么走？
来，准摸他，别，准摸。
只能说。
没办法，只能这么说，你别摸，上来摸，别勾，要勾。
是的，不要出勾，步步走是可以走出去的啊，但走的有点慢，只能走。OK， 很励志，兄弟们。
哎，死了断了，要不要玩了？
不，可以，走地线可以够的。
来摸他，不要玩了，哥们。
这把得死多少招？只要在1分钟，能摸出去2分钟够的。
加油！现在摸我，加油！摸我。
他们好像被毒死了，一起死了。是的。2000 years later。
走出去吗？
还在呢。这就是职业精神，宁死不弃。
这把被陷害了，
对，
被GG陷害了，
不该去这个点。
没办法，我也想跳这个点。哎，完了，
这个位置看上去不错。
毒死了，那可以。你上3分，上不了大分。
OK， 3个
强势了，舒服。这 KD 不是狂掉？哎，这样会不会狂掉 KD 啊？
这个太变态了吧
！A few moments later。
干什么呢？我
进不来了，他进不来了。
对呀，没了，
没有了，还在。
匕首在 A 呀。什么意思啊？他们不会摁第几局吗？这好变态啊！
但现在你可以看到GG还在这撑，他们相互之间的一个搀扶的话，已经磨掉了3支队伍了。
慢慢走，不着急，我们是冠军，兄弟们，摸我，完了，死了。
没事，
没完。
快，你俩互拉吧，互拉不行。
鸡，
没有。
哎呀，快，救！完了。18个人，我们坚持了，死了10个人，是不是？
我们拿1场分给联赛整个点节目效果。
确实，拿命给联赛整节目效果。不让分，也不亮分。我们这个护栏绝对至少上了2分，战术成功。
上了2分，能上了集锦。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the third bi-weekly final for the Nbpl Tourism Run. I don't know about you, but just getting to watch that clip back from GG and seeing all of the other teams' POVs, like, they lasted about 5 minutes. I remember I was casting it, and we were losing at mice because we were just looking every single time in the bottom right, seeing GG revive, GG revive, GG revive. And it got to the point that our beautiful observers actually had to split screen. We had all of the main action going on, and then in the bottom right, we had a camera POV of a GG perspective where they were just rezzing and rezzing and rezzing. They were just going further and further into the zone. We were like, okay, they've got to be down now. They've got to be down now. And I remember Jake being like, okay, they're dead. And like 2 minutes later, I was like, hey, Jake, GG is still on the leaderboards.
I wish I had been there to watch that. But I mean, realistically, like they said at the end of the day, they got themselves about 2 extra points, and they definitely made a very, very memorable moment here in the league. Yeah, no, absolutely. Speaking of being immortalized, we're going to take a look at the overall leaderboard here. Unfortunately, KZ only able to put 1 point on the board in games 2 and 3. Going to be all the way down at the very bottom. NPG struggling to find their footing as well here in both of our last 2 games. Alliance able to put a 8.9 up with a total of 55.2 points, but realistically, they have got an insurmountable mountain to climb in OC with 116 points, holding on to a massive lead. GD with a 33.8 point game here in game 3. Not going to be enough to overcome the mountain that is OC. OC still dominating off the back of 2 very strong performances and 2 MVPs back to back. Something we haven't seen in a long time in the league, much less in a bi-weekly final. YZG holding on to 3rd place here with a 14-point lead over EWG, with just some very consistent gameplay coming out from YZG. They have literally been in the top 3 every single game here, and it has served them very well. Unfortunately, it's not served them well enough, considering that OC has just been able to dominate every single game that they've been a part of. The question is will they be able to continue that momentum? We're not heading to Holoroth just yet. We've got one more here on Morris Isle, so these players can kind of lock and load for a little bit of consistency off the back of Morris into Morris. It's the only back-to-back map that we're going to see all day today, so hopefully some of these players can come in and lock down a similar performance, and if not, it's going to be very interesting to see. I know GD, we were talking about it quite a bit during the break there. There was a moment where K goes down for Team GD in this last game, and they come in, they throw the Yodo F3 over top of them. The F3 actually gets stuck on the wall above them, so they're extremely vulnerable, but nobody pressures it. They just let GD revive K, bring him back. Had they not been able to bring back their Wu Chen there, it would have been a very different final circle for the likes of GD. So fortunately for them, amongst the chaos, I guess everybody loses them on that side, that really vertical wall there where they throw the F3 down. They make that mistake where it just sticks too high, and luckily nobody paying attention. Everybody's looking at the big monks going, where can I hide from all that's going on? GD able to resurrect K and have a very, very good game, but one good game is not going to be enough. They can't rest on their laurels. They need to come in and have at least another huge performance like they had in this game, just to climb the point lead that OC already has, and they need to have hope that OC just does not have any sort of game coming into our 4th game here if they want to take that 1st place spot away from them.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, when we look at the leaderboard, there are only 3 teams that can walk away with 1st. And even then, it's a 95% chance that it's going to be OC, having, after an absolute mammoth performance on games 1 and games 2 today, already locked themselves in such a secure lead. And it is the 3 teams, OC, YZG, and GD, who are all going to have a potential for OC to continue to just increase that lead. And GD and YZG, they're the only teams that are really within reach of being able to catch them. And I think that's because for a lot of these final zones, when we've seen OC and GD win, everyone else hasn't really been able to post a whole lot of kills, because the team that comes out on top is the team that target focuses. That's the big difference maker, right? The team that comes out on top in every single one of these final zones for all 3 games that we've played so far today have been able to find all of the kills, because they literally do manage to find those picks in seconds. It's so quick, the target focus that comes out from those members, that no one is able to poach the picks out. So even if, you know, you're like YCG and you're coming in, you're always coming into that top 5, that previous game, they only found 14 points, even though they were within the top 5, because they just weren't actually able to find any kills to be able to steal off of the likes of GD and OC, who were the ones constantly coming into that kill feed.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the big things, like you said here, is the fact that they are selectively picking those targets, right? It's being able to look at a team comp and instantaneously recognizing that is either the threat or that is the key piece of the comp holding it together, that's the target we all need to get on and blitz out of existence immediately. It's like if you look at a Transformers comp, the classic Transformers comp with Kurumi is the target, right?
Yeah.
Realistically, you need to get the Kurumi out of there. The odds of you being able to lock down a monk before he can transform, very, very low. But the one thing you don't want to see is the Kurumi able to just consistently heal the monk while he's monked up and not be able to counteract that with the range damage coming through. And if you can lock the Kurumi down and pick her out, that monk is far worse off and the Yueishan almost useless.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're also seeing some of these teams shift away from the Kurumi to the Temi, because it used to be, as you pointed out, like that traditional pick saw the Kurumi constantly being pounced on. She was always under so much pressure. She was always having to try and use either the ultimate to be able to heal herself, which then means that you don't have it to drop when that monk falls below 50% in monk ult form, or she would have to drop that tether early to be able to TP herself out of that. And then again, that's a resource that isn't going to be there for the monk when he goes for that transformation to keep himself safe. So even if you didn't find the pick onto the Kurumi, actually managing to take away her abilities was as good as picking her out, as opposed to the Temi, who has a little bit more self-sustained survivability on his own, because he can actually, attack the players that try to jump onto him. And it means that these teammates are having to find different players to target focus, and that is actually becoming the monk. As you pointed out when we walked over to Holoroth, like the repeating crossbow has seen a massive upshift in the amount of times that we're seeing it come on through, because the Kurumi Tether and ultimate is not there to negate. And also, if you get things like the cripple Soul Jade or the poison Soul Jade, then you're doing continuous tick damage that isn't going to be healed by a Kurumi, constantly nipping away at that monk's health bar. And even better yet, if you have the cripple and you stop them from being able to either dash or grapple away, you can pin them down so your other two teammates can go in for the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. The repeating crossbow really coming in clutch for many of these teams. And again, like I said in that game, it's seen such an uptick. It's a weapon. Realistically, I can't remember the number of times I even saw the repeating crossbow during season 1. And if I could probably count the number of times I saw it on one hand. Whereas in this season, they've realized, hey, we've seen the shift away from the Kurumi. We've seen the vulnerability in the monk. That's the target. Let's start picking these up and putting the work. And you mentioned Venom Tip. Venom Tip is probably one of the most underrated Soul Jades, in my opinion, in the game. That consistent tick that can't be healed through, that there's literally nothing you can do about. And it's not quite like the fire tick, whereas the fire tick, you almost always know how long that tick is. That poison tick is something you don't see often enough to be able to go, there's 3 ticks left on it, there's 4 ticks left on it, much less when you're a monk and you're on the receiving end of somebody just pummeling you and constantly resetting that poison tick with the venom tick. Because poison, unlike the fire tick, does not have a cooldown on it. As soon as somebody hits you with it, it resets that cooldown immediately. There's no, you can't be re-poisoned like there is with the fire. So that Venom Tip, really a very, very underutilized Soul Jade for the repeating crossbow, and pumps out a ton of damage when you're able to find it.
Yeah, it also lets you be more mobile, right? With the cannon and the musket, you sort of have to be a little bit more stationary. With the cannon, you have to jump a lot of the time, and that can actually put yourself into willingly jumping into those monk punches. But we are going to have a little bit of a video to explain a little bit more on the backgrounds of some of these players, and I can't wait to see what insight we're going to have this time around.
是的，因为我们之前就小运神过来转3排，就是因为我们火人刀有点打得太烂了，他过来救火的。然后，但是他打了3排之后，有一点就是对于单排那个专注力就没有了，所以就他最近在调整状态，准备继续回去打单排去了。我感觉后面双变还是会有差距的，因为是双变强，你才当得上一个强队。就像每个队伍就打法不一样，比如说 YDG 喜欢打架，然后 GG 喜欢运营，或者说 FunPlus 就打这架运营，然后 WBG 的话就他们抓人很准，就梦游有绝招的，但还没用出来。然后皮克斯的大佛也很厉害，就
怎么说呢？就是有些东西还没有展现出来，就到后面总决赛或者说第4周的时候，可能才会慢慢展现出来。
There we go, a little bit of an insight about how some of these players are able to identify, even without the nameplates and the skins, which players they're actually fighting against. Because yeah, I agree with Eagle, like all of these players do have very, very identifiable traits. Right? J-Team are a team that we know they like to pick off their stragglers. Sometimes they'll even take it so far to the point that they'll go out into the zone to be able to finish them off. GD do like to play for survivability. If one of their teammates go down, they try to get that resurrection online as quickly as possible. GG like to play a little bit more openly in terms of when they use those ultimates. LXM and Miski are very quick on the draw to be able to get those kills locked down, which can sometimes put them at a little bit of a detriment in terms of burning through the ults a little bit too quickly, but does tend to net them a healthy amount of kills into the first parts of the circle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, coming in here, taking a look, really interesting to see OC, by the way. I wanted to talk about this. They are playing into that Wu Chen Viper Yodohime comp for the 3rd time running, which means they're not going to be able to use this into our later games. Well, okay, maybe I misspoke here. Maybe we had a misstart on the part of the game. I'm not sure what's happening just yet. So looks like game 4 not going to start quite just yet, and maybe we'll get to take a look at those hero picks a second time coming off the bat of that. What I was going to say was going to be very interesting that OC was going to run that comp for a 3rd time, because it doesn't leave it open for them into the final 2 games, and it is a comp that they succeeded very well onto Holoroth with. So it's interesting that they were going to opt into that and leave themselves almost a little naked going into Holoroth, almost being forced to either play that monk comp or play a non-traditional comp in one of their 2 final games.
Yeah, I think maybe for them it's identifying the fact that a lot of these teams are probably going to be saving those monk points for that 2nd game of Holoroth, and again, like, you're going to be playing Viper into a lot of monks, and like that 1st game on Holoroth, it works out perfectly for them. Those monks played themselves out of their ultimates, and it was something that they were able to take full advantage of. And we have seen them find value with the monk composition themselves, right? They were able to, in a absolute lobby dominated by Vipers. Literally, they were outnumbered, I think, 1 to about 13 in the lobby that they're able to walk away with the MVP on that 1st game on Morris Isle. They're still able to pull off that monk. So I think for them, they're probably going to be more than happy to save that monk composition for moving into Holoroth, and instead have that Viper to potentially try to shut down some of those Yotos when we head into our 4th game, which is still going to be on the Morris Isle, because obviously Viper is one of those players that I think has the most amount of broken keyboards caused. She is the most frustrating thing to play around, right? With Yodo, if you get into trouble, you can pop your ultimate either to just try and use the damage that you output to zone out all of the players trying to kill you, or you can use it to disengage and get a little bit of a rotation. With a monk, you obviously have your escape tools, you've got your bell clang in case you're being stun locked against one of those walls and you don't have a teammate that'll be able to cover your back. When you're playing into a Viper, you literally have to cancel your ultimate, escape the fight, or stand and die.
You know, there are a couple options into the Viper, though. You know, Monk can potentially grab the Viper out and cancel it. We also saw earlier, Yodohime was able to just blitz a Viper down using their own ultimate and canceled out the Viper ultimate off the back of sending them flying. So you have a couple of options, but most of the time, yes, you're 100% correct. Coming in, you see that Viper ultimate, your team tends to scatter like cockroaches. You need to just get out of dodge. This is not where you want to be anymore, and go ahead and back away from that. I think you're right, though. It's going to be interesting to see how OC plays these last couple of games out, because they do still have a substantial lead, but off the back of that 3rd game and not walking away the MVP, it's not quite as substantial as they would like it to be. There's still room for at least 2 of these teams to be able to catch up to them. And at the end of the day, OC is very, very hungry to walk away our bi-weekly champions for our third bi-weekly here in season 2 of the NBPL, and they have made that very known today with their performances in all 3 of these first games, and hopefully they can continue to bring that momentum here into our last 3 games, because it has made things very interesting to watch today, Moxie.
Yeah, and actually to circle back to the point of like scattering away like cockroaches from that Viper ultimate, I feel like that should maybe be listed in the impact that the Viper ult has, right? Because not only do you have the silence and that stun, but the fact that it displaces teams that they panic and they don't have clear positions that they run to where they already agree and are decided upon. So for teams like OC and GD, who are very good at target prioritizing and just blitz focusing down one of those players, having just one person to focus on where they are so far out of position away from their other 2 teammates that they're not going to be able to peel back for them in time is pretty much an impact of the ultimate itself. That's so much value on the table as we are going to have a restart of the game. We are still going to be headed over to Morris R. We can see that OC did walk away with the back-to-back wins of game 1 and game 2. GD coming in with the upset for game 3, and we can see what exactly these players are going to be locking in with. NPG once again trying to make this Takeda work, this time trying to use a Matari to give it a little bit more coverage and survivability, but I'm still not really a fan of this one.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting seeing them continue to bring the Takeda out here to Morris Isle on a repeat. We saw J-Team find moderate success in our first game with that particular comp, but the thing was J-Team planned it around specifically the fact that there were so many Fireflies around that they could utilize that Takeda ult much more often, and off the back of that they were able to group some teams up in ways that it made it so they could utilize that ult to their advantage, of where they were able to hit multiple people with it off the rip. Unfortunately for J-Team, that strategy fell apart as they started to go and pick stragglers off instead of focusing on full teams, and they end up in the final circle there with no loot. NPG has seen absolutely 0 results off the back of this Takeda pick and continue to run it through.
Speaking of J-Team, look what they're coming in with. That's a Wu Chen.
It is a Wu Chen pick coming in for J-Team, and a very classic Viper comp coming out from Lee as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that here in game number 4. So take a look at the spread on the map here. Quite a very wide spread across the map. Nobody coming into Celestra here. This has become a common theme here in the Nbpl. A lot of these teams opting to take some of these outer zones and then force themselves into Celestra to pick up that loot after they found the loot in the outer zones, and then all hell breaks loose as a fight over Celestra breaks out. But we're going to see if that's the case here, as many of these teams spread in a straight diagonal line straight through the middle of the map, as we move now in with a Q9, GD, and Ventus all going head-to-head immediately off of the rip here, looking to make some action happen. Kakaishi going head-to-head with LXY, both of them rocking the great swords. GD just trying to regroup with the rest of its members here to hold on. K backing off as they let Ventus and Q9 go head-to-head here. Fun plus Phoenix also coming in. GG picking up an elimination on EWG. Ventus picking one up on the Q9. Fun plus Phoenix coming in for the third party. Zhu trying to land something here with these dual blades, but not able to find a target that they can lock down. Q9 able to get LWH back in, and we're going to see NPG pick up an early Moonbane.
It's good game sense coming out from GD, acknowledging that they're running that Transformer composition and that they're going to be very vulnerable in the beginning phases when it's not built on Arthurs. Kakaishi now trying to find those players on the side of FPX. We're seeing VVV immediately activate that Justina ultimate, trying to get the freeze onto as many players on the side of Ventus as possible so they can come in with those picks. JD's K gets locked down in the meantime as well. Kakaishi goes down in tandem, and very things quickly falling apart for the side of GD, who just without that monk transformation have no ultimate to really be able to rely on. And they also didn't really build the rage up, because remember, they avoided the fight rather than taking it. So the Justina ultimate was built up far faster, as it does unfortunately cost them. They don't disengage far enough away to be able to escape the impact of that. As OC's 0-1 without any teammates to peel through at the moment. Does finally manage to see his teammates survive, but unfortunately his health bar by the time it arrived had already fallen down so low that he's not able to find that recovery and will go down. J-Team now trying to find the pick, not going to be able to tap dodge out from the first Yoda slash, will be able to avoid the second and the third follow through as Lee gets grapple cancelled and frozen by a Justina ultimate coming through, making sure there's no clean disengagement for the likes of J-Team. OC not finding the opening that they're looking for. NPG, one of the teams lagging behind on the leaderboard, going to be activating that Bane's Breath and trying to find some of those kills and have a little bit of an explosive start to this game as J-Team actually get caught in the Bane's Breath. Zeki having to drop that Wuchen F ability to block the repeating crossbow so that he's able to escape out cleanly. NPG going to be able to clean up OC's Leng Jing and move on to trying to find some more of those players disengaging. J-Team's ZK trying to find the damage with the Nezha's Might. Will be able to get a nice little bunch of it to connect, but unfortunately doesn't manage to find the kill before he gets taken down by Ventus's WX98. But Ventus now having to still sit on those ultimates will be able to survive a potential third party coming on through. As NPG, they didn't realize that the Yoda ultimate would still be online. Now they're caught out in the disengagement, both the Viper ultimate and the Yoda ultimate being utilized to make sure that NPG are not able to escape safely. But those ultimates will run out, and NPG Sora now closing up that distance, trying to get on top of that Yodo. Another Yodo ultimate going to be coming on through, this time surely from NPG, as GG's LXM looking to try and land a couple of picks. Miskia will be able to pick up ZU, who unfortunately did not have any of those Yodo abilities available to be able to save themselves, as GG immediately now landing into LXM's Viper ultimate. Everyone just trying to dash out of line of sight so that they're able to break the stun, but they're not able to. LXM's able to immediately ghost their trail, and it's going to be GG walking away with so many kills beneath their belt after a very successful third party.
Yeah, man. The beginning of this particular game, very different from our first three games here, as every single team just continues to blitz one another. It's an absolute bloodbath. We've actually seen the number drop below 30 players alive at one point, as we have a ton of resurrections coming through from all of these teams, including top teams like OC, GD, YZG, many of these teams already with no resurrections. EWG here down to a single player, no resurrections available to their bolt name, and it's just Sanzi left alive, a player who consistently does not do well when they are caught out alone. So very unfortunate for the likes of EWD, GD, able to get themselves back into the game here. No resurrections though, as they were already eliminated early off the back of that Justina ult here, but able to find some loot and get themselves back into the game with a couple of eliminations under their belt here. YZG still using those ghost forms, looking to get a little bit of information and find an optimal place to reset. We are zone 1 collapsing down onto zone 2, and as normally we would say things are starting to slow down, but this lobby has been very chaotic, and many of these teams clearly looking to start setting up to secure some of those Moore's blessings, so you can expect the action to get heated once again. OC coming all the way out here to Shadow Jade Mine just to pick up some scraps, able to find a couple sets of blue armor and a purple weapon here on Leng Jing with the dagger. So hopefully they're gonna find what they're looking for and can find a foothold here into game number 4. Wolves going head to head here with Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix initiating off the back of the Tumulk ult here. Need to be very careful. We're gonna see the sand come through. 14 using the charge right click there to just power armor through that so they're not hit with the CC and caught out. One Fang trying to find somebody to pick out here from the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix. Sees TXJ in the back with the white armor and decides this is the target they want to lock down. They're able to hit one hit with those dual blades, but unfortunately TXJ just turns things very quickly onto them with the nunchucks. Wolves now, though, with the Bane's Breath coming down, 14 going to be eliminated. One Fang gets knocked up once again here by the Sand Wisp from Temi here on Fun Plus Phoenix, and Fun Plus Phoenix is going to opt to back out, take their one elimination, and just get away. They want nothing to do with trying to take that engagement into the Bane's Breath. Over to Team GG now, trying to lock down these members of OUG. Unfortunately, Kakaishi just getting blitzed from above as OUG comes and stands on his head with a set of dual blade and does a ton of damage before he's forced to de-transform and then disappears from the lobby. GD down to their last remaining member. No resurrections available for them, and this could be very bad for GD. GD's trying to set themselves up in a situation where they're going to be able to catch up to the likes of OC, and unfortunately that is GD eliminated from the lobby here, and OC still kicking. Even if they just pick up placement points, it makes that gap between the two teams that much further, with only 2 games remaining for GD to find a way to close the massive gap between first and second place. EWG Sanzi, the last remaining member of EWG here, finally finding an enemy team and being caught out. We're gonna throw the F3 to go for a reset, but it doesn't matter because KZ's Rain throws the whip straight into the F3 and Sanji gets sent airborne, and KZ's gonna pick up the elimination, and that's gonna be EWG sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, there are some counters to the Yodo F ability, and one of them is Temmie. As that Zephyr Wisp just immediately removes any availability of that reset, as 17JL might now be losing one of their members. FPX TXJ is on the ropes at the moment. OC trying to find the confirmation onto that kill. TXJ actually runs further out of the zone. Might go down to the corruption. There it is. OC will be able to pick that one up, as it is just going to be now V and one remaining player for the likes of FPX. Try and find that rescue, but surely OC are going to be camping it, as YZG will be able to find a knockdown onto AOW's Mikasa and immediately have to scramble to be able to escape all of the onslaught of ranged utility that comes into their path off of announcing their presence. We'll be able to immediately backtrack in towards that cairn and get a little bit of a restock on their resources, as Alliance patrolling around this Morris Blessing. Lucky trying to move in with that spear and find a lot of damage, but they're chased away by the Viper ultimate coming through from Ventus's. TJ have to actually Witch and TP away so that they're going to be able to cut the connection as YZG decide to come on through. I'm not quite sure if YZG were able to pick up the buff though, as it is now going to be YZG moving away with that Witch and TP escaping intact. No purple armor or weapons on their side though, so I don't think they were successful in being able to open up that box. OC on the other hand, not really having that blistering start that we've been seeing from them coming through from all of their other games. However, they just really have to survive and get a couple of kills. GD going down this early on with very little kills does keep themselves in a position to be able to control and increase the lead that they're currently sitting on, as it is going to be LYD being able to activate one of those rebirth charms, but Ventus were waiting for it. WX98 now going to be stuck a little bit outside of that pack, gets caught out by the Temmie ultimate. They're still going to be able to find the pick onto LYD, who goes down with the rebirth charm too, reducing FPX's team to only the one player. It's just TXJ and VVV, who seems like they were able to get back in time. OUG going to be hunting for some of those players with that Vermilion Birds. Having that full resurrection available is going to allow them to be so much more aggressive. As you can see, Jinyu just getting a little bit of a bird's eye view on their surroundings, wanting to see if any of those players are straggling out from trying to escape to the zone as we head over towards Shipwreck. As Wolves One Fang trying to find some of those players. Has a decent amount of loot on them at the moment. OC still not really running the best protection in terms of armor padding, but gonna be pretty happy with that purple knife, just making sure to check all of those purple bushes, not wanting to be surprised by a team hiding and biding their time. And that was definitely one thing that I'm really happy to see teams adapting into. Season 1, it felt like everyone's been caught out by the purple invisible bushes, but now everyone just sort of takes 2 seconds to make sure that they're not going to be bitten in the backside by the quite literal ambushes. GG's 3-3-0. Going to be sitting up from on high on that Wuchen. Does have both the TP and all of the F available to make sure that they're going to be able to block those projectiles if any attention does come onto the sides of the team, as they weren't able to get on top of one of those Morse Blessings. So everyone's just sort of waiting to see whether or not those 2 minutes are going to pass, whether someone with that Draco Storm is going to be blitzing a trail through their surroundings, which is the reason that they are currently hiding. MPG Sora is going to be spotted out by Alliance with that third person POV. MPG on the other side, not sure if they know that Alliance are hidden up in that hut, as they are not going to be challenging that position.
Yeah, NPG, very lucky. Sorrow looked at that hut like he was going to go in and potentially grab some loot. And then for whatever reason, I guess maybe his team made a call out there or whatever that they were going to be on the move. Decides not to go in there. 3 scale rushes in the face is not how you want to end your day here in the Nbpl. So Sorrow walks away. Not the victim of domestic violence in that little hut there, as we turn here to Wolves. 14 actually going to take quite a huge bow shot to the face from the side of NPG. We're going to see the likes of the Wu Chen F come out to buy the armor back here for Wolves 14 as they decide this is not an engagement that they want. OC waiting in the wings. Len Jing actually going to find that purple musket there. More than happy to go ahead and take that up on the side of OC. OUG looking to come in here onto 17JL. 17JL once again with a big number of kills strung together here in the early game. The question is will they be able to finally take those kills into the late game? Every single time it seems like they have a very good start, they end up going out into the mid game, which is something we've seen teams suffer from time and time again, who have that aggressive early playstyle. Wolves getting completely froze out here by the Justino. 2 of their members going very low. The invisibility buying them a little bit of time. Wade not quite able to connect with the refreeze onto Ziyu. Ziyu just trying to stay alive here. Zinyu from OUG actually going to be parried as 17JL comes in onto this. The charge right click coming out. AS forced to go ahead and pop that frost core just to stay alive. Benchu very, very low. Looks like Wade going to be trying to find that elimination here for OUG. And then we go a jump cancel into a parry onto Benchu. Sees Benchu go down. Wade very, very low. 17JL's AS coming in and going to be eliminated by Wade now. And unfortunately, it looks like J-Team coming in for the third party, implementing that strategy we're so used to seeing them trying to pick off these stragglers at the edge of the zone, and they are going to find OUG Zinyu as well as another member of the other team here as we turn our attention over to OC, forced to pop their Wu Chen ult to get 28 HH back into the game here as both GG and I do believe NPG give a chase to OC. OC able to find the reset they were hoping off the back of the Wu Chen ult and just looking to disengage and find more favorable ground as we take a look here. 29 players left alive, 3 still with the resurrections. OUG, I do believe with the Vermilion Bird's Might, did get eliminated from their fight now, and they're going to be forced to go back to the Soul Altar as Zone 2 now collapses fully down onto Zone 3. We're going to see those second set of Morse Blessings with those buffs spawning in, and many of these teams positioning, trying to secure those buffs for themselves. Team GG here with 10 eliminations under their belt, starting to finally make a dent into that leaderboard and move up from the very bottom and make a little bit of effort here into game number 4. YZG trying to lock down this Moore's Blessing, but we're going to see V2 from the Viper ult coming out from CXZ just to buy them a little bit of space. Looks like they were able to secure that Moore's Blessing for themselves, and they pick up, I do believe, Mystic Might, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of YZG. So they're going to get some much needed rage and health regeneration, but mostly going to be able to spot out their enemies and keep things moving so they can secure some easy eliminations. TXJ very split up from the likes of his team here as VVV is the one being caught out by YZG. VVV going to be forced to pop the Justina ultimate here just to create some space. No shields left as YZG continues the hunt. No place for VVV to go as YZG is going to lock that down and pick up an elimination.
It's very fitting that they're using the snow leopard tail, because that was a little bit of playing with your food like a cat and a mouse. Just allowing VVV to pop that Justina ultimate and try and keep themselves alive, and then just making sure that once those dashes run out, you're not going to be able to grapple away. The cancels come on through, VVV gets entirely stun locked down and will be removed as Ventus now still 3 players strong, going to be looking to intrude onto Alliance. Trying to move forward off of the back of that Mystic Might. Not going to be able to find the entrance that they were looking for with the ranged attacks. and are going to be taking a little bit of downtime to be able to get that repair onto the repeating crossbow before trying to come back in anew. But Alliance now going to be a little bit bunkered up on this high ground, making it a little bit harder to be able to try to push into them. As YZG are still trying to track down this last remaining player of FPX. They've been able to spot them out, but they're not actually committing into the fight. VVV is back. We can see still fighting in that zone. YZG still running that Mystic Might are going to know exactly where they're standing. Free shell form comes out for the Justina, allowing YZG to just cluster up. It's Thanksgiving. Everyone's around the table. Everyone's sitting around that Justina just waiting for the self-heal to be able to come through. And that's when they absolutely feast, as it is now going to be TXJ caught out. Alliance have been able to spot out that lone Matari. Grapple cancel comes on through. TXJ trying to buy themselves a little bit of space with the dual blades. Will be able to keep themselves alive a little bit longer, but they're running away from Alliance. They're running towards the zone. Matari Blip will be able to come through so that they're able to survive a little bit longer. TXJ just trying to keep themselves out of sight as much as possible, but they get grapple cancelled out. TXJ still somehow surviving, using that tree to break line of sight. Unfortunately, now knocked straight out into the zone. Still going to be grapple cancelled, looking for any escape that they can find, just surviving for as long as possible. Surely they're about to go down in a matter of moments, and there it is. Mubai will be able to find the pick with that greatsword. TXJ is going to be removed, and FPX are going to be knocked out of the lobby with only 2 kills for their name, as another Morris Blessing spawns. Another contest immediately shut down by that Temi ultimate. J-Team will be able to find themselves a rebuff charm, but OUG are going to be feeling very pleased about the insides of that chest, as they've been able to set themselves up. That Justina is coming in with legendary armor. So a lot of sustainability, which means that you don't have to burn that free shell farm early. You are going to be able to use it for as long as possible. As Ventus now looking to try to collapse in onto some of those players. They've got the Flamebringer as well, so you're just trying to bait someone a little bit closer to activate that fire tick before being able to move in and finish them off. As we can see, another Flamer coming through, this time I believe in the hands of NPG. J-Team actually going to be using that rebuff charm to get one of their players back into that lobby. So we can see a Bane's Breath coming on out. MPG looking on the outskirts, wanting to maybe move in and collapse onto those players that have been displaced by the lightning splashes. As OC have had a very similar idea, anti-ultimate area going to be formed, making sure that no one can actually really try to press in. But all of these teams aren't running the monks, so they're more than happy to fight in the middle of that one. It's only really going to deter the Vipers and the Yodos. And that means that if you feel comfortable with the loot that you have, you can still look to find the picks. It is, of course, depriving you of using that Wuchen TP to be able to get out to safety, though. So it might give some of those teams a little bit of pause for thoughts about whether they want to be able to put themselves into that state of vulnerability for potentially only a handful of kills when you could be knocked out of the entire lobby for good.
Yeah, they need to be very, very careful about how they approach that situation moving forward. Because like you said, you don't want to be the person getting eliminated from the lobby this early on. There are only 30 players left alive. There are quite a few teams eliminated, but that multiplier really mattering the most in that top 6 range. And no matter the number of kills that you put together here, YZG being a team who's actually been able to put together quite a few kills, 7 eliminations under the belt, looking to secure that Morris Blessing for themselves here, but not quite finding what they want, I assume, as no gold armor there for them. They're just going to be coming in and picking up a little bit of the extra loot left behind by some of these other teams. You know, you look at 17JL, and this is, unfortunately, this is the team that we were talking about earlier. They picked up 8 eliminations early, and then unfortunately into the mid game get eliminated off the back of that aggression because they don't slow things down. And that's the thing, is once you've picked up some of those eliminations, it's time to kind of slow things down and stop trying to force so many engagements. Trying to find those third parties for yourself can be very beneficial, but if you've already put in the work and put the eliminations under your belt, take them to the late game and make them count for as much as possible instead of risking it so often. And unfortunately, 17JL is a team that has consistently done that today, and they scoreline clearly shows it. J-Team's Eagle here going head-to-head with a Q9, getting caught out by LWH, and this a huge Yotahime ultimate that is able to secure the elimination onto J-Team's Eagle. J-Team going to be down 2 members now as Q9 is able to put together their 5th elimination of the game. Alliance on the edge of this Moore's Blessing, trying to contest the likes of GG, trying to find their footing as they don't want to end up stuck between these two teams, trying to stay airborne here so that that exact scenario doesn't unfold. Lucky just continuing to keep things moving up top, using a little bit of skywalking here, looks across and sees GG's 330, thinks better of it, and it comes back now to Q9 down on the bottom side of this hill here, able to find a little bit of a reset, but continuing to take pop shots up the hill here at most of these remaining teams. Ventus, YZG, NPG, and Wolves all waiting in the wings. J-Team's Lee, the last remaining member, caught out here, taking shots from multiple sources, just looking for a reset, is going to go down as OUG's Wade lands a musket shot onto them. Unfortunately, that's going to be it for J-Team here in game number 5 as they continue to drop further and further in today's standings, just unable to perform as well as they would like. It's like a curse for J-Team. They come into the Biweekly and they just can't find their footing.
I mean, it's the same sort of mentality of their playstyle, though, that we've seen in the previous games that they got punished for. They like to play on the edge of that zone, and as a result, they risk losing numbers. And J-Team just get picked off one by one by one. The more fights they take, the more out of position they put themselves willingly. And immediately, as soon as those zones start to get smaller and those players start to be clustered up, more of them are able to notice and more people are around to be able to punish it. So it is going to be J-Team taken out of that lobby. Q9 just trying to dash away from that Yoda ultimate. LXY wanting to maybe come in with a Viper ultimate, but is saving it in case anyone sees that all of these utilities are being invested and looks for the third party afterwards, as GG's Miskit does look for that third party, is chasing after one of those players, wants to maybe land a snipe. Seems like it is going to be LXY coming under so much fire from that Yodo. They know that the Viper ultimate has not been invested, and as a result, they are going to use that Wuchen TP to be able to escape, as Ventus's TJ unfortunately comes in far too late with the Viper ultimate. Everyone else has already abandoned the fight, and now they have to back up the tree now that they can try to keep themselves out of punishment, since everyone saw the Viper ultimate come through and effectively being burned early, as Wade on that Justina has to actually use the ultimate to be able to distance themselves from the fight, because if they try to use that freeze from around Ventus, they would have to cancel it out early or eat so much damage coming through from that Flamebringer. As OC's Leng Jing trying to move forward using the Viper ultimate to actually zone the players and gets the stun to connect onto so many when they're outside of the zone. Wolves' 14 is about to get absolutely deleted. Unfortunately for OC, there is no follow-through damage from their own players. It only sets up all of their hard work to be picked up and rewarded by other players around them. As OUG's Wade still alive, still with that Justina ultimate, will be able to get a freeze onto Ventus's WX98. Looks for the follow-through, just trying to land as many dashes as they possibly can, and will be able to use the last one as well to take full control of high ground so they can come in with those musket shots and the pressure onto the players from on low. As WX98 on that Wuchen falling extremely low. Ventus's TJ actually caught out by the Zeph, is not going to be able to help that Wuchen out for the peel, but thankfully WX98 still going to be able to live. Not getting any time to go for the reset though, as the Flamer comes through, intrudes onto that high ground. OUG popping up, securing that kill before immediately moving away, as Wolves' last remaining players, Yao, gets grapple locked, removed so that he can't scale up the cliffs and find that bubble of safety that he's looking for. OUG but getting bounced and juggled up into the air by the Temi Wisps, as well as GG on the low ground. Going to be trying to keep themselves as far as possible away from OUG with the legendary Flamer, who actually pops out of the zone to be able to get the safety of the repair to go through. And forces all of the players a little bit closer, a little bit further away and towards the edges of that circle, closer towards that corruption, as Leng Jing, the only player left alive for OC. Now players for survivability and that clutch moment when the zone closes up and you can drop from the tree with the Viper ultimate. As GG going to actually use a Viper ultimate of their own very early on to get the kill to connect onto Wiser G. CXE does go down. So much damage now removed for the team, as GG not going to be able to put themselves into a position of aggression at the moment, having invested that Viper ultimate very early on and not wanting to find themselves under scrutiny because of it. As they will just swap to the bows and try and snipe out some of those kills from afar, as NPG not finding any of the space that they're looking for. Lengjing still gonna be able to find so much damage as OC's Lengjing now decides it's their time to move through. Temi ultimates dropped over the top to make sure that the Viper stun is not going to be able to capitalize and find a kill. Lengjing actually knocked outside of the zone, will be able to scale rush up from the cliff and get a little bit of follow through damage, but still not going to be able to find that pick, as they have no place of safety to be able to look for that reset, and they will go down to the dual base coming through from YZG's QGG. GG's Misky now going to be opening up with a Yoda ultimate, catching up all of the stragglers, trying to hide behind those rocks to break line of sight, immediately teleports to try to push those players outside of the zone before coming in with the nunchucks into the close quarters fight, drops the F ability to try and find that reset, but they're getting battered by the Flamebringer coming on through, and they're not getting the reset that they're looking for, so they're having to break line of sight and hide behind the tree as YZG decides to move into the corruption zone to take the dual blades and find that mobile kill onto OUG's Wade. And now we'll be able to get that reset to come on through. Sitting on that Yoda ultimate, has to wait for the Viper ultimate to come through, so they're going to be able to connect every single one of those slashes onto all of these players surrounding, because this final zone is going to be so perfect for a Yoda ultimate. As LXM finds the stun onto Sora, doesn't find the follow through damage. Miscade now comes through with the F ability to be able to buy themselves a little bit of room. QGD deciding to drop the Yoda ultimate, slashing all of those players below them. Miscade falls so low, has to go for a shield reset onto one of the cans outside of the zone. QGG pushed back, comes back in with the dual blades, locks GG out, comes in with the charged up let's click, hits so many of those members but gets parried outside of the zone, and it is going to be GG's LXM with a clutch last person standing. But I don't know if they were able to find the kills to be able to come in with the MVP, but no, GG are able to survive, sustain, and pick up a full win.
What an ending to game number 4 there. I thought it was all going to come up YZG. YZG's last player looking to clutch out the final circle, picks up multiple eliminations, almost able to take it back from Team GG. Team GG clutching it out with a final kill with their fists here in game number 4, able to take their first MVP of the day. YZG might have solidified themselves in second place off the back of this performance here. Still not quite able to close out the gap onto Team OC. OC finally going to have their first stat line not in the double digits here in this 4th game. Just not able to come back from a demoralizing defeat early on here in game number 4, but still able to hold it out till the end. And Moxie, I think you and me might have to eat a couple of our words here because NPG off the back of this Takeda comp coming in actually almost clutches out the MVP in game 4 here, just not able to overcome the odds of YZG. Looked like they were going to be, or sorry, not YZG, GG. Looks like they were actually going to be able to come out on top of that fight in the end, except for the fact that YZG's last remaining player comes out of nowhere and says, no, I want this lobby. Dumpsters all the remaining members of their team, and unfortunately just can't close it out onto the last member of GG. So what a final circle that was. Multiple Viper ults coming out. We saw the likes of I can't remember which team it was, but drops from the tree, mistimes their Viper ult entirely, cost their team dearly as they're almost immediately turned back around on and eliminated off the back of a mistimed Viper ult. We see Team GG drop an early Viper ult and are forced to hold the backside of that zone for so long because they can't engage after spending so many resources. NPG YZG able to clutch it up, picking up multiple eliminations while GG holds the max side of that zone. Coming in, then GG with a massive Viper roll, trying to finish the engage there, opening things up for YZG to come in and try to clutch out that final fight, and almost being able to do so. Unfortunately, going down to a charged right click from the fist, that kick actually saving the day after being parried. What an exciting game 4 that was to watch, Machi.
Yeah, I mean,
Moxie, I can't talk today.
I could barely talk for that final zone. I wish that we had a heart rate monitor just tracking those final zones, not just for us, but for the players as well, because my goodness, GG, those two players, they got absolutely steamrolled. That charged left click with the dual blades, when you're able to run it into their faces, not only are they taking damage from the dual blade chips, they're also being pushed further and further into corruption, so they're taking corruption tick damage too. And it's so close that GG are able to walk away with the first position in terms of kills. It is only that last kill onto the remaining member of YZG that allows GG to not be tied up with OUG, and it is going to be a 32.2 game score coming out from GG. As we pointed out, a little bit of a disappointing showing coming through from OC, which would be brilliant news for the likes of GD, who are within closing distance of them. Unfortunately, of the checklist that GD has of walking away with that Biweekly Finals win under their belt, only one of those terms were met. OC did not have a great game, but nor too did GD. And so that gap is still going to remain just as large as ever.
Yeah, absolutely. OC actually creating a much wider gap between them and Team GD. Very likely Team GG actually going to close the gap between themselves and GD off the back of this game. Or sorry, OUG. No, not OUG, YZG, brain. YZG able to potentially clutch out second place here from Team GG. GG able to put a huge game together for themselves, though, a 32.2 point game. Unfortunately, they were so low in the standings, they would need 2 more games like this to even hope to be able to be in the top 5 today, because the scoring difference between our top 8 teams and our bottom 8 teams is a massive divide at the end of the day. But still, congratulations to Team GG for being able to put together a huge win here in our 4th game of the day. And I do believe our most, no, sorry, not our most scoring point of the day, because it was an 18-point game last game, but very close to our most points of the day. And no surprise here, LXM from Team GG able to clutch it out for the MVP. 13,000 damage, 5 kills, and 9 assists coming through from the Viper here from Team GG.
Yeah, his first MVP going to be coming out for LXM, and honestly, like, that's what you want. If your Viper is 1 away from double digits on the assists, that means that the ultimates are doing the work, because my goodness, did LXM have some absolute stunners of the Viper ultimates. I know that they used one very early on to contest onto only one member of a trio that was close to them, but I honestly think for GG that was the right decision, because it means that they can actually sit at the back of that zone, and while yes, it's not adding to that tally of kills, they then swap to the ranged weapons, keep themselves away from everyone's attention, slowly but steadily keep themselves in that position, so that when the Viper ultimate is back up, because of how that final zone actually ends up, what it does is it artificially pushes everyone closer to GG. And that's exactly what LXM takes advantage of, because the next time we see the Viper stun coming through from him, it's connecting onto players that are outside of the zone when the stun hits. And that corruption damage is no joke. And because you're literally having to tap dodge out of the zone back into the safety, you don't have the downtime to be able to go through those reshields. So it really set GG up to have so much control of the spacing, and that is why we see them coming in with those 3 players still intact, and then they funnel and cycle into the Yoda ultimate, and because everyone who was on the outsides of the zone is then running into the middle of it to stay safe, that means that Miskia, when they go for the Yoda ultimate, they don't need the Viper to be able to set it up. They literally just need to look below them, because there's no way they're gonna miss.
You know, not only that, we talked about it all day today. Every single team that has been able to clutch out a victory here for the MVP has done so off the back of making the proper picks. And while they invest that Viper ultimate on only a single target, they invested on the Tumulk, the only Tumulk left remaining capable of locking down the zone and keeping them from being able to pressure the other teams the way they want to. They make that crucial pick with the ultimate and are able to secure the victory off the back of it. And speaking of which, we're going to send things over to Jaeger, who's going to give us a quick interview with the likes of Team GG before we get ready to lock in for game number 5.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Time is running really fast and we just finished the game 4 and congratulations to Team GG because they get the higher score. And now we invite Miss Kaya to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hi Miss Kaya, 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是激战队的 Miss Kaya。
好的，恭喜你们！怎么看起来没有那么高涨？好像赢下比赛不是应该开心一些吗？
前面没打好吧？
觉得自己没有打好。但是 although okay, so you guys get the higher score, and although you think you don't have very good performance today at like the game 1 to game 3, but you know what? You won the fight at the beginning of this game, so I would like to know how you guys did it and how you operate to the final. 那虽然你跟我说到说前面你们今天可能发挥的没有表现最好，但是这一把落地就打赢了这个落地架，而且前中期的运营啊，整个还是非常的看起来是非常的顺利，能给我们讲讲怎么做的这个运营？
前期运气比较好，落地架打过了嘛，打过了之后靠大招去劝架嘛，劝架之后前期收益比较高。
好的。So actually at the beginning, I think we are very lucky because we won the fight at the beginning of the game, and then we have the money. Also, we can have the money to get the soldier. So that's why we have very good equipment. So you just told me, so where the location, like you at the beginning you choose to fight, and how you can like get so too much soul flower and you have ultimate very fast. 那能不能跟我们讲讲前期其实你们自己会比较喜欢怎么去选择怎么样的位置去打架啊？就是因为看到你们前期不仅打赢了，而且很快就拿到了很多返魂花，而且很快有了奥义，有很多钱。这样的话，你们是怎么去做的这个选择呢？
前期的话，还是选择我们比较熟悉的练过的一个点吧。就比如罗尔森那个虫洞。然后刚好那边是个混战区，就人特别多。就我们本来就是熟练，打得好了，节奏就杀得多嘛。
好的 So for us, we like to choose the position that we are really familiar with. And for this term, we choose the Firefly near the Sunset Temple. And because there's many teams, they choose there. So really like in a mess, so we just get there and won the fight, and then we eat fireflies, so we have very quickly to have the ultimate. Also, I know that your favorite weapon is the Nunchucks, so please, do you have any combo can share with us? 那我也知道，其实自己最喜欢的一个武器是双节棍，能不能给我们介绍一下你用双节棍自己的一个技巧呢？
双节棍就有龙虎功的话就吃住嘛，吃住天不怕地不怕。
好的 So for me, in the Trials game, when I use the nunchucks, I just like to use the blue charge because I think the Tiger Roller is really strong. And I would like to have one more question. Do you afraid that other parry your weapon? 那我有一个小小的问题啊，最后就是因为你自己说了你是猛蓄猛出型的选手，会不会怕别人震刀呢？
不会吧。出的谨慎一点就可以了。
好的 Okay, actually I'm not afraid of parry, just I want to myself to be careful. 好的，谢谢 Miss Kaya， 再次恭喜你们赢得了刚才这场比赛。Thank you Miss Kaya for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
when we encounter a team with exactly the same hero picks in trio games. It's easy to imagine that an evenly matched fight will follow. However, the battle is often decided by the cast of a single ultimate. This happened in a trios game on the third day of the first week of the Nbpl. At that time on the battlefield, Team AOW and Team OUG were fighting close to each other, while both sides were using the hero picks Yueshan, Viper, and Wu Chen. After some engagement, OUG gradually fell behind. Finally, in such a critical moment, OUG's Wei Cheng cast Wu Chen's Tai Chi Rift to lead his teammates to evacuate, but the two teammates disappeared at that very moment. But how? It was all thanks to the quick casting of Tai Chi Rift Switch by AOW 17. As we all know, Wu Chen's Tai Chi Rift has 3 different effects, and in the current meta, Tai Chi Rift takes 1.5 seconds to channel, while Tai Chi Rift Switch only takes 0.6 seconds. Because AOW 17 used Tai Chi Rift Switch within 0.9 seconds after spotting his rival was casting Tai Chi Rift, he successfully interrupted OUG's retreat, and his teammates took down both of OUG's players within such a great move. Wu Chen's Tai Chi Rift Switch can forcibly change the opponent's position and interrupt many skills channeling. Even Yoda Hime, unstoppable in the solo game, had to avoid combat with Wu Chen on the field. Therefore, by mastering hero skills, you can deal with various situations confidently on Morris Isle. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're in our third bi-weekly final for trios. Joining me today is Got Moxie, and we are 4 games deep of our 6 games. And what a 4 games it has been. OC still on top with a massive lead over second and third place. We haven't taken a look at the final scoreboards since the last game here, but I do believe the likes of YZG able to claw their way into second place off the back of a very, very poor performance for Team GD, who picked up 3 eliminations very early and then saw themselves completely eliminated from the lobby. You know, one of the conditions that we needed to see coming out was that Team OC didn't have a great game, and they didn't really have the best of games here, but unfortunately GD needed to have a good game, and they had an even worse game than the likes of Team OC.
Yeah, GD unfortunately might actually have not just lost 1 position, they might have fallen 2, because GG, who were nipping at their heels for a podium finish, had a brilliant game. They posted a 32.2 game coming off of that last map of Morris Isle. But holla back at me, Rune. We're headed back to Holoroth. I love this map. I'm always extremely happy when we get to see it in play. I think it really mixes up a lot of these teams and how they actually play, and it really helps out OC as well, because we don't tend to see back-to-back MVPs in the bi-weeklies or even the bi-weekly finals. We really don't tend to see back-to-back MVPs when you head over to Morris Isle and then immediately flip on over to Holoroth. But OC look just as comfortable as they do on Holoroth in terms of their gameplay, their game sense, the pacing and tempo of their engagements as well. They did go out pretty early on in that previous matchup, but a lot of the time they didn't find the loot that they were looking for. They weren't really able to contest the Morris Blessings either, because they didn't have that loot that they were looking for, and not running that monk. Obviously you don't have the ultimate that you can immediately drop to be able to bag yourself one of those chests.
Yeah, you know, very unfortunate for them in that particular game. But, you know, coming off the back of this, you know, for any team to put together a 32.2 point game here, GG is kind of the optimal team
for the likes of OC, because they were all the way down in, I do believe, like 14th place before our last game here in game number 4. So for that to be the team that puts together a massive game over top of them having their weakest performance yet today is kind of really good for them, because they don't want the likes of YZG or the likes of GD to be putting together these big games, because those are the only teams really hopeful of being able to climb that massive mountain, given there's only 2 games left to go here. So GG gets enough points where they're able to climb towards a sort of finish where they might walk away in the money because they want to be into that top 8. But it doesn't really threaten OC, as OC still able to put together 9 points in this last game, even though they had a very poor game. And since GD goes out so early, GD, the only one who would have been able to in a single game climb past them. That said, OC now, that lead getting smaller and smaller as YKZ does put together a very strong game here. They need to come back and have a fairly decent game here in game number 5.
Yeah, we did see as well, I think, a little bit of an impact of circumstance, because some of those teams very early on in that game number 4, where in that first circle, we saw so many resurrections being burned as teams just went straight into the fights looking for all of the kills. I think they saw like how big the gap was that OC was pulling ahead, and that the only way that they would be able to close up that distance potentially was if they were able to come into that first zone and walk away with something like 7 kills, setting themselves up to be able to play safely into mid and then take those 7 kills and multiply it, or even pick up even more into that final zone. And for some teams, it really helped. It really worked out. Teams like the likes of GG were able to play into the backs of that. Other teams got caught out a little bit early on, Rune. They wasted so many of those resurrections. We saw a lot of those teams as well trying to sacrifice players when the resurrections had been burnt. So you sacrifice one player instead of it being all of your trio, so you can down the line potentially find one of those rebirth charms. But we were seeing teams adapting into that style of play by literally waiting around the Rift Dealers, the Soul Altars, and the Morris Blessings to see, even if they'd been opened earlier on, if one of those players would try and sneak and creep their way through to grab a Rebirth Charm and book it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw quite a few players eliminated in that fashion, where they would come in to pick up the Rebirth Charm, and those teams that were waiting in the wings able to pick up some easy eliminations for themselves. I think we need to talk about 17JL just a little bit here. You know, we had a couple of teams last season who very much suffered from the same syndrome that 17JL is suffering from right now, where they're able to pick up a lot of eliminations early and look like they're setting themselves up for a good game. But then into the mid game, they don't slow that momentum down. They continue to try to force these third-party engagements, and all of a sudden they find themselves flipped on by these teams that they thought were on the back foot, and then are eliminated into the middle game. It's not for a lack of being able to put points on the board, right? Because I think every single game they put 7 to 8 eliminations on the board very early on into the game, but they're just not carrying them into the late game. So those eliminations not counting for anything, because they're not getting that multiplier to make them count for so much more. Even teams like OC, who only walked away with, I think, 3 eliminations last game, still put together way more points than likes of 17JL simply because of placement.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. When you greed, it's very much feast or famine, right? In their eyes, if they're able to start off that first and then they pick up 7 kills, and then they hit mid zone and they're able to bulldoze their way through and maybe pick up 15, they're looking at immediately being able to probably break a couple of records in the amount of points that they're able to put on the board. But it's so inconsistent, it's so coin flippy, and that is why we see teams like Alliance, Ventus, OC all slow things down after that first zone starts to close on through, and you lose the abilities of those resurrections because they don't greed, they play for the safety of it. And that means that they're consistently able to come up ahead of 17JL in terms of the points that they're able to pick up. Because, yeah, you're right. Maybe they're not able to find the 7 kills, but they're able to survive far longer, so their multiplier is far, far better. And as long as they don't post a big fat 0, that kill multiplier is still going to be doing some serious work if you do make it into either even the 6th or final zone. As we can see, OC still back-to-back winners of the games number 1 and 2. GD coming in with that number 3 and GG walking away with game number 4. But it being game number 5, we are once more headed back to Holleroff, and now this is very interesting indeed. We're still seeing a couple of monks come through, but it's nowhere near the amount of monks that we were seeing moving into that second game today, as EWG, not NPG, are the ones now trying to make this Takeda work.
Yeah, we're also going to see the likes of Wolves coming through with a Takeda pick as well, bringing at least one Transformer with them in the likes of Yueshan. And then taking a look to OC, we're going to see a more classic comp coming out from them that we haven't seen in a while here. I do believe in the Nbpl, which is that Tamulk and Justina Matari able to lock down multiple targets, and Matari able to guarantee that extra damage on the third parties. This is going to be interesting to see how OC plays this out, because I very much expected them to go back into their Transformer comp here onto Holleroth, where they were able to buy out the final circle before and make that MVP. They've instead opted to play a much more mid-range team here, where the middle game is going to be so important for them to put points up on the board, and they might struggle going into those final circles.
I think OC are playing for the long term though, because what they're doing is they're guaranteeing in that 6th game on Morrisale that they could potentially be the only monk in the lobby, which is something that they've shown to be more than capable of being able to handle. As GG and Q9 both drop into Salvation Podium, no one going to be able to activate those glyphs at the moment. LXM with no loot at the moment, just having to go for the fisticuffs, as GG with control of that ballista is going to make it very hard for any of these players around them to be able to get out into the open, as 330 will be able to snipe out so many of them. As we have a joust going on for it, 330 does actually lose the duel. LXY gets on top of another opposing ballista on the opposite end. GG will be able to get a rescue with the break and cover of those statues, as LXY now goes in for the close quarters fight. GG have 2 players though, so one of them can take the close quarters fight, the other one can go back to that ballista, something that LXY is very, very aware of, as they immediately take the fight onto the tracks to be able to mitigate out the possibility. One player removed, now trying to find the second, gets counted out, will be able to try to pick up one of the weapons in front of them, but it's the pistol and the dagger that they're able to find. Is a little bit too late, as they are going to go down. As moving over to the city of Tang, we're seeing a Yodo ultimate immediately coming on through for NPG. Sora trying to connect onto the players below them, will be able to pick out OC's 0-1. Slash is still going to be able to go down as well, trying to buy themselves that space to be able to get the rescue onto Waiting, who is below 50% of the timer before they have to go visit that soul altar. As Sora still not getting any downtime at the moment. OC moving in for the kill, seeing that Sora had already burned through that Yodo ultimate, gonna force out the Wuchen TP to be able to remove the can and the Yodo to the safety and get that rescue, as Ventus now looking to chime in. Lenjing goes extremely low, goes down entirely to the spear into the spine, as Ventus just with WX98 not going to be able to find the rescues onto the can, going to have to try and get this disengaged, as MPG's Sorrow now goes hunting for the lone player, and they have been able to grapple cancel him down.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for NPG here. You're talking about a set of purple armor. It's only one set, but for NPG right now, they're rocking only the white armor, and they have the numbers advantage here. So WX98 wants to keep this alive, does not want to give up this purple set of armor that they've managed to put together for themselves here. But unfortunately, with the likes of all 3 members of NPG giving chase, Ventus might not be able to make it out of here. Using a little bit of cheeky movement here through the buildings might have created the gap he needs, though, as we turn back to the fight that continues to break down here between GG as they try to solve this puzzle on a repeat. We do see, I do believe, 2 members of GD currently. GG still. LXM dead here. It looks like GD was able to come in
and secure one of those. A massive parry coming out from Kakashi, though, is going to clean up 330, and that leaves GG with only Miskia. Miskia is still coming in, wants to take this fight here onto Kakashi, but needs to be very careful as the Ballista on the other side is armed, and I do believe a player from GD on it, but Kakashi more than capable of cleaning up this fight by themselves as GD able to come in and now poses the ability to be able to solve that puzzle and walk away with that treasure. It's been a very long fight going on there by our resident puzzle box. Now to Q9 going head to head with 17JL, able to get the grab onto GU, but immediately the transformation ends and they're going to get parried out of their charge. Right click at a greatsword here. Gu going very, very low. AS able to clean up the kill onto Gu, and 17JL, like it always, able to secure some of these early eliminations. The question is, will they be able to take them to the late game? LXY, the last remaining member now for Q9, trying to keep things on the move, able to find an armor swap into a white set of armor, but it's not going to do him too much good here into the likes of 17JL. Walks into the building trying to break line of sight, and unfortunately walks straight into Benju, and now finds themselves locked down by all three members. They're going to be forced to grab the ceiling, scale rush out the wall, finds another white set of armor to reset into here, but is still being chased by all three members. Oh wait, 17JL? No, there we go. It's still giving chase here. Looked like they had all backed off there for a second, forcing LXY further and further away here and potentially into the likes of OC. OC forced to use their resurrections early, 3 eliminations under their belt, but not too much loot. Need to be very careful about how they continue forward into the mid game.
Yeah, it looks like the middle parts of Imperial Village have long since been ransacked. I know about the beast pits, but unfortunately the upper part is not going to be that safe as we moved over to Plumed Castle GD. Is that a legendary weapon already going to be there for dunking? I think I saw it. Yep, there it is. Legendary Spear already going to be in play for Donking. Just going to that roof dealer, spending a little bit of their coins, maybe picking up one of those Bane's Breath charms as now they move forward and start to look a little bit further afield, potentially even climbing up that statue. YZG wanting to try and find any of the loot that's still left around in the area. Not going to be able to find a great deal of anything. They've got that purple armor onto their monk, purple longsword onto their Yui, so it is going to have a little bit of danger to the transformation sequences when they come on through. There's 17JL are also still around, wanting to see if they can punish some of those stragglers who maybe backtracked either to get a resurrection or trying to find some of the better loot in the area. As AOW going to be keeping themselves to themselves at the moment. Blue across the board for the team. Obviously looking to cut off the exit of Imperial Village. There is a Soul Altar pretty close to them as well, so potentially wanting to try to push onto some of those players who had resurrected with that semi-ultimate to be able to trap them into position. But unfortunately for them, having just resurrected themselves, it does look like it's going to just be trying to find some better loot before they can look for those engagements. There's KZ trying to push in, have spotted out movement. OUG 5S going to be coming under a little bit of scrutiny with that bow snipe coming on out from Gambai, who immediately is going to try to move in and close up the distance with those nunchucks. OUG on the back foot, actually having to go for the full disengagement. Goes Aerial, trying to escape the snipes that come on through, trying to follow through and get a little bit more connection. As SS going to be chased away from the rest of that team, does not have the Viper ultimate to buy themselves the time to look for that peel coming out from Wade either. Will get caught out, takes so much damage and goes down immediately to so much scrutiny that comes on through from AOW. As they're still trying to find these picks. UWG now coming in, looking for some of the follow-through as KZ have to try and use that Yodo ability to get that reset. Pings out, gonna be able to get a full reshield before trying to come in with the follow-through damages. It's still KZ in the anti-ultimate area, making sure that no one, not the Yodo nor the Viper, can try to push through and buy themselves a little bit of space as AOW with the better loot might be able to have a better end of the stick at the moment, but Pings out on the back foot, takes so much damage coming through from the blue nunchucks, gets forced away, gets deleted to just the one member and will go down. It's KZ win the fight in time to be able to get Gambai up and rescued as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be it for AOW as well, as they're eliminated here from our 5th game. 7 eliminations under their belt as well. They were doing fairly well coming into this game, but unfortunately not well enough for themselves. Turning over to OUG. OUG able to get one of their members back into the game here. Taking a look, OC all the way over here at Plumed Castle now, looking to find some scraps, still rocking mostly blue weapons and armor here, hoping to find anything they really can, as it's been a rough start for the likes of Team OC after they picked up their first 3 eliminations, losing that resurrection. And we are into zone 2 now, so many of these teams starting to contest some of these Moore's Blessings. J-Team here trying to lock this one down in the face of Wolves. J-Team's Lee coming through with the ultimate, going to land the stun. They're able to pick up the Mystic Might, but the question is, this is going to be able to win them the fight here. They mistimed. Eagle here actually missed landing that charge left click onto the stunned Yuashan, and unfortunately he's going to just be able to kind of run around and do what he wants here as J-Team looks to try to clean up the rest of Wolves. They do pick up one of those eliminations. Wolves 14, the Yuashan trying to break line of sight and get away here, but it's going to be very hard as J-Team does have that Mystic Might, and every once in a while they're going to get that ping showing them exactly where Wolves 14 is as they continue the hunt. But they need to be careful. They might be walking into the likes of a third party here from Team Ventus, but it looks like first they're going to be able to clean up the elimination here onto 14. 14 holding on for dear life with the fully charged left click from the Greatsword, is able to create just enough distance to get away, but J-Team still on the hunt with that Mystic Might, continuing to ping the likes of Wolves 14. One range shot is all it's going to take, and I do believe they were just able to secure that elimination. J-Team coming through with 6 eliminations under their belt here in game number 5. ZU, the only remaining member of Team Wolves, needs to keep things moving though, because that Mystic Might could give away their position at any time if J-Team gets too close into range. OC over here near Plumed Castle, looking to pick up some of the scraps here from this Moore's Blessing. Needs to be very careful as Team GG holding on to the Mystic Might has just a little bit of an advantage coming into this fight. OC sees Miskia trying to peg them down with some of these range shots here, but not quite able to lock them down. The Frost Core comes out, gets the reset, and Miskia able to regroup with the likes of Team GG.
Yeah, OC now heading back into the actual depths of Plume Castle, out of the open. So going to be a little bit out of position for some of those teams to be able to spot them through, as UWG with that Takeda going to be coming in with the ultimate Crescent Slam, going to be coming on out immediately. The Witch and TP from FPX to make sure that they're going to be able to get that disengagement. But EWG going to be hunting them down, knowing that that's going to be off the board for now. And no one's going to be able to escape the Takeda strikes when they come on through. FPX doing a very good job of being able to break out from Canyon so they don't pose the risk of being frozen up by those butterflies. So we head back to the middle of Plume Castle. KZ now going to be able to find a really good Yoda ultimate onto the members of OC. Lengjing goes down, and it is going to be the Justina Freeze that comes on through, catching out one of them, isolating those members down. Unfortunately, no follow-through damage. Lengjing not going to be able to get that escape, and KZ will be able to walk away with the pick. 01 is going to be able, with that Matari stuff, to be able to cross up that distance and make it on out with a clean disengagement. But GD's Kakaishi now going to be actually out of position on that Viper. They do have the Vermilion Bird's Might. If they go down, they will get the full resurrection. However, they really want to try and find a kill off of the back of it. The problem is that they're being stun locked down at the moment, trying to use that Dragon Slayer Frost to push in and try and get that stagger lock onto one of those players, but it's not current patch. The stagger frame is not going to be enough to be able to buy Kakaishi any of that downtime to be able to find a pick. But the Vermilion Bids might still going to be in play. They will get the resurrection and the team will not be knocked out. There's Alliance now, still 3 players strong. Have to try and find a little bit of better gear coming into Plume Castle. So many teams though have already stomped through it. I'm not sure if there's going to be anything left, and so it is going to be more attention towards those Moore's Blessings. As it is going to be a Temi ultimate dropped. It does seem like we have a transformation coming through as well. 17JL's AS going to be looking for some of those players. Yoda Ultimate try to counter it. Jin Yu going to be able to keep themselves on their toes, avoiding the grabs from coming on out with the repositions of the teleport slashes, and swaps to the pistol to be able to snipe out 17JL's AS. There's your answer, Rune. They had a lot of kills coming on through, but once again, 17JL greeting for more, might have put themselves into a position to get knocked out early.
It looks like OUG here, though, going to use the Wu Chen ult to back out, get the resurrection. Jin Yu coming over the hill, looking to find the remaining members of 17JL. They are able to get the resurrection onto their team, though, and they're going to get out of dodge. Maybe they're realizing the mistakes they've been making here, and finally, off the back of a Wu Chen ult that buys them a little bit of time there, realize that maybe it's time for us to back out and not play so aggressively here into the mid game. As we turn our attention to J Team's Eagle, who's locked down the likes of Q9's LXY here, and that's going to be the last remaining player for LXY. LXY eliminated from game number 5 here. Fun plus Phoenix going head-to-head with NPG as well. NPG's waiting goes extremely low. VVV going to be able to secure the elimination, but another team waiting in the wings for the third party up top, but pummeling the likes of Fun plus Phoenix with cannons. We're going to see Leo go down, and I do believe it is Team Ventus coming through with those cannon shots, absolutely just laying waste to the likes of those members from our other team on Fun plus Phoenix. GG over here also looking for an opportunity to come in from the third party. NPG topside now with the ballista, trying to find those shots onto Team GG as well as Fun plus Phoenix. All of them moving out of that draw distance as well as that 100-meter range here of the ballista, and NPG going to be forced to close in and press the gap if they want to take this fight. Now, turning your attention to the likes of Team GD, going head-to-head with Ventus. Pixel gets stunned out by Kakaishi and disappears from the lobby as Team GD looks to secure yet another Moore's Blessing for themselves here. And they are going to be able to lock it down. I'm not quite sure which buff is available there, but they're holding off, so I'm going to assume it's either going to be the Vermilion Birds or the Draco Storm. Mystic Might typically being popped very, very early, as it looks like EWG able to do the same and holding on for the same reason as well, wanting it to hold that buff as long as possible. 17JL here able to grab somebody but not pick up the elimination, as KZ has been able to eliminate one of their members. Now the Viper ult coming out. 17JL not learning from their mistakes here as KZ catches them out. AS goes extremely low. He's able to get one grab off, but the F3 from the Yoda Hime is going to force him to demonk here. He does have the bell. KZ's able to turn it all the way around onto the likes of 17JL, and they are going to be eliminated here from game number 5 as they continue to beat their head against the wall and make the same mistakes over and over again by getting overzealous in the mid game.
Yeah, and it's when they're missing that Uation too. That's the thing, like they go for that fight even though when the Monk ult drops, they're not going to have the Yui to be able to cover the iframes necessary. And unfortunately, as a result, they are once again going to be taken out of the lobby a little bit too early for our taste, as it was a Draco Storm coming through both from EWG and GD, likes that we are now seeing as Kakaishi stun locks Eagle with that spear, forcing out the emergency Yoda ultimate. Tap dodges out of the first slash, tries to find whether they're going to look for a rotation with it, sees where that Wuchen TP comes from, trying to hunt down those members and really capitalize on the fact that the Yoda ultimate was already through. Oh, one just misses the icicle, landing on their heads and stunning them out for a good 5 seconds, which would have been an absolute death sentence at the moment as they're trying to get inside this building. Break line of sight, make it a little bit harder to be able to track down their position so they can get this reset, as it is only the Justina going to be remaining alive for the members of OC. EWG on that Takeda could use these buildings to try and stunlock some of those players into the Takeda ultimate, but unfortunately pushes themselves into a position to be caught by the Viper ultimate, tries to book it up the stairs but is not fast enough. Thankfully, they're not going to be capitalized on. They will be able to get the recovery and can now come and look for that punishment As NPG's waiting, not gonna be able to play off of their ultimate to find the picks. EWG will be able to survive it and come in for the punishment once it runs its course, as everyone now takes so much damage from all of the ranged barrages that comes through. GD's Donkwing actually goes down to the repeating crossbow coming through from Alliance's Lucky. However, GD with the Witch and TP will be able to get the rescue onto the Yodo and try and find themselves a little bit of safety to escape, as that zone is at least not trying to push and funnel their positioning towards hurting them into other players. FPX's VVV again going to be able to get on top of one of those Morris Blessings. Legendary armor going to be coming through for that Viper, setting themselves up to be extra tanky when they need to activate that ultimate to engage into one of these fights. As Alliance's Mubai charging up a scale rush, decides to move on through, doesn't find the connection that they're looking for. Doesn't want to opt into the monk transformation either at the moment, as there are so many buildings, so many hard corners for them to get dodged away from. As GD not going to be looking for that engagement at the moment. Donkwing trying to escape actually goes right into the path of the repeating crossbow. That does seem like it has the venom tips, as they are going to have to use the insides of this building to get that reshield coming on through. OC's 0-1 still going to actually be keeping themselves alive. No one has spotted out their positioning at the moment, and they are just going to be playing for survivability as long as possible, so that the kill multiplier is going to be there for OC. They have been already able to pick up 3 of those kills, as entirely unaware of the Justina meters below them. VVV just sits on that ballista, waiting to see if anyone's going to walk within those 100 meters. Tracking all of the players down below them, gets the snipe onto YZG's GGG. Might have been able to find the pick, breaks the shields as well onto Zhao Hui. Will be able to find the pick onto Zhao Toto. And it is going to be YZG now missing that member. CGZ activates the Wuchen Soulblade block, will be able to stop a lot of the follow-through damage coming through from that ballista, but that Morris Blessing is looking extra juicy and extra hard for some of these teams to be able to get on top of, with that ballista still going to be in play. FPX's Leo and TXJ waiting on the low ground to capitalize on all of the openings that VVV's ballista shots are making for this team as well, as no one has been able to open that chest in front of VVV for now.
Yeah, super great placement here, by the way, from OC, sitting underneath this ballista that nobody wants to push, knowing that the rest of VVV's team is also out there positioning these players away from them. OC's 0-1 just more than happy to buy the protection here from the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix. And like you said, just trying to hold on for dear life for that multiplier. YZG getting eliminated here, also huge for the likes of OC, as they are very close to being able to climb that gap, a 20-point gap, and OC down to a single member here doesn't really have the hopes of being able to bring any of their members back here, because there's so many players left alive. For them to push onto a Morris Blessing in these early stages could be a huge detriment for them. They just want to hold on to those points for as long as humanly possible here. And Fun Plus Phoenix almost running a protection racket for them up there on top of that ballista, just taking massive shots down onto absolutely everybody. OC here. Oh, now finally moving away from that protection. Does Alliance see them here? There's
I think they've noticed, yeah. Or maybe not, because maybe it's like he's have to look up directly. They are currently engaged with GG.
Yeah, it looks like OC's 0-1 once again just gonna survive by the skin of their teeth. You know, before they pushed that ballista, EWG came in and pushed the team off that was chasing 0-1. And the team that was chasing 0-1 had the Draco Storm. There's no way you win the 1v3 99% of the time, much less into the 1v3 when the enemy team has Draco Storm. So 0-1, a little luck of the Morris and Hollowroth God Islands here, protecting them as they try desperately to hold on to this first place lead they were able to establish in those first 2 games. Now we're going to see Team GD coming topside, able to stack on the tree. KZ here just moving away from some of these range shots. We are zone 5 with 26 players left alive.
It will be collapsing in the next 30 seconds on to zone 6, and these quarters are going to start getting very, very tight with this many players left alive. KZ looking for the opportunity to catch somebody out. Is that OC again that I just saw Rain dethroned from that tree? And who was that chilling in the bush? There's a whole team.
Ventus.
I think it was, was it Ventus? Just chilling in the bush. Let's OC's 01 go off into the distance. More than happy. Ah, this music to my ears as I hear the Blood Ripper come out from TXJ on Fun Plus Phoenix. Things could get very, very interesting in this final circle. As you know, we set ourselves up here for the potential for a snowstorm.
Oh, do you know what it is? It's the pizza slice of doom. It's the pizza cutter of doom. And it's the second time this week. I complained 2 days ago that I hadn't got to see one in pro play yet. And then Alliance got one dropped in a Morris Blessing. And hey, apparently, now we've got another one coming in the field. As GD's Kakashi going to be dropping that Viper ultimate, immediately zoning all of these players out away from that open ground. Viper ultimate going to be burned, buying themselves a little bit of space, but not actually capitalizing into a kill. FPX are actually going to be able to snipe away both of those two setups with the muskets, as EWG still running. Only 2 of their members have lost Xiaolui. They're going to be trying to buy themselves a little bit of position of safety to be able to get that rescue. Unfortunately, Sanzi is coming under so much scrutiny at the moment. Oh, that's not what you want to see happen. Gets found out by Pixel. The grab's going to be coming on through. The second not going to be found. Sanzi going to be able to use those trees until just now. I cast a cursed. I owe Sanzi an apology note. I'm so sorry, my friend. Literally gets double grabbed as I say it, and it is now going to be FPX's VVV with the spear, just moving on forward, making sure to clear all of those treetops to make sure there isn't a squad waiting up in the wings before setting themselves up to come in with that Viper ultimate to catch them through. We can hear the Blood Ripper going off in the distance. It's not really getting the damage that it's looking for, as it is going to be KZ coming in and absolutely wrecking face with the katana. Not going to be able to find the pit that they're looking to lock down. The Witch and TP will be able to come through in time. And FPX actually going to lose TXJ to GD's K. Donquing going to be forced so far away from absolutely everybody. Taking that fire tick damage, has to go for the Yodo ultimate to be able to buy themselves an iframe and then TP back up onto the high ground. But they're an absolute sliver of health. One straight musket shot and they're going to be knocked out. But thankfully, no one is paying attention until just now. Once again, I owe Donquing an apology. As unlike we saw previously, Sanzi did go down. Donquing will not. Will be able to find that reset as Alliance's Mabai now goes for the monk transformation of their own. Purple armor, purple attack weapon, so not going to be able to have so much damage coming on through, but thankfully no repeating crossbow. Actually going to be trying to melt this monk as they sit up and out in the open. Everyone else very much just concerned about breaking line of sight and finding themselves a little bit of cover, which is putting them at loggerheads with everybody else in melee range. So it is now still going to be OC's 01 surviving, by the way, still alive. One player alone on that Justina has both the freeze and the ultimate form, just hugging the edges of that zone, making it really hard for some of those teams to come out of position to try and get that kill and punish onto them as FPX lose Leo. KZ's Rain moving forward with the katana, trying to find a second. Not going to be able to find the damage that they're looking for. Has to go through the Temi ultimate. Not going to be able to run or tap dodge away from the long shot strays coming through from Ventus's WX98, but Lucky comes in with the kill poach. The Nunchuck's going to be able to find that one. The by now on the back foot on that Temi ultimate. Doesn't have the Monk ultimate primed up either. As GG go hunting outside of the zone. FPX's VVV, the only remaining member for the squad, will be able to get a Viper stun to connect onto a couple of those players, but not going to be able to find the follow through. Damage until just now. The scale rush actually takes at OC's 01. The protection racket is up. The payment wasn't adequate, and FPX collects their dues.
Yeah, FPX coming in and says, look, we've held on to this for too long. It's time for you to go ahead and get out of here. You're just an extra point that we've been holding on to this entire game, and we're going to make sure we get a hold of it. J-Team holding on strong here in our 5th game, though, with 12 eliminations on the very edge of the circle. Just their full team waiting in the wings, and we're going to hear that Blood Ripper coming out but not connecting onto anybody.
J-Team ZK just trying to cover the likes of Lee and Eagle with this Blood Ripper, able to connect on to Yiron, gets Yiron pinned to the tree. Yiron going to be forced to pop that Yuashan ult to keep things going, and Alliance's mentality going to be the first one to fall to the likes of that Yuashan, coming through with that jumping left click. Now GG's LXM on the receiving end of it as well. Fun plus Phoenix loses VVV to the likes of KZ's gone by, still holding on for KZ here. Yiron just putting in absolute work, but the transformation is over. J-Team's Lee getting ready to lock down the entire lobby with the stun, comes through, locks down most everybody, but it's Alliance who's gonna benefit most from it as they come through with the monk, getting multiple grabs, but we're gonna see Mubai ended, and it's EWG's Yiron who's still alive in the end. I'm not sure who's gonna come up with the MVP, but I think it might be, yes, it's J-Team.
Oh, it's J-Team, and honestly, you feel like they put the work in. Like, they deserved it. It's that Viper ultimate that sets up all of the kills that come through as that final zone closes up. Just ZK getting to use that Blood Ripper and zone out all of those players means that they get to sit on those ultimates and wait until no one else has any room to be able to breathe, has any room to be able to dodge away from it. And it's almost detrimental when ZK actually pops the ultimate of their own to, again, take over that zoning duty when you don't have the pressure from the Blood Ripper coming on through. And it is going to be VVV with a massive clutch Viper ultimate. Even though EWG's Yiron comes over with the kills, and Mabaya as well for Alliance did a really good job of using that iframe that you get when you monk transform up to be able to dodge the Viper Sun, and you think, okay, maybe he's gonna be able to find the double grab into it. But unfortunately, he's the only player left on the side of Alliance. He actually gets pushed outside of the zone 2, so he's not able to really find the setup time to be able to find those grabs, and Yiron is the one who's able to capitalize off of those stuns. But J-Team with that control before that final zone starts to close on through, that's what allows them to be able to walk away as the winner of the lobby. They came close. I'm sure FPX were really hot on their heels in terms of the kills that they posted, because FPX coming in towards that last zone with the control that they had of the ballista and the amount of damage that they were outputting, the space that they were controlling, VVV sitting up on high, and their other two members literally funneling and controlling all of the low ground area around them. FX had such a good game going into it, but they just got splintered and separated. They didn't have any of the synergy that we usually see moving into that final zone. And I think a big part of it was that all of these players are now trying to find those Viper players as quickly as possible and take them out, because we only saw VVV as that last remaining Viper in that final circle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Fun Plus Phoenix up until the very final moments of that final circle played a very strong game. Like you said, able to just take that ballista on the edge of the zone, knowing that nobody is going to be able to come in from behind those areas. VVV just sitting up top, raining absolute hell down onto the rest of the lobby, while the other two players have the confidence to push forward into these 3 stacks as a duo, because they know VVV is going to cover any of the mistakes that happen. All they have to do is step out into the open, and VVV can have their back from so far away. They pick up multiple eliminations, they pump out a ton of damage, they even come through in that final circle, and just the ability to cover the rest of their teammates with that Blood Ripper coming out from the likes of it's not VVV. Who had the Blood Ripper on Phoenix's side? Was it the Temi?
I believe it was the Temi, yeah.
But yeah, just using that to cover the team while they're going in and trying to select kills, really good. Unfortunately, Fun Plus Phoenix only able to put together 9 eliminations, and they go out fairly early there in the chaos of the final circle, going to be putting together a 13.6. But J-Team walking away with a massive game for themselves, 16 eliminations. 25.6 kill points and 3 ranking points for a total of 28.6 points. KZ able to put together 12 eliminations and walk away with a 20-point game. And EWG, Yiron able to clutch it out in the end, taking that first place finish. Those 5 placement points going to buy them a 19.4 point game. OC finally down in the bottom of the list here in 12th place with a 4.1, but unfortunately for the likes of YZG and GD,
not too many extra points put on the board for either of those teams. YZG only 0.9 points and GD only 4 points over them is not going to be enough to climb that 20-point gap. OC can't rest on their laurels, though. They need to come in and have a good game in game 6 to guarantee that they stay in that first place position. But they have set themselves up for success off the back of 2 huge games to start the day out.
Yeah, those 2 huge games could be what carry them into taking that first position. But that distance between these top 3 teams is definitely not looking as large as it was previously. If either GD or YZG are able to come in with a really good game, they could very well poach out that first place position, as it is going to be J Team taking MVP, and it is actually going to be Lee the Viper coming through for this team. 9 assists, the second time that he picks up MVP. And at 14.8k damage, which is absolutely nothing to sniff at, when you remember that the Viper is mostly the setup, right? When you go into that ultimate form, you can't attack. A lot of the time as well, those players are trying to run away from the Viper ultimate, so you don't get to capitalize off of actually getting that stun to connect because you're so far away.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Lee, one of the only remaining members from the World Championship team of J Team, you know, kind of made their name as a Viper player. So no surprise that they're going to come in here on the Viper and make themselves MVP here, with a ton of eliminations and assists, as well as a ton of damage as well. If anybody knows how to play this particular comp, it's going to be J Team's Lee, because they were the ones who pioneered this comp during the World Cup, which was dominated by these Transformer comps.
Yeah, I mean, they literally have a skin dedicated to them in the game, right? Jay, like, Lee can literally just go into Naraka and be like, ah, yes, this is my dedicated skin to how good a Viper player I am. And honestly, it works out perfectly for them because there's hardly any monks in the lobby, so they don't need to save the Viper stun to counterplay the monk. Instead, they get to use it for all of the zoning potential, which again plays perfectly into J Team. They have so many resources moving into that final zone that they are able to just move from player to player to player. And they don't have to worry about disengaging cleanly or not having that Wuchen TP, because they literally have all of the spacing, all of the zoning coming on through. So when they need to get that reset, they don't need to go far. They don't need to put themselves out of position. They're always going to be close to their teammates that they can literally just cover them.
Absolutely. And this is the J Team we're used to seeing in previous seasons as well. Even though it's not all of the same members, we see this particular game, J Team sticking to that short side of the circle, picking off teams and going to the high loot areas to secure loot for Lee. Lee, with that golden set of armor in the end, they're able to just hold on, fight through the damage, drop those Viper ultimates to be able to buy the space for their team to capitalize on time and time again. This is how J Team has been able to do it in the past, and they are able to clutch up this game with that. But we're going to see if they can do it again in game 6 after we go to a short break and an interview with Jaeger.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Eagle to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. 那先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hi, I'm Eagle. I'm from J Team.
Wow, fantastic! Thank you for your self-introduction in English. 好，再次恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得了最高分，再次恭喜 So congratulations that you guys get the higher score in Game 5. And today, I saw you have the buff, which is the Mystic Mind at the middle time of the game. And you know, we have 3 buff nowadays in the game. So how you comment on the 3 buff? 那首先要再次恭喜你们，刚才这把获得最高分。今天看到你们在这把游戏当中去抢了玄武之力，而且拿到了玄武之后，拿了很多击败分。其实目前为止啊，我们很多的这个战队和选手都会觉得说，就是没有那么看好这个加成。你自己是对于目前我们已知的3个加成，你自己是怎么看待他们呢？
先是最好的当然是逐月之力，因为它有4分钟的就另一条命的机会嘛，4分钟你想去哪就去哪，然后拿信息啊，或者说杀人，或者说找点。都特别舒服，然后我们这盘是姚红尘嘛，
对，
我们选择是玄武，玄武它有个好处就是我们可以去找人打，就是找我们 觉得胜率很高的阵容打。
哦，对对对，就是比较激进的阵容，所以选择。好的。So to be honest, I think the Vermilion Bird mine is the most strongest nowadays in the game because he have 4 minutes can survive and like have another life in the game. And why today we get the Mystic Mine is because our hero combo. We are using the Yodo, Viper, and Wuchen, and I think our hero combo is very aggressive. So we need the Mystic Mine to like find opponent and to fight with them. So we will also focus on these teams who are use the hero combo that I think they are weak than our hero combos, so we can win the fight. Okay, so also in the final circle, I saw that you guys have a lot of killing score, and I think you guys choose a great timing to enter to the final circle and fight with them. So please tell us which timing you guys choose at that time. 那我们也看到，其实今天这一把在决赛圈的时候啊，拿了特别多的一个击败积分，然后我感觉说你们也其实选了一个很好的时机去进场，这个时机你们是怎么选择的？
这个时机就两队打得不可开交的时候，就大招交完了之后，这个时候我们入场，就能拿到稳定的击杀分，然后再回来守点就可以了。
好的。So actually in the final circle first, we will choose a good position and then we will focus and pay attention to the other teams, which when other teams are fighting together and really in a mess, that's the timing we choose to join in and fight with them, and then we can have very high killing score and also have the soul flower at that time. Then we back to our position, so that's why we can have very high killing score at the end of the game. Okay, so also please tell us your favorite weapon and do you have any combo? 那能不能也给我们介绍一下你自己最喜欢用的武器，然后有没有什么连招可以给我们介绍？
最喜欢的是匕首吧。然后一般我就只需一个左键蓄力抗龙卷破。如果后续的连招的话，可以接一个鬼反断嘛。
好的。My favorite weapon is dagger, and for the combo, I would like to use the blue charge and use the uppercut slash. And if you want the combo and after that, you can use the soul break. It will have very high damage. 好的，谢谢，再次感谢 Eagle 接受我们今天采访，也再次恭喜你们。Thank you, Eagle, for today's interview, and we will take a break, and we will have the game 6. Thank you.
I had to get out of my chair. I couldn't, that's a pop-off game if I've seen one before. That is one of the clearest pop-off games from what I've ever seen before, okay? And I have seen some clutches, but good boy, I need more popcorn. I need water. I'm sweating, and it's not because I'm sweating, it's water, because I needed to cool down. LWH, give that man the MVP right now. LWH deserves the MVP. I don't care who's talking.
Later.
That was absolutely not even what I said. Give this man the MVP. Quit playing with me.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the bi-weekly finals week 3 for the Nbpl. We're one game away, Rune, from figuring out which of these teams is going to walk away with that first position and crown ourselves the third bi-weekly finalist. OC looked at the beginning of the day after games 1 and game 2 that they would be able to walk away with this. But my goodness, this might actually come down to the wire because OC, yes, they're ahead, but if they get knocked out early, YZG and GD can both actually manage to claw their way into that first place position and steal away the spot from them.
Yeah, you know, it's still a massive lead, right? They've got a 20-point lead over YZG, and they have almost a 30-point lead over GD. For either of those teams to realistically have a chance to take this, OC needs to be eliminated off of the bat. If they're even able to make it into the late game with 1-2 eliminations under their belt, pick up around 9 points, it's pretty hard for either of those other teams to realistically climb on top of that. YZG would need a 30-point game at that point just to be able to clutch it out by about 1 point for themselves. So OC, it's going to be interesting to see what their strategy is coming into this last game, because they don't need to have a big game here. What they need to have is 10 points. So they can either come in and play an early to mid game comp and immediately try to put 10 kills on the board. And if they can get themselves 10 kills and ride that even moderately into the mid game, it almost guarantees their victory. Likewise, if they can pick up a couple of kills early and then ride that out to the late game like they've been doing the last couple of games, it will still buy them enough space to be able to hold on to that first place positioning. And that's what they need to be looking to do here. They don't need to come in here and try to play hyper aggressively from start to finish like some of these other teams do, because YZG and GD, that's what they need to do. They need to come in here and they need to go ahead and put their foot on the gas, and they don't need to stop, because they're at a point where realistically they're not going to be able to drop too much lower, because the fourth place person, believe underneath them is still 20 or 30 points behind them. Sorry, J team is actually 10 points behind them. It's still going to be very hard for them to drop position. They need to come in, put their pedal to the metal, risk it for the biscuit, and put points up on the board if they want that first place finish. The thing is how badly do they want it, and how early can OC get knocked out? OC is really in the position of power here. They just have to stay alive. And we have seen OC consistently be able to put something on the board. That's all they need to do.
Yeah, I think OC as well, it's going to be really interesting to see which composition they come out with, because they didn't opt into the Monk on Holoroth. And interestingly enough, not a lot of teams actually did opt into that Monk on the second game of Holoroth. So we might see a lot of TNs still making up this lobby into this last game of the day, which means that if OC do come out with that composition, they do have some real power behind controlling that final circle. The problem for them is how are you going to be able to control early game, because obviously like the big glaring problem with that Monk comp is when you drop initially, there's a reason that so many of those Monks drop immediately and burn through those resurrection charms. It's because you don't have your ultimate when you actually spawn into this map, right? So if you try and disengage from some of those fights and you play a little bit more safely, you run the risk of not charging the rage with all of the other monks at the same pace when they're close to the ultimate and you don't have it. And then you can get caught out because you can get grabbed and slammed and killed, and you're coming back without the rebirth charms, and you put yourself into a really horrible position, because if you go down early, you're out. And that has honestly put a lot of pressure on some of these teams that they have sometimes cracked beneath.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, one of the big things with being a monk into that early game is we've seen that shift right into Tumulk, replacing the Kurumi. So it makes them much better into the mid game. But early game, like you said, they're still very vulnerable if they're not coming in with the Rage. It'd be interesting to see if some of these teams that have moved to replacing Kurumi with Tumulk, if they've also moved to their monk coming in with those initial Rage Jades. Or sorry, those initial Rage Glyphs. Not super favored here in the NBPL by a lot of people because you're only getting the bonus off of the rip for having those instead of just the full-on Rage building Jades across the board. But it does cover the one weakness that that particular comp has off the rip, because as soon as the monk's able to get that ult up and get online, when you have that Tumult, you're strong pretty much all the way through to the late game post that point. So the sooner you can get your monk online, the sooner you can take control of the lobby. And I'd be interested to see which of these monk players have made that decision, or if they're just sticking to the full Rage build and trying to hold on till they can get their monk online without the set of initial Rage Glyphs.
I mean, I would be very interested too, because I feel like it adds an element of surprise. Like a lot of the time, these teams, if they don't think they're running those Rage Glyphs, they can sort of track with how much damage the monks are putting out, how close they are to the ultimate. But if you actually like land and they are running those Rage Glyphs, you are massively out of whack with being able to calculate when that monk is going to be able to ult on up, and that can actually pose some really serious problems. If you think that you're going to be able to engage on a monk before he has his ultimate up and you're going to be able to pummel him before he's going to be able to pummel you, you put yourself into a really bad position, as we are going to be getting to see what compositions these teams are going to be coming out with, whether or not OC are going to play for safety just so they can post up those 10 points, which are going to guarantee them virtually coming in on that first position, or whether they are going to be looking to secure a third MVP win. As we're seeing a couple of monks coming on through, I'm trying to find OC's composition to see whether or not they are going to run the monk, and no, they are not running the monk. They are going to be running the Temi, Justina, and Matari. So this is very much playing for survivability, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. This is very much a survivability comp, right? They're just trying to keep themselves alive into the late game at this point. It's a very strong mid-game comp, but they don't really need to risk running into those Morse Blessings and trying to contest them into the mid-game unless they have those resurrections early on to be able to afford to do that. Because at this point, they just need to put a consistent amount of points on the board, and OC has proven they have no problem doing that whatsoever as we move here to Morris. And they clearly not afraid to take a fight off the rip, being one of the only two teams to drop headlong into Celestra, I do believe, alongside 17JL. So it's going to be interesting to see which of them is going to come out on top in our early skirmish here, because it might determine who walks away the champion or not. OC already on the move with multiple sets of armor and weapons under their belt here. 2 sets of blue armor. 17JL on the backside over here has not been able to lock anything down. 28HH looking for that pick onto Zhu here. Zhu with no armor on the move, trying to keep themselves moving so they can regroup with their team. But unfortunately, one of the members of 17JL is nowhere to be seen. There we go. They're going to come in from behind with that Justina ult off the rip. AS must be rocking those initial Rage Jades. So they start with quite a bit, but it's going to be OC's Leng Jing who actually picks up the elimination onto ZU. ZU with no armor, being easy pickings for this team, but OC needs to be careful as EWG coming in for the third party. Looks like they're going to be able to lock down Leng Jing and pick up an early elimination. Leng Jing keeping it moving though in the face of a Bane's Breath coming out from EWG, but a musket shot from 17JL's AS is going to pick up the elimination. 17JL though need to be very, very careful here as they just gave away their position to pick up that elimination, and EWG very hungry coming in with an early Bane's Breath. YZG now going head to head with Team GG. GG gonna lose 2 of its members. 330, the last remaining member here, and QGG has no intentions of letting them get away. Is gonna drop down and pick up that Soul Bloom Essence to get a reset, come in with the Scale Rush, but their team too quick already cleans up the elimination onto GG's 330. Now turning back to Team OC, it's 2 members just trying to survive out here against the likes of Team AOW coming in on top of them. But AOW with Matariel, a little hard to pin down. OC just wants to stay alive as EWG comes in for the third party. 28HH caught out on top of the roof here, but EWG gonna catch out two of these members from AOW and might bring these teams back together. We don't see 28HH eliminated here, so it looks like the distraction here from AOW and EWG coming in to save them. 28HH comes back in, is able to pick up one of those eliminations, but now the Viper coming out from EWG gonna lock down 28HH, and he's gonna be eliminated here by EWG. OC with one remaining member, but they do have their resurrections available, so it's not the end of the world for their team here. They're just trying to pick up some early eliminations to carry into the late game, able to hit quite a few parries into the Dragon Rush. Nez's might, the Wu Chen just barely saving Sansi there as 0-1 almost able to pick up multiple eliminations off the back of that parry. Wow!
Oh my goodness.
Barely able to save their teammates.
Just absolutely let that Nez's might rip. Could have been able to find multiple eliminations, but as you said, the Witch unable to get the Soul Blade block, so be able to protect their teammates, and it is now going to be OC with no resurrections available, now trying to play for survivability into that final zone. As MPG is waiting, makes a move with that Viper ultimate, trying to lock down some of those stuns to be able to try and push onto those players and find an elimination. KZ's flower will go down. MPG getting a little bit of downtime to look for that reset before moving on to the remaining member of KZ. AlexX gonna get parried, gonna get grounded and flattened immediately as we see all of the members of KZ flying off to try and find a soul altar, as Ventus and ZU going to be popping a Yodo ultimate into Sanzi's Yodo F ability to try to block out the damaging flashes coming on through. Because now both teams missing the Yodo ultimate is going to be setting their Vipers up to be able to come through and get some of those stuns to connect onto the players in melee range. CXC, however, going to have to try to run away as they're about to get return of Viper ultimated, so it's not going to find the opening that EWG were looking for. As Ventus now coming in with a third Viper ultimate in this fight, forcing everybody to break line of sight behind the HUDs. And unfortunately, YZG not going to be able to break it far enough away. However, they bought the time for QGG to be able to come back in with a Yoto ultimate, just trying to lay down so much damage so that they can try and push these players away and get the resurrection onto Zototo. As they move now in with the dual blades, locking down WX98, shredding the shields, coming in with the charged right click to try and find any of the follow-through damage, but Ventus doing a very good job of spreading. WX98 unfortunately caught away from two of those players, does go down. QGG taking so much damage from the spear, does not have the stamina to be able to tap dodge away a third time in a row and will be removed. As EWG now looking to try to push on through. Ventus have dropped a Bane's Breath, making it extremely hard for EWG to be able to grapple away, and they have to dump that Witch and TP, giving up the fight and allowing Ventus the time to be able to get the rescue onto WX98.
I hate to see it, but during all of that madness there, we see 17JL completely eliminated from the lobby before we even get to zone 2. Super unfortunate, as that means they're not going to be able to put any more points on the board, and likely going to round out today in 12th place. All Wolves needs is a single elimination to climb past them here in game number 6. As we see Fun Plus Phoenix now going head-to-head with AOW, both teams taking heavy damage here, but we're going to see VVV go even lower off the back of some huge damage coming out, and a massive scale rush from Ping Tao picks up TXJ and LYD in the same breath. Oh my goodness. Absolutely huge for them, but JD's Kakaishi coming in. We're gonna see it now. The tactical nuke coming in from GD. They're able to pick up Miskia. Now it's on to a 3v2 between GD and the last remaining members of AOW. Ping Tao coming through with another massive scale rush. Is gonna hit onto Kakaishi, but there's no way they're gonna make anything happen here. They do catch the ultimate teleport onto Kakaishi, do a little bit of damage, but AOW is going to find themselves completely eliminated from this lobby.
You know, sometimes when the Vipers just drop down with the ultimate from the tree, I just hear the Assassin's Creed leap of faith. Sound effects! as it is now going to be OC trying to find some of those picks. Justina Ultimate trying to freeze all of those players in the close quarters. MPG dropping that Yodo F ability to try to keep themselves safe. Waiting, scatters away from the pack. 01 have spotted them and relayed it, and now the hunt is on. Waiting, collapsed upon, not going to be able to escape before they go down. And now OC bullying all of the other members. 01, however, going to get parried, buying themselves a little bit of a respite for MPG to be able to activate that Witch and TP and take both the 2 remaining surviving players and the Ken along with them, so they will be able to get the resurrection. As OC swapped to the bow, we're potentially looking to try to snipe out those players as they came up from the rescue and were looking a little bit more vulnerable. But unfortunately, enough time has passed. They're not going to be able to find the connection. And instead, they're a little bit more occupied with trying to escape that zone tick, as they are still going to be playing for survivability. Only 3 kills. So they do have to survive just a little bit longer in this game to be able to guarantee bag that first place position, as they've spotted Ventus. They're not going for the full engagement just yet. They do have the Matari ultimate if they really want to move forward with that stealth ability. So they're rushing through, but not going to be able to land any damage, just keeping themselves a little bit more mobile. Baiting Ventus into taking the chase and exhausting quite a lot of those grapple resources. And Ventus not going to be falling for it. Going to just allow OC to trespass and move on through, as Ventus decided they want to go for the Morris Blessing. And OC, they're playing for survivability. They have no interest in this. They're not running a composition that relies on it either. No one's transformation is going to scale with the attack or the armor that they have. They're just going to allow Ventus to pass.
Yeah, absolutely. OC playing smart here, as well as the likes of Ventus there, just letting them go through, because they know that they're not trying to pick up this Morris Blessing off the back of this. J-Team's Eagle here coming in, trying to counteract YZG here onto the Morris Blessing, but the Viper stun coming through and doing quite a bit of damage. Eagle, though, still holding on here with the Yodohime ultimate, trying to knock out CXZ there, but not quite able to lock fully on. YZG's QGG coming in, but now the Viper stun coming out from J-Team's Lee is going to force the Wu Chen ult and force YZG to back off, as they do know that J-Team's going to be able to secure that Morris Blessing before they can close the gap and get in. GD trying to lock down OUG, as now they've been able to pick up that Draco Storm. Zinyu very, very low, forced to de-transform here as well. Gakaishi able to land not only the grapple, but also the F, completely taking all the options away from Zinyu, as GD able to pick up the elimination and send OUG back to the lobby. That's going to be it for OUG here today, as they go out in 8th place overall in the leaderboard currently. Man, what a performance here from GD. GD trying to come alive here in Game 6 to make up that difference, that 30-point gap between them and OC. They can do it, but they have work to put in still.
Well, they have the Draco Storm, which is going to ease a little bit of that burden. And I mean, if there isn't anything more terrifying than a full Nessus Might, it is a Nessus Might with additional lightning damage coming on through as you get smited straight out of the lobby. As speaking about being smited, YZG actually going to lose all of their members in one fell swoop, it feels. As CXC is just absolutely massacred by the dual blades coming through from NPG's Sorrow. EWG going to be getting caught out in Canyon, going to be running into that Temi ultimate. Xiao Lui actually going to be throwing right for a loop as Sanzi comes on with the Yoda ultimate, trying to catch on to some of those players. Doesn't manage to find the follow-through damage that they're looking for, so chooses to use the dual blade left click to make sure the OC have been zoned away after dropping that Temi ultimate to be able to conserve all of their health. They will be able to break into high ground to get to a little bit more of a position of safety. Justina ultimate about to be coming online for 01. So if worst comes to the worst and you find yourself in a horrible position where you have to sacrifice your 2 teammates' lives, they will be able to pop that one to escape and just play for survivability as long as possible, because GD are nipping at their heels at the moment. 7 kills already going to be picked up for GD. Sitting with 3 of their full members surviving, still got a little bit of time to try to find those picks, but we're hitting that lull section where all of those teams who didn't contest the Morris Blessings are just keeping themselves a little bit hidden, trying to stay a little bit sneakier, a little bit stealthier so that the buffs run out, and then they can go back to killing.
Yeah, absolutely. YZG in a bit of a pickle as well, as they are down one member here in the mid game, and they need to continue to put that foot on the gas pedal if they want to overcome the lead that OC has on them. OC with all three of their members still alive as well, and GD nipping at the heels of YZG. There's quite a substantial difference between second and third place in terms of money, as well as qualifying points for Worlds. So YZG can't afford to be down a member right now. They need to find a way to get their Viper back into this game, especially considering the comp that they run, heavily reliant on that Viper ult and the utility it brings to the team here. EWG up top in the no ult zone here, trading shots with the likes of Team Wolves. Wolves at a little bit of an advantage here, even though they're down on the bottom side here. They actually aren't in the no ult zone. Nothing stopping them from popping those ults if they get pushed onto, whereas the likes of EWG stuck in that no ult zone will have to push out if they want to use their ultimates in any way for that engagement, and they haven't been able to find the opportunity to push onto Wolves. But Wolves not happy with their position in life, backs off of the engagement as we see OC here moving around the corner, and this could be very bad because if I remember correctly, YZG positioned very close by, and if it's OC that collapses onto them and picks up those eliminations, YZG will stand no chance at putting any more points on the board. But QGG able to stay out of sight here and keep the hopes alive for YZG as OC continues to move around the outside edge of the circle here. We're going to see the likes of Q9 coming in from behind. OC more than happy to immediately turn on this engagement. We're going to see that Justina ult come out and pump out a ton of damage onto the likes of Q9 multiple times, connecting with multiple members of the team. LXY immediately obliterated here by a bow shot, following up with the overhead from the spear. Now Gua on the receiving end of the longsword takes a ton of damage. LWH here trying to panic ult down, but OC not gonna let it happen as they come in and burst down. Another kill there. Now LWH going to go down to OC as well. OC gonna be picking up their 6th elimination of the game, continuing to widen that gap, but Alliance coming in for the third party, realizing that those resources are going to be low. No Justina ult here for the likes of Team OC. OC needs to play this very carefully. We're going to see the Temi ult and the Matari ult come out almost immediately as Ling Jing trying to turn onto Alliance's Lucky, but not having any luck. OC opting to stick around to take this fight, but it could be a mistake for them here as 0-1 comes in. The Justina ult comes back online, and they are just trying to lock this team down to pick up any eliminations that they can, find an advantage. Mentality actually comes in, hits the Dragon's Rush, starts the Nej's Might, but the Frost Core are going to come through and save it for OC. OC picks up their 7th elimination, and now it's a 3v2. Alliance's Mentality goes down. That's going to be 8-9 eliminations for OC, as even though they were completely on the back foot, they turn it around and show us why they've been so dominant today.
Oh my goodness. If there's one thing you punish when teams are clumped up, it's with a Justina ultimate, and that's exactly what they do. In the first fight, the Wu Chen Soulblade block comes through, and because it's literally just a 180 line, everyone has to clump up in a very, very small fashion to be able to make sure that no one is going to get sniped from any of those angles. And that's why we see OC move in with the Justina freeze and immediately catch all 3 of those members. And when Alliance try to come through with that third party, thinking that those resources are going to burn low, they don't actually have the advantage of catching onto multiple members of OC. OC scatter so that when the Justina freeze tries to come through them, it only catches onto one, and it buys themselves the time to be able to cycle back into 0-1's Justina freeze. And because Alliance are trying to body bundle onto one of those players, the target focus actually shoots against them, and means that they get caught out multiple times by 0-1's ultimate, and OC are able to come out on top despite having already taken a fight and burning through their resources in a previous fashion. It's GD now with the Draco Storm, have 45 seconds left, are absolutely pummeling OC's Ling Jing. They will not be able to survive any time for that one, as OC just sacrificed one of their members to ensure that they're going to be able to pick up even more of a higher kill multiplier, as YZG coming in with the Yoda ultimate. Unfortunately, it's gonna run out, and immediately you're just pinballed between J teams. The ultimate that's gonna come through, catching you between the F ability and the ult, so that you're just baseball batted from one pot of damage to the next, as GG now looking to move on and bulldoze into the members of J team, sensing that they are going to be out of those resources, trying to find one of those players, but unfortunately not able to find a connection in the middle of the temple, as OC dropping that Matari ultimate, going to be able to get a little bit of a better reposition to it. HH trying to evade all of the grapple checks that are coming through to catch this Matari out, does get caught in the ankle by one, has to fall to the low ground, and now gets absolutely battered by GD, isn't able to find any other connection onto the charged up left click coming out from the longsword, and will go down as GD pick up the elimination. But Donkwing now actually going to be out of position at the moment, as Ventus eye up a potential to be able to enter into the dance. Not going to be able to find the full entrance, however, as once again, for the side of OC, it is only 01 who is surviving. Goes all the way outside of the zone to be able to escape any of the attention that could potentially follow him through. As unfortunately, Zactodo has caught the attention of J Team and will get corner locked right into the Yodo F, into the Dagger Dash.
Look, as soon as that grapple comes through, if you're Zhao Toto, you just take your hand off of the keyboard. You're just like, look, no, I'm good. If the second grapple comes through, you're like, that's a wrap. I'm out. Let me go get something to drink. Coach, tag me out, baby. KZ over here up top side, as we can take a look at the overall scoreboards right now. OC still a 28-point lead currently over GD. All realistically 01 has to do at this point, off the back of 9 eliminations, is just stay alive to like top 8. And there's not much GD can do to overcome the massive deficit that they are under right now. Because again, it's a 28-point difference, and the longer OC stays in the lobby, the harder it becomes for GD to capitalize and make something happen where they can climb up. They still are 4 points behind YZG as things currently stand. I don't see that being the case, as all 3 of them are still alive and they are having a fairly good game. But as long as they don't find OC's 01, who's immediately caught out here in the building, very unfortunate. This could be what the likes of Team GD needs, as they do pick up their 10th elimination, and OC is eliminated at exactly 140 points. They cannot put any more points on the board. No extra multiplier can be applied to them. This is where they are at. GD needs to make it to final circle now and dominate, and they have the potential to be able to climb out of this hole, but they are going to need a very big game, almost 20 eliminations, I believe, to be able to overcome OC's lead.
Yeah, they're going to need to drop at least a 20 bomb, but they are absolutely in a position to be able to have the best chance to do just that. All 3 of their members surviving, all 3 of them running purple armor and purple weapons. It is now going to be about playing into that final circle, trying to make sure that all of the members of your composition are going to be able to survive, because we cannot stress enough how important it is that all 3 of those players are alive to be able to set up that Yoda for the damage. And the Witchen is there to help with the disengagement tool, as GD try to collapse onto that Morris Blessing, looking for some of those players caught out of any rotation. GD Donkwing has been able to isolate out one member. The grapple cancel not going to be able to come through. Donkwing goes for an overcommitment, gets caught out into the Temi ultimate, will drop the Yoda ultimate in the middle of it, trying to find those picks, cancels it out early, making sure that they have enough time to be able to go for the reshield, playing for a little bit more of a safety, not wanting to put the blinders on and chase into those fights. As GD have actually got another team on the back road. KZ going to be forced into tunnels immediately. No place to be able to try to move to negate this Viper stun. Kakaishi takes so much damage though that they have to actually reach and TP out the Uation ultimate. Going to absolutely melt the health bars as Wolves come outside of the zone to be able to get the pick and confirmation onto KZ's Flower. We'll be able to get a little bit of a reset as GD off the back of that Wuchen TP will keep all three of their members nice and alive as they look to try to really gatekeep all of those teams now escaping outside from that zone. They've been able to spot out NPGs waiting. They see the legendary armor. They decide not to commit into this. It is just going to be the ranged fight coming out from them. They've got a little snug, safe corner here. As long as they're able to take out the House Invader, GBL has been spotted. Kakaishi trying to come in and start up with that juggle. Not going to be able to find any of the knockup that they're looking for. However, they've been able to push out the surviving members and isolate them out into a 3 versus 1 as they're trying to find the stun lock. Miskia is the target of focus. Will go down to K coming in with that spear. As GD still going to be adding another one to the tally, still putting themselves in a position to potentially walk away with that first place. Dongqing wants it so badly, goes in aggressively, sees GG's LXM is low, finds the connection and immediately dashes back to the safety of their team. As GD will be able to keep Kakaishi alive as MPG's waiting, not going to be able to collapse in and look for any form of punishment on that Yodo's over aggression. This is what we talk about. Dongqing is so good when you need to fall into that soloist mentality and you just need to get a kill fast off of just you. He can move forward and find it. As GD now sitting on 12 points, could potentially come and find that first position. KZ's Rain going to actually try and contest them, and all that's going to do is put himself willingly into the blender. Temielfek comes through trying to get Rain out safely, and Dongqing is still chasing, goes in with a horizontal strike off of the grapple and finds the connection as MPG now start to make their move. GD gonna be locked into the position of eating all of the Yodo slashes, will be able to reach and TP out of the worst of it, and they're still alive.
Yeah, GD holding on heavy here, but now the fourth party coming in from Wolves. Kakaishi with the ultimate, just trying to burn that resource to keep GD in it. Wolves 14 goes very low. Kakaishi able to pick it up, and Ventus shows up as well. GD cannot escape the fourth party hell that they find themselves in here. The over aggression as they try to lock down this lobby, finally coming back to bite them in the arse. K goes down. Dongqing gets caught out. No place to go. Cannons, the Viper ult, NPG coming back in as well. Ventus is you gonna get caught out. Kakaishi goes down, and unfortunately Dongqing falls as well. They go out in second place, still 20 points behind Team OC, and any dreams of anyone taking away the championship from OC fall to the wayside as J-Team is the only person close, and they are more than 40 points behind here in game number 6. It's gonna come up OC as your champions, but the game's not over yet, and the positions aren't solidified. There's still more Naraka action to come live right here as NPG tries to lock down the last remaining kills in this lobby.
Waiting coming in with that legendary armor, does not have the Viper ultimate, so has to be very careful about how they intrude. Only 12 players left alive in this lobby, but MPG sitting on a full squad. Now gonna go for the contest of that high ground, dropping from the dual blades into the bow, trying to get some poke damage onto J-Team, who wait up above for them to try to push on through the cannon splash damage, making sure that they can't stay in one position for too long. As J-Team with full control of how this final zone is going to pan on through. Sitting nice and pretty. Don't have the best loot loadouts, but that positioning is absolutely pixel perfect for this team as they are so far removed from any damage from any contest that can come their way. And in the meantime, they are in prime spacing to be able to snipe out some of those kills. As MPG have to settle for the top of this hut. J-Team moving in towards the players down below. Ventus going to get absolutely smoked as J-Team pincer on through. The zone going to be pushing them off of one part of the high ground. This is why they wanted to push Ventus away so that they have even more control of how this final zone pans on through. 9 players in the lobby. J-Team's lead climbing up that tree. Going to be able to take a little bit of downtime to go for that reshield, putting themselves into the verticality to be able to drop down with the Viper nuke ultimate. As MPG moves forward with the nunchucks, forces out the Yoda ultimate in exchange. Wolves One Feng will be able to escape the full meter dump off of the back of using that one. The Wuchen TP means that they're not going to be able to find the follow through damage. One Feng still going to be on the run. MPG trying to get on top of that Yoda to be able to punish and solidify the kill, but J-Team comes in. Eagle setting up the Yoda ultimate to smash through every single player in the lobby, as it is going to be Lee coming in with the Viper ultimate, forcing everyone outside of the zone. Stun connects, and it is just J-Team running this show as they're able to move from one player to the next, absolutely dumpstering everything in their path. Parry comes out onto waiting, knocked out of the zone, and it is going to be J-Team walking away surely with this final MVP, but not the series, as they are going to be able to absolutely annihilate the members of NPG as just Wolf Xiao left, gets uppercut rushed up, immediately sets J-Team's lead come through with the finisher on the longsword, and it is going to be celebrations, but a little bit muted, because it is OC who are the winner of the bi-weekly grand finals on week number 3. And for GD, you have to feel for them, Rune. They came so close to knocking OC down a peg, but unfortunately the strategy of trying to rule and dominate that final zone, they just didn't have the gear to be able to back it up. They played so passively towards those Morris Blessings that when they ran into the likes of MPG coming in with that legendary armor, and they'd already overcommitted all of the ultimates, all of the abilities to try to add to their kill marks tallies, they had nothing to actually be able to sustain in a fight in the neutral.
Yeah, no, it's super unfortunate for them as well because their positioning didn't play very well to where they are. GD overextends multiple times to secure that extra elimination. Don Quing pushing forward, but it costing the team resources every time. And instead of being able to extend into that high ground that they want for this final circle, they're forced further and further down the hill into that hut. And it seems like every team after that, including themselves, that makes it down into that hut, it's a death sentence. It is the funeral home for every one of these teams as they approach, go inside, and multiple of these teams are able to push down, burn only a single ultimate, come in most of the times with the Yodohime ultimate, just slice through that building and deal a ton of damage to these teams, and quite literally no place left to run as they are on the bottom rung of what seems like their own personal hell here in our final circle, and are eliminated time and time again. And it is J-Team who, with the basic tactics of taking the high ground, positions themselves in such a dominating way. And, you know, we talk about all the time how important it is to take high ground into these final situations. A lot of teams taking that a little too literal, where they'll set themselves up on a high ground, but they have no cover to back that high ground up, and they're forced out of there over and over again. And it's those teams who are then forced to the bottom with no resources from the high ground that end up eliminated. J-Team not only able to take the high ground, but able to take high ground with the cover to back it up, so that they only ever have to peek out when they're looking to try to capitalize on eliminations. When they see these teams getting low, they've got cannons, they've got the Meteor Soul Jade, they can just pump damage down onto every single team from the safety of their perch. And as soon as those last two teams go head to head with each other, start burning resources, J-Team does exactly what they need to. They burn in, go, okay, this is going to be our final circle now. We have our ultimates. They use that Yodohime ultimate, and everyone panics. And it is Lee who's able to capitalize on it in the final moments with that ult to send everyone scattering. And there's no place left to go except into the zone. You get stunned out in the zone on that final zone tick, and that zone is going to burn you. And that's exactly what happens. J-Team clutches it out. J-Team might potentially take third place off the back of that game. YZG, unfortunately not able to perform here in game 6, not only loses out on second place, but might lose out on third place off the back of a phenomenal performance by J-Team.
Yeah, for YZG as well, it always feels like these bi-weekly finals are just a little bit of a curse, right? Last week, they literally dropped from 2nd to 4th. Based on the position and performance that they had on the previous bi-weekly finals. And as you said, J-Team might actually have been able to crawl and shoulder their way past onto one of those podium finishes, knocking YZG down potentially to that 4th position. But we can't take away from OC, right? OC played the first couple of games today absolutely pixel perfectly, and then they did enough. They did enough in games 5 and game 6 that cemented that lead to continue, because it came close. It came a lot closer, I think, than OC were expecting. That was why we saw GD immediately just hit the gas as soon as they came into game number 6 and they started getting those kills. That's why Dunkwing was going so aggressively in, because they knew like it would literally be a couple of kills in between whether or not they would be able to walk away with that 1st place or that 2nd place. Unfortunately for them, that overaggression does in fact bite them a little bit in the behinds, but you can really tell how much they want it. However, for OC, like, they were very good at making sure, okay, well, we know that we're coming in with this many points. We know we still have the lead. We're just going to pick a composition which is all about base survivability. So even if we lose some of these numbers, it's not something like the Yoda, Wu-Chen, Viper ultimate, which relies on all 3 of your players being alive so you can all support each other. There is self-sustain in every single hero that OC runs out with. So that if one of them goes down, if worst case scenario comes through and they get reduced to only 1 member, they know that they can't go for the Soul Altars. They know that they can't go for the Morris Blessings. They just have to have 1 person play to live as long as possible. And that's exactly what they do. And that's why they're able to pick up first place.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, it was strategically done, right? Their first 3 games, they come in and put up 20 plus points every single game. Game 4, they come in and they try to keep that foot on the gas pedal, right? But it ends up being a fairly weak game for them. And off the back of that, they realize where their scoring is and go, hey, we need to just play for survivability. And we see that gear shift. We see them pick up a comp we're not used to them picking up, but it's a comp that has a ton of survivability and are able to hold together even just 4 points in game 5, and then here in game 6 put together an 11.3. And it is, by the way, J-Team off the back of a double MVP going to be coming in to 3rd place. YZG gives up their podium finish by less than 0.1 points to the likes of J-Team. GD not able to clutch it out in the end, but is able to clutch out a 2nd place finish. And like we said, there's a big difference in points and money between 2nd and 3rd place. So they've got to be very happy. Their coach has got to be very happy for them as well. But it is OC who strategically comes in, knocks the first couple of games out of the park and says, look, from here, we just need to play safe. We need to put points on the board. And then they were able to do exactly that. They pick the comps that are going to keep them alive. And even when looking weak, they still come back and have a mighty moment in game number 6, where we saw the likes of the 3rd party coming through going, oh, look, they just burnt 2 of their ultimates. We're fine. We can go in and take this fight. And OC proves, no, it does not matter. We've got the wherewithal, like you said, that Justina coming through, being able to lock up multiple people, absolutely making it happen here. As we take a look at the kills here, no surprise, honestly, as OC locks down 2 of the top kills and top damage positions here for our MVPs of our 3rd bi-weekly final.
This is what we're talking about when it comes to OC, right? Every player on this team, it feels like, is a star player. Every single player on this team is a crutch and a carry. So for them, it means that if they do lose some of those players a little bit early on, they still have the damage to be able to follow one through. And if all 3 of them are all alive and firing on all cylinders, my goodness, you better be prepared for a lot of damage to come your way, because they are so good at taking a different range of weaponry that covers all of those stagger frames and properly punishes. I do not think we have a better trio when it comes to being able to pick up all of these different weaponries and really play off of the stagger frames that they allow. And I cannot wait to see when we see Nbpl move on to that next live patch, whether or not they move away from Katana Greatsword into Spear Greatsword, because Spear just got one hecking stagger buff. And I think if anyone is going to take advantage of that, it's going to be OC.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, beautifully in those first two games, their stagger was so well executed between every one of them. The comms were just on point. We don't even have to hear the comms to know that the comms were on point. Just the way that they were moving and able to cover for one another in the beginning, the way that they were able to lock one person down with a single frame of stagger, and the entire team instantaneously follows up to come through with the maximum amount of damage and keep somebody from even existing. Again, it's like if OC hits you one time, you might as well take your hands off the keyboard, because you're not allowed to play for the next 30 seconds if they're going to have it their way. And that's exactly what we see them do time and time again. Even in game number 2, they're down to 2 members only in the final circle against multiple teams that have their full 3-stack, and OC just says, we don't care. They use that greatsword and that katana to their advantage to lock players down and make it happen. And like you said, with the spear getting a buff, I definitely see them coming through and using it. Some of them already favoring the spear. We saw in game 1, they were able to land those grabs, and even though they weren't able to land the double grab off the back of throwing them to the ground, they more than happy were to use that stagger and let the spear come through and do all of the work, securing the damage, securing the kill, and getting them MVP in game number 1 off the back of that. So I see no reason why they wouldn't pick up the spear coming forward, and I'm super excited to continue to watch OC grow. But we're going to throw to a quick interview with Jaeger before we come back for our final statements.
Okay, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and first, let's say congratulations to our champion of the Trials game, Biweekly final winner is our team, OC. Congratulations! And now I'm already standing here with them and let him say hello to our audience. 那再次恭喜你们，也欢迎你们来到我们的英文采访间，先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OC 的28。
可以给他传一下。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OC 的冷静。Hello， 大家好，我是 OC 的01。
好的，再次恭喜你们拿下了今天的比赛，而且你们也是 Nbpl 目前为止在周决的舞台上第一支可以在同一天拿下3场最高分的队伍。So first, we want to congratulations, and also they are the first team who got the 3 highest score in the Biweekly final. Really good, excellent voice. And here I also have some question can teach our audience. So first question is for our for our Arba. Yeah. Okay. And because today I saw you use the Matari, and also your teammates say your Matari is really good. And could you please share your skill with us? 那今天我们也看到你拿的是迦南这个英雄，而且你的队友评价说你的迦南是世一加，能不能给我们分享一下你用迦南的技巧？
就是拉扯的快一点吧，就是不要陷入团战，然后看到第二队人自己一定要先拉开，然后再看时间给隐身或者喊队友撤退吧。
好的。So for me, for the Matari, I think need to be flexible and sensitive. Like you have to focus on other teams, and like if we have other teams and opponent, they like close to us, and I would like to avoid fighting with them and just be away and let my teammate to do the fight. And why? Because me as a Matari, I'm a little bit afraid of the Viper, and especially the Viper's kick. So I will pay attention to them, and that's why I can have very high damage by using the Matari. Okay, so here's for Lengjing. You know, you guys, you have a long time in the game 6. You don't have the ultimate, but you still want to fight and have really good performance. So I would like to know what happens at that time and how you guys can want to fight. 那今天其实在最后一把的时间当中，有一段时间你们3个都没有大招。那一波我看到你其实也是非常果断的去跟其他队伍去开了这个团战，并且赢下了好几个击败积分。特别想问一下，当时发生了什么？当时怎么去做的决策？
当时他们一直勾我们不让我们走，然后 那不得已之下只好把这分拿了。
好的 So actually, meanwhile, other opponents, they just use the grabbing hold on me, and I have no choice. I have to fight, so I just want to fight and get a score. 谢谢冷静，说得很冷静，谢谢。好，最后我们要问一下我们的这个01。Because today we saw Ling Yi is using the spears, the weapon spears. I think a lot of audience like this weapon but don't know how to use it. So please, could you tell me how to use it and teach us some combo? 那今天我们也看到Ling Yi其实拿出了长枪这个武器，也有很多观众其实喜欢这个武器，但是可能在3排中不太知道怎么去用。请告诉我一下，你有没有什么就是 combo 啊之类的，可以给我们介绍一下？
长枪的话就是让队友在前面顶着压力，然后用长枪用在后面偷龙王破就可以了。
好的 So for me, by using the spears, I will let my teammate to stand in front of me, and I just used the Dagger Slayer behind them, and then it can have very high damage. Okay, thank you for Team OC. Thank you for sharing today, and congratulations again, you're really good. And thank you for the interview, and we will get back to the casters.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Jaeger, for a very, very wonderful interview with Team OC there. Man, OC, this team, this particular season, we talk about watching the teams come through, the amount of growth that has come through with so many of these teams. You're talking about a team in season 1 we almost never talked about, almost never qualified for the bi-weekly finals, was always towards the very bottom. In terms of growth, I don't think there's another team besides Team OC that stands at the top in terms of growth as being competitors here in this season, as playing well together, as just growth overall from the season. I wish we could go look at the stats from the first week of season 1 for Team OC versus the stats for this week in terms of the amount of damage, the average points that they're putting on the board, because I feel like it would be so drastically different for this team that it would be absolutely insane. They really have come through and as a team found their footing and come a very consistent team, and today consistently at the very tippity top.
Yes, well, we're not done just yet, Rin. We can gush about OC still, but we do have a little bit of a deciding thing to make, which is going to be a huge factor in the comps that we see, which is when we're going to see the environments and which weather conditions they're going to be as well. We've already seen how it can impact having things like the Fireflies when it's towards that nighttime, mean that people can run the Takeda, you can get a little bit more of your ultimates online a little bit faster. So we're going to see what map gets which environment at which time, because it also has an effect on Holoroth and which weather conditions we could potentially be seeing affect the map as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very interested to see how this drawing is going to be done, as well as what weather conditions we end up with. Because like you said, J-Team, one of those teams picking Takeda into the nighttime, knowing that they're going to have access to more of those Fireflies, more easily able to put that ult on board and guarantee that they can make that happen. And I'm wondering if it's going to start affecting more comps in the future as well, because there are definitely some comps that as long as they have gas in the tank, they seem almost undefeatable. Volta being one of those heroes that brings a lot to those comps as long as she has that ultimate. We're going to open up our first one here, and it looks like for game 1 on to Morris, I'm not sure, but it looks like we are going to be picking up a nighttime for Morris Cup coming in to next week for game 1.
Interesting, because yeah, if J-Team see that, they're going to be very happy, because that means they can run that Takeda comp, as we're now going to be moving over to see what game number 2 is. This is, of course, going to be played on Holoroth, and it looks like that is going to be Dusk, rather. So Holoroth going to be played on Dusk, as we can now move forward and see what exactly the next environment is going to be for Morris Isle. I feel like the environment and time of condition for like the composition that runs affects Morris Isle a little bit more, because that is where we tend to see that Takeda starting to come on through, as maybe we get to see something like Morris Isle midday, and it's
Dusk.
I thought I was gonna do like the big time prediction. Like, yeah, do you know what? I have a feeling in my gut that it might be midday. No, I was entirely wrong. I guess I'm gonna stick to my day job instead of becoming a fortune teller.
As we move over, we're going to pick our fourth game, which is also going to be on Morris Isle as well. And coming through, we're going to get the reveal here. And that is going to come through and be dawn here for Morris Isle, which means we're going to move over to game number 5. And I do believe that we know what these are going to be coming out, and it's going to be Hollow Roth here. And it's going to be that cloudy weather condition. This is the only one we have left here for Hollow Roth. And sure enough, that's going to come right on through, which means for game number 6 on Morris Isle, we're going to be locking in midday for our final time of day and weather condition here in game number 6, which is going to be very interesting to end on, because midday I feel like has kind of across the board equal number of different events that come across Morris. So it's not really an advantageous time of day for any of the particular comps, as there's an equal number of Fireflies versus everything else that's going to be on the map. So rounding out the day on that final match means you really have to come through, and regardless of what the situation is, be able to perform for game number 6.
I'm interested as well, because Hollow Roth is probably one of those maps where cloudy weather conditions is the most punishing, because cloudy obscures your sight. And what does Hollow Roth have? A whole bunch of traps and environmental hazards that you really want to be able to see before you walk into it. So that could actually have a massive impact in how we see some of these teams positioning and thinking maybe it's going to be a little bit easier to be able to bait some of those teams into walking into those traps and setting themselves up for a little bit of a nasty fall. I'm always a big fan of getting to see those traps being utilized. I'm still to see. I'm really sad that Jay got to see his snowstorm before I got to see a Wu-Chan TP mix around, so that you Uno reverse someone into one of those traps. I'm still yet to see it. I may have seen players go down of their own volition to the traps, but I'm still to see a team actually being able to use that Wu-Chan to take full advantage of it.
We would love to see it coming out. But speaking of seeing things coming out, guys, don't forget, because of the shift we've had this week, our next session of Nbpl is not going to be until Thursday, October 13th. So make sure you set your calendars. That said, if you still want some more Naraka action, I know we've been on a 9-day stint. It's not over just yet, though, because the next 2 days we're heading over to figure out who our finalists are going to be for the Shadow Jade Cup. That's going to be our EU region. So we've got 2 more days of action coming at you before we finally get a well-deserved break, because it has been many, many days of Naraka action. I'm sure you guys have appreciated every single one of them, and we appreciate all of you guys showing up for every single one of them as well. It's been absolutely insane coming through with this bi-weekly here, as we take a look at our schedule for next week, starting on the 13th of October. Of course, it's groups A and B going head to head in our first day of solos, A and C going head to head in our first day of trios, A and C for solos on our next day, and B and C for trios on our 4th day on October 16th. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be your schedule in the coming week. Don't forget to tune in for Shadow Jade. Don't forget to set your clocks and set a reminder on your calendar. Come back on October 13th for the next day of Nbpl. I do believe that's going to be it from me and Moxie today, as well as Team OC with their very dominant performance. We appreciate everybody coming out. We appreciate, of course, all of our lovely teams putting on one heck of a performance for us here today, and we very much appreciate everybody over at Broadcast. That's going to be it from me and Moxie today. Till next time, stay safe, and we'll see you guys then.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down,